Their descent hits a breaking point, because now the party is trapped on the 98th floor of the labyrinth, right on the edge of disaster. Rain lashes down as the red-haired melee girl gasps for air, fighting to steady her breathing while the battlefield rages around her. She stares up in sheer terror as Wim Strauss stands high on a hulking armored beast, looming over the waterlogged battlefield like a nightmare given legs. A sinister laugh cuts through the thunderstorm as a shadowy figure lurks in the dark, grin stretched wide in pure mockery. The story jumps back a few months when the party was tearing through stone-carved labyrinth halls, chasing danger around every corner. Wim's hands shake as his dagger snaps into view. He's warning you with a grim, no-escape truth. If you choose greed over retreating from a floor boss, death is the only answer. The once-proud dragon's wings are now shattered, bleeding out as they stumble across the stone floor after a brutal, devastating fight. Shock slams into Wim as he gapes at the carnage, stunned that this nightmare is unfolding in front of his eyes. With hope hanging by a thread, he begs that his comrades are still alive, somehow, despite those brutal, life-threatening wounds. A thunderous crash rips through the room as a massive creature announces itself right behind the startled adventurer. A towering reptilian behemoth, jagged scales glaring and razor-toothed jaws lined up for blood, looms over the lone survivor like a nightmare come to life. The beast rumbled a deep, gut-churning growl, and its predatory gaze snapped onto its next target. Locking eyes with the nightmare, Wim finally understands just how terrifyingly powerful a floor boss truly is. With one explosive hit, the monster hurls the whole party flying aside, smack after smack like ragdolls. Sweat pours down his face as panic crashes in. Wim realizes that one brutal hit has knocked everyone out cold, and he scrambles like crazy to find any escape route he can. He stares down the impossible odds, either gamble everything to buy rescue time or haul 3 unconscious allies to safety, and then realizes both choices lead straight to death. Bracing himself for the inevitable, Wim locks onto the only desperate option left and steels his courage to charge that monster head-on. Chanting his secret technique under his breath, he readies the one-of-a-kind switch Puppin's Spieler, his puppeteer ability. For one sickening heartbeat, the idea of ditching everyone and running for his own escape flashes through his head. Then it hits him fast, how Dragon's wings welcomed him with open arms and how those precious bonds between them were forged day after day. In the dark, a wicked presence keeps laughing, twisting the tragedy into something it finds deliciously cruel. As the beast rips the air with a thunderous roar, Wim feels pride slam through him, because he chose to stand his ground and fight in the defining moment of his life. Then the memory crumbles away, washed into the quiet of the Dragon's Wings party house, where the crew once huddled together, safe and sound. Right now, a nervous instinct freezes in place before his teammates inside their home, feeling the air turn strange and heavy the moment he steps in. Confusion slammed into him as the Wimstammers couldn't make sense of the sudden, freezing change in his friend's attitude. His stomach drops and that sudden sharp movement blindsides him completely. No way, his own leader swings a heavy blade straight toward his throat, eyes ice-cold and full of threats. Kronos, the ruthless leader of Dragon's Wings, glares down with pure contempt and orders Wim to get lost, like he's nothing but scum. Mage, Males, and Priest Enquer give him zero mercy, laughing like it's obvious he doesn't belong in their elite party anymore. They sneer at his heroic act, shrugging off his final blow on the boss as pure luck. Kronos sneers at Wim, slaps off his efforts and snarls that it was his own magic blade, plus Melee's magic that really trapped the boss. Blindsided by that cold betrayal, Wimstammers couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he really thought the victory was something he shared with the team, not taken from him. A brutal memory crashes back. Wim drops to his knees, wrecked by the beaten beast, and still, with pure naive hope, begs the world for one tiny word of praise from his comrades. The party turns on him with venom in every word, snarling that his buffs weren't enough, and that his choices directly got them wiped out by the creature. Harsh accusations hammered the young man as his former friends, ice-cold, snapped that every failure inside the labyrinth was all his fault. Dark realization crashes into Wim. He finally sees it. From the very start of their journey, his teammates have been nursing a brutal hatred for him. Wim's face twists with silent agony as the brutal weight of their total rejection crushes his spirit. With his life on the line, Wim panics and blurts out apologies for every flaw he thinks he has, total confusion and all. He begs them to let him stay because he knows once you're just a lowly grantor, every other guild will pass you up for an expedition, no questions asked. Sweat ran down his face as he pleaded to stay in the one place where he'd finally felt like he belonged. Kronos freezes in icy silence, then drops a cruel game in your lap to decide fate's whims once and for all. The leader yanks out his sword and smirks with a condition that sounds flat-out impossible. If Whim wants to stay in the party, he has to beat him in combat. Win fully knows it, someone like him, a non-combatant, can't stand a snowball's chance against a seasoned warrior like Kronos. A wild laugh bursts out of him as the truth hits. There's no way he's making it through this without another miracle. Fuming at the answer, Kronos slams the table and demands to know why Whim is finding anything in this nightmare so darn funny. Before Whim can even blink, Kronos rockets in and clamps both hands around his throat, yanking him clean off his feet. The leader spits venom at his old comrade, calling him a worthless scumbag who can only pull off pathetic beginner-level support buffs. Kronos roars that Whim, a mere bottom feeder, better never even think about defying the party leader's absolute command. Whim gasps for breath as the beatings keep coming, his desperate pleas echoing into nothing. With a thunderous slam, Kronos smashes the defenseless grantor, hurls him aside like trash and roars that he's nothing but a weakling. Kronos clenches his fist, rage bursting through him because he can't stand the thought that someone so pathetic could ever get credited with a boss kill. Whim crumples to the floor, choking on brutal coughs, seething at the fact he risked everything for people who can't stand him. His hand shakes on the floorboards as he remembers the one thing he swore to do: repay the dragon's wings for taking him in when he was nothing but a nobody odd-job worker. Betrayal tears finally spill out as the brutal truth of his abandonment shatters his heart for real. A chilling shadow swallows the room and then, right in the doorway, those mysterious high-heeled boots appear like trouble walking in. Whim jerks his gaze up from the floor, visions swimming in blood and tears as he tries to lock eyes on this new intruder. Crying through the agony, he barely manages to question who the stranger is looming over his battered body. Kronos steps in and introduces her as Sophia, then boldly declares she's already been picked to join the party in Whimstead. Sophia bows in silence while Kronos pounds his chest, bragging that his superior skills will effortlessly plug the gap Whim's departure left behind. Towering over his old friend, Kronos hammers out one last cold command to Whim: leave, and don't ever make him say it twice. Kronos slams the final crushing blow, declares that Dragon's Wings is done using Whim, and shouts for him to get out, right now. A sudden close-up catches terror exploding across Whim's face as cold sweat pours in, because that betrayal hit him out of nowhere. The scene snaps to a sprawling ancient city packed wall-to-wall with buildings, and a towering clock tower shoots up into the clouds like it's daring the sky. High above the roaring streets, birds spiral around the great clock tower's ornate spire, and that towering landmark screams adventurers hub the moment you see it. This maze of a city was built from the dreams and stubborn hope of young adventurers, all chasing fortune deep inside its twisting depths. Merchants rake in fortunes by hawking rare loot, like high fins ripped from the 35th floor, proving their city isn't just standing, it's built on what the labyrinth throws back. Market stalls overflow with magic stones pulled straight from the 60th floor, plus other top-tier treasures, everything traded like it's worth a fortune. Step past the city gates and the world opens up, endless untouched lands packed with rare monster materials and one-of-a-kind sights you'll never find anywhere on the surface. In this world, your status is decided by what you blaze into existence, and the friendships forged in the fires of death are said to burn even hotter than family ties. Anyone bold enough to gamble their life and plunge into the labyrinth's deadly depths isn't just remembered, they're celebrated as true adventurers. Cast out with nothing but the streetlights above him, Whim wanders alone in total despair, muttering through a broken soul that he just wants to die. He can't shake the fear that even if that adventurer's guilt has jobs, nobody will ever hire a grantor, because that role is hated way too much. He stands over the Twig Inn, weighing whether to hunt small fry by himself or beg for a pathetic low-rank F party, because some voice in his head is screaming that he's way overestimating his own worth. Loud laughter and clinking glasses spill out of the inn, and that chaos makes Whim's misery feel even worse. Whim clenches his fist and stares at the few pathetic coins left in his palm, realizing the exile didn't just kick him out, it wiped him down to almost nothing. Swallowing his grief like poison, he decides only one thing can mute the pain, so he steels himself and heads into the loud, lively den. A bell jolts through the air as he bursts the door open, and a bright, cheerful voice instantly greets him with a warm welcome. Cheerful as sunshine and curvier than a comic book panel, Gretty's Anne spots him the second he steps in, beams a bright smile and calls out his name like she's been waiting all day. Wim flashes a polite greeting to Gretty's Anne, and when she says she already heard the latest news about his party, he just stands there like, wait, so you know. She lights up and congratulates him on the spot, thrilled she finally heard that Dragon's wings crushed the floor boss. The other patrons pile in, taunting him as world number one and firing off jokes like, so when are you gonna treat the whole house to celebrate? Greta-san predicts that once the guild officially reviews the boss skill site, his party is getting bumped up to air rank fast. Wim has zero mood for celebration, so he quietly refuses, then just orders his usual beer and a plate of sausage like it's business as usual. Alone at the bar, he digs into his meal, and the crunch of his knife slicing through the sausage gets swallowed by the loud chatter around him. He takes one bite and grimaces. The food tastes bitter and wrong, and he can't shake the feeling that his heavy heart is poisoning every mouthful. Out of nowhere, that familiar, creepy fuhei-hi-hi laugh bursts from his throat, and he jolts back, wide-eyed, slapping his own hand over his mouth in shock. He still winces with that sharp, stinging hurt, remembering how Kronos always snapped at him to quit laughing like that. It was downright disgusting. A lightning bolt epiphany hits him. He's done with Dragon's wings, and the moment he realizes it, their suffocating rules finally can't hold him anymore. He scans the other adventurers clustering and laughing together, and the moment his family casts him out, loneliness crashes over him like a wave. Win stared back at the celebrations they used to throw and admitted, quietly to himself, that he'd never really been good at jumping into their conversations. Wim stares at his empty plate and bittersweet memories of the party slam into him. He can't even deny it. That time was genuinely fun. Reality crashes down when he finally gets it. His home is gone, and there's no place left in the world where he fits anymore. Gretty's Anne watches him from across the bar, her face soft with silent sympathy for the poor, broken adventurer. That sudden doorbell blast yanks Wim out of his depression, and the familiar voice on the other side shouts his name like it's calling him back to life. Still in total shock, he watches the disheveled Heidi Marie stumble into the inn's doorway, gasping for breath, and he snaps, demanding to know why she followed him here. Distress crashes across the red-haired mage's face as she stares at Wim, her eyes packed with regret she can't bring herself to say. Meanwhile, the story whips over to the Adventure Guild headquarters, those towering, ornate domes rising over the whole city like a crown. In the master's office, an official rushes in and slides a formal report across the desk, detailing the exam of the giant crocodile carcass they crushed on the 98th floor. The guild master leans in, hears their teamwork story, and then demands the investigators' honest verdict on how that fight really went. He can't shake the question: are there real gaps between the dragon's official wing report and the evidence they found right at the scene? When they crack open the beast's corpse and dig through the damage, it's clear most of the wounds, right up to the fatal strike, came from nothing more than a plain machete. The examiner declares that magic and enchanted blades can scar the monster, but they don't pack the punch to truly hurt something that high level. The case slams into a jaw-dropping turning point when they finally confirm it. Wim Strauss was the only one in the party who had a machete. The official slams down an almost unbelievable verdict. This useless grantor killed the floor boss solo using nothing but his own raw strength. A mysterious figure leans over a detailed city map, eyes locked on one spot, the marked location blazing like a target through the maze of streets. Still confused, the girl stares at Wim's tracker crest because it's just vanished from the Dragon Wings headquarters and popped up at a rundown cheap inn. She digs through her gear, grumbling under her breath, hunting for her wiretap device to snag even more secrets. A sharp ping hits and she locks onto her target, zeroing in on the transmission's exact origin. Through the device, she suddenly catches Kronos' cold, cruel voice as he snarls at Wim, "Get lost, scum," and it slams into her like proof that her fears were right all along. Rage surged through her as she clenched her fist and swore she'd get payback on Kronos for talking to her beloved Wim like that. With desperation blazing in her chest, she sprints straight for the crumbling inn and screams his name as the towering wooden walls loom closer. Inside the tavern, the door slams open and the panting girl crashes in, instantly pulling every startled eye her way. Wim snaps around in pure shock, eyes going wide as Hyde Mary pops into the doorway breathing hard, cheeks flushed from her sprint. Greta Sand flashes a knowing smile at the newcomer, but Wim's stunned out of his mind, like he can't even process Hyde Mary popping up out of nowhere. The waitress smirks and teases Mary, then calls her out as Stalker S. John, laughing as Mary scrambles and gets completely flustered. Hyde Mary blurts back immediately, shuts down the S mistake with a sharp retort, then fires back at Greta by calling her a cowgirl. Two women trade brutal insults as Hyde Mary chants erupt with "drop dead" over and over while Greta smirks and flaunts her chest, boing. Ignoring the jokes, Hyde Mary locks her focus on Wim and makes it crystal clear she's not here to pick a fight with the waitress. She slides up to his table, panic written all over her face, and asks if he's okay, but Wim just sputters and stammers, completely lost. Wim shoots a nervous glance around, convinced the word about his firing has already hit the streets, then asks if she's here because Dragon's Wings is involved. Hyde Mary shuts down the rumor talk flat out, and that leaves Wim totally baffled. How did she know something was off if it wasn't from gossip? She drops a casual bombshell, she knows everything about him, and just like that, her sudden arrival feels even more impossible to explain. Hyde Mary insists it's just because they're both from the same village, but Wim's already shaking, terrified by what her words might mean. A flashback bubble pops up, showing a younger Wim finally clicking. Her explanation actually makes sense and his suspicion loosens just a little. Still scratching his head in pure confusion, Wim wonders what happened to make her bolt over so fast. Mary and Gretties hid him away and then they pressed hard for answers, because whatever just happened left him looking shattered. Wim fumbles for the right words, rubbing the back of his neck in pure awkward panic as he steels himself to unleash the bombshell. He finally blurts out the truth to the whole room, saying it straight: he got fired from Dragon's Wings. The tavern explodes with shock, everyone freezes mid-bite as his confession crashes into the room like a thunderclap. One adventurer slams his fist on the table and demands an answer. Why the heck was Wim fired when their party was right on the edge of scoring an A-rank promotion? The patrons huddled together, trading whispers. Yeah, they knew the other three, but everyone said Win was basically famous for nothing except doing chores. Wim bursts out that they barely let him breathe long enough to pack, even though he left all the needed paperwork behind for them. He shrugs off his own importance, swearing anyone could step into his role, and he can't stop praising Sophia, his replacement, because she seems ridiculously capable. As Win shows up with his story, the name Sophia hooks Hyde, because Mary can't stop staring at the gorgeous elf who just took Win's spot in the party. Greta clicks her tongue in pure disgust, tearing into Kronos as a damn womanizer because the moment he dumps one party member, he instantly swaps in some new girl. Hyde Mary nods with a grim look, basically admitting the rumors about the leader's behavior are probably dead on. Wim drops his head and lets out a heavy sigh, crushed because he couldn't earn enough trust to stay in the party. A shaky, nervous chuckle slips out of Wim's lips as he scrambles to dodge the suffocating tension. He snaps his hand over his mouth in pure panic, realizing he just slipped back into the exact habit Kronos despised. Hyde Mary leans in with a sweet smile and casually points out that he still hasn't managed to fix that weird laugh of his. Win drops his gaze in shame and demands, "Does it disgust you like it did my old leader?" Hyde Mary shakes her head softly, then swears to him that it's absolutely not repulsive. She props her chin on her hand and blurts out that she actually loves the sound of his laughter, because it feels like him every time. Blushing hard from that compliment, Wim stammers that she shouldn't say stuff like that, because he could totally get the wrong idea. Hyde Mary locks eyes with him, her affection blazing, then calmly tells him she truly doesn't care if he's getting the wrong idea. Steam practically blasts out of Wim's ears as he throws his hands up in panic and pleads with her to stop toying with him. He stands there and the whole table drops into a stunned hush while Wim scrambles to get his thoughts back after that sudden, romantic hit. Wim sinks into his chair, stares into his drink, and admits he still can't wrap his head around why they fired him in the first place. Hyde Mary casually takes a sip, then drops it like it's nothing. She says he wiped out the floor boss all by himself. Wim froze, blinking hard, and asked what she was even talking about with that ridiculously absurd line. She slams her glass down and declares the rest of Dragon's Wings can't finish the boss, so it all comes down to him. Panicking, Wim throws his hands up and swears it was just a misunderstanding, because somehow he says he landed that lucky finishing blow by accident. He insists the win didn't come from one hero, it came from the party stacking damage together blow after blow until everything finally paid off. Hidamari snaps him in half mid-sentence and shouts that the floor boss took 0 damage, only Wim managed to land a hit. Wim lets out a shaky laugh, totally sure Hidamari's got him pegged as far more useful than he really is as a support mage. He swears he wasn't being difficult, he was desperate to stay out of everyone's way even as they all showed off their unreal talents. With one hand rubbing his neck, he blurts out in disbelief, "Why does she think I'm so great when I'm the biggest failure I can see?" Mary's cheeks burn as she looks away, clinging to the only words she can manage, because her faith in him is rock solid. Greta cuts in at the last second, eyes full of worry, and calls out to the pain coming from across the counter. The waitress leans in and swears she's lived in this city her whole life, and she's never once heard of anyone taking down a floor boss alone. She snaps at Hidamari, demanding she quit her creepy habit of spinning weird stories just to butter up the object she's been stalking. Greta snaps at her for crossing the line, but Hidamari fires back, saying she knows what really happened, because she secretly wiretapped the fight. Tavern keeps roaring around them, but Hidamari's bombshell revelation hangs heavy in the air. Wim glares at his cup, muttering that the real reason they fired him was nothing but a total lack of trust. Hidamari slams her palm onto the table with a brutal thud, and her face contorts with pure irritation. She snaps at Wim, yelling for him to cut the pathetic, wimpy act right now. Whipping around to the counter, she yells for a beer and insults Greta as a cowgirl like it's nothing. Greta snaps that the mage's a disaster with alcohol, but Hidamari barrels in and demands she pour the drink anyway. Wim slumps in uncomfortable silence while Grizzeyes blurts out he'll bring exactly 1 drink, and Wim just nods along. The waitress swoops back in and drops a huge wooden tankard of beer right in front of the pouty girl. Bam. Hidamari immediately stumbles into a drunken rant, preaching cognitive dissonance like it's gospel and dragging out the Foxan Grapes fable. Right as she's about to finish her point, her strength snaps, she face plants on the table and goes down cold. Just seconds later, she jolted upright, demanding another drink, then Greta calmly reminded her she was still stuck on her very first jug. Win snaps that she's had it, and declares they're done for the day. Right before they head out, Mary slips a business card across the table to her friend, just like that. Win snatches it up and reads Nactal, freezing as confusion hits hard. The card flashes a full brown emblem of the strongest A-rank party, untouchable status, and a screening process so strict it turns away anyone who doesn't belong. Wim remembers how Hidamari got snatched up by that elite crew early on and wasted no time carving out her reputation fast. Flashback time, Hidamari is scribbling a note and daring Wim to show up at their party house the very next day. When he asks if he can just show up, she tells him, "Work with us for a bit, earn the experience," and swears she'll back him and vouch for him. Blushing bright with pride, she smirks and claims that, as the 74th sage and a shoo-in for the top brass, setting all of this up is totally effortless for her. Under the night sky, a groggy Hidamari whimpers while Wim hauls her out of the inn, dragging her into the darkness. Win gratefully thanks Greta for the meal, then shifts the sleeping girl on his back to keep her comfortable. Greta asks if he needs a strength buff for the weight, and Wim just cracks up and tells her she's not heavy at all. Hidamari mutters in her sleep about how weak Grantor is, then rubs her cheek against his shoulder like she can't stop thinking about it. Greta dismisses them with a sharp wave, warning Wim to watch his step. The drunk adventurers are still stumbling through the streets at this hour. Wim strides through dim cobblestone streets, his mind spiraling as he fixates on the invitation. He's scared that if he joins just because Hidamari vouches for him, the whole crew of Naclable will instantly think less of him. A flicker of insecurity flashes across his face as he panics. Surely someone at his level would only spell trouble for an elite party like this. His biggest nightmare is that, the moment his inevitable failure finally hits, Hidamari will look at him and hate him for good. Out of the darkness, a glass bottle rockets toward the two of them, flying straight for their faces. The bottle crashes into the ground right by them, detonating into a visual flash that screams a clean 100 impact score. Raucous bursts into mocking laughter from a nearby alleyway, shattering the night's silence in an instant. Wim whips around and finds 2 figures lurking in the shadows, one of them sneering because the thrower totally missed the target. In the alley, one of the drunks throws his head back and swallows the last dark dregs from his bottle. With a satisfied exhale, he leans into his turn, declares himself loud and clear, then shoves the empty bottle straight to his equally drunk buddy. Wim barrels through the heckling, dragging Hidamari past those furious men, while they scream that their thrown bottle just barely missed the mark. The adventurer keeps marching forward, never breaking stride, and one of the men snaps at him in an aggressive tone. The drunk lurches ahead, face burning red, mumbling a tangled, confused sound as he fights to focus through his blurry, messed-up vision. He steps into the light and squares up to Wim on the spot, hurling a slur and forcing the young man to look him in the eye. Squinting at the figure hunched on Wim's back, the man stammers, fighting to figure out exactly who's being carried. Hidamari nodded off, snug on Wim's shoulder, and let out a tiny hiccup that instantly snapped the drunk's attention to her. Recognition snaps across the man's face as he jabs an accusing finger and roars that she's the thief from that day. Wim freezes in confusion, scrunching his face as he keeps saying thief, trying to snap the accusation onto his sleeping friend. They all howl in sync that she snagged every last limited edition Snowball snack right there while they were still stuck waiting in line. Wim gets a quick pang of pity over their petty fight, but privately he's like, calling her a thief just because she shopped, are you kidding me? They shrug off reason and demand instant payback, ordering Wim to wake up, because she has to apologize right now. Wim lets out a heavy sigh, eyes clouded with dread, because he finally realizes there's no talking his way out of this mess. The drunks snap, his silence drives them wild, and they start screaming at him to stop ignoring their demands. One of the men lunges in, snatches Hidamari with a rough grip and blasts, Wim, wake her up right now. A magic crest snaps to life on Wim's chest as he silently fires up his pum-pup-sway-mole, doubling his physical power in an instant. In a streak of motion, Wim snaps out of existence and the man's hand lunges forward, clutching nothing but empty air. Two drunks stumble in the empty street, frozen in shock, spinning their heads in panic, trying to figure out where their target vanished to. Racing through the alleyways, Wim quietly apologizes for Hidamari, clutching the memory of how she'd shared those exact candies with him. In that alley, the aggressive drunk freezes with his mouth hanging open, totally stunned by the speed he just saw. Wim slips away from the confrontation with a shaky excuse, then panics. What if his sudden exit only poured more fuel on their rage? The two men freeze, cold sweat pouring down their backs, and the terrifying truth of what just happened finally starts to hit. Panic flashes in their eyes as it finally clicks. The sleeping girl is the infamous Hidamari of Nactolable. They huddle together, whispering like their lives depend on it, begging the question, could that guy who moves at impossible speed be part of that elite group too? One man's face turns chalk-white as he stares at the ground, and he jolts his partner with, did you see what this did? Deep, jagged gouges tore into the stone pavement as Wim exploded forward, and that brutal kickoff screamed how terrifying his power really was. Blissfully unaware of the terror he sparked, Wim barrels through the city streets toward the clock tower, Mary locked tight on his back. He finally skids to a stop at a safe distance, gasping for breath, and tells himself over and over that those drunks won't come chasing. With a cozy, contented groan, Hidamari sleeps soundly, totally oblivious to the disaster she just kicked off. Paused, Win feels a jolt on his back, panics and checks, Hidamari, wake up, can you walk on your own yet? To see if she's finally sober enough. She refuses to let go. She clamps her arms around his neck, squeezes him close, and murmurs that he can't move just yet, not under any circumstances. Wim's thoughts snap back to that earlier moment when she promised, straight to him, that she'd personally vouch for his spot in her elite party and melt every worry off his mind. Self-doubt claws at him as he wonders, does someone with his low standing even deserve to step into a legendary crew like Nactolable? He stares at the huge chasm between them and realizes it's not just that she's a rare sage, she's also one of the guild's top brass candidates. Guilt crashes down on him as he swears he can't bring even more trouble to the one person who's been nothing but genuinely kind to him. A vivid memory slams back, Hidamari yelling for him to just come with her, bulldozing through all his insecurities with pure, unstoppable emotion. Her hand clenches hard in the fabric on his shoulder, snapping him into the moment, solid proof that her support won't budge. She leans in close, murmurs that his future is limitless, and swears that once he finally stands beside Nactolable, he'll see his true worth for the first time. With a gentle but unshakable voice, she orders Wim to stop strangling his own dreams, then finally live his life exactly the way he wants. The image of her smiling face crashes into his thoughts, flooding him with warmth and that pure, unconditional trust he's been starving for far too long. Wim stammers out a heartfelt thank you, her voice shaking with gratitude that she found him when he was sinking in the deepest darkness of his despair. With fresh determination burning in his chest, he tells her, "If I'm going to live free, then you've got to live free too, do it your way." Barely clinging to reality, he awkwardly blurts that she's awake and sober now, so she should probably slide off him. Mary shuts him down with a single word, then buries her face deeper in his coat to hide the heat rising in her cheeks. When he demands a reason, she mumbles that his back feels perfect, and then flat out says she has zero plans to move. She murmurs that he's warm, that his broad back is solid under her hands, and for one breath, safety and peace slam into her chest, and she refuses to let it slip away. Her voice sinks into a tender plea, begging him to let her stay like this just a little longer. Blazing red with embarrassment at their sudden closeness, Wim sputters his agreement, then decides to carry her for as long as she needs. Stepping into the quiet night, Wim silently swore he'd bury his past for good and give everything he had starting tomorrow. The emblem of Nacht Lebel doesn't just sit there, it roars with pride, claiming the title of the land's biggest rank party, packed with 100+ elite fighters. A towering mansion claws at the sky, and inside it rages the party of a guild that's already wiped out 30% of all known floor bosses. A stone-faced guard in heavy armor grips the iron gates, his eyes darting across the grounds like he's hunting trouble before it even shows up. Wim paces back and forth in front of the entrance, nerves snapping in every step as his anxiety practically rolls off him in waves while the guard just watches. Sweat drenches Wim's face as he stalls, crushed by self-doubt, wondering if he even has the right to stand in a place this prestigious. The guard squints hard at the twitchy stranger, and the second he sees that jittery pacing, he's already decided this young man is suspicious. Deciding it's time to act, the guard strides up to the shaking wreck and barks what he's doing with the guild. Wim jolts back in pure fright as the confrontation hits, then blurts out a messy, stuttering explanation for why he's even there. Panic detonates full force and Wim blunders, letting his creepy signature laugh rip straight in the guard's face. The guard snaps back in panic, thinking that jolt and strange noise are a sudden attack, like you're about to reach for a weapon. Desperate to calm things down, Wim digs out the business card Mary handed him and thrusts it forward, hands shaking like crazy. The guard's face twists into total shock as he reads the card, and in that instant he realizes the suspicious boy isn't a threat at all, he's her friend. Wim snaps his eyes wide, thrown off by the guard's chilling stress on the word her, like something sinister is hiding in it. Mary rockets onto the scene wearing a blazing smile, waving Wim into the Nacht Lebel headquarters. Wim bursts inside and lets out a breathy gasp, his eyes flying wide at the lavish interior hall and that sparkling fountain blinding him with its glow. Mary gestures at the huge training hall and the packed cafeteria, and Wim can't help but gawk. This doesn't feel like a party house at all, it feels like a royal mansion. He mumbles an apology under his breath and slips through the grand corridors, shrinking smaller with every step in that towering, intimidating place. Abel the guard finally drops his earlier hostility, apologizes, then bluntly snaps that Wim looks nothing like the person he was told to expect. Abel stared at the size of it, then snapped with disbelief, because the description he'd been given sounded nothing like the real thing. Red-faced and trembling, Mary yells for the Abel to shut up, while the guard insists she really described Wim as a bold, masculine gentleman. With her pride on the line, Mary yanks Wim from the guard's sight and barrels him down the hallway, desperate to bury her embarrassment before anyone notices. They burst into the main gathering hall, chaos, energy, and top-tier adventurers everywhere, arguing plans, trading intel, and gearing up for quests. Marie halts in front of the seated figure and with crisp formality announces she's brought the recruit, just like she promised. A razor-sharp stare pins Wim the moment she spots him, long, sleek hair flowing as the woman calmly acknowledges his arrival with ice-cold composure. Wim freezes in stunned silence, instantly realizing the raw, powerful aura pouring off the woman in front of him. He snaps to attention, realizing he's face-to-face with Camilla the Silver Hair, the legendary leader of Nacht Lebel. Camilla sizes him up with a sharp, judgmental stare, then snaps that he's way smaller than the warrior she thought she'd be facing. She bursts into a big, teasing laugh, prodding him with that wild rumor that he's some handsome, masculine hero, while Hydemary is losing it in the background, panicking like crazy. A hulking, armored gauntlet lunges toward him, offering a handshake that feels like it could crush the world beneath her insane strength. Nervous as hell, Wim grabs her hand, introduces himself as a former member of Dragon's Wings, and then, right there, steps into his brand new life for real. Camilla flashes a real smile of respect, realizing the new recruit's small frame hides a grip strength that's way stronger than anyone expects. She warmly invites him into Nactable, then lets it slip that Hydemary already spilled every detail about what he can do. Wim blurts out with shaky stammers that his mana is low and that he only did chores, so Camilla snaps, "Then what's your actual role in your old party?" He breaks it down plain and simple. His job was just the non-fighting stuff, scouting for enemies and handling the day-to-day office duties. When he tries to say he got fired, Mary's panic explodes. She shuts him down hard to stop him from spilling any unnecessary bad details. Camilla tunes out their bickering and calmly hands out rearguard duty to the women for their next scouting dive. Shock slams into Wim as he stutters, staring in disbelief like, "Wait, you're really sending us into the labyrinth right now?" Camilla strides off, saying straight up that real practice beats everything, while Wim is left reeling, trying to make sense of the sudden command. Panic spikes in his chest as he blurts, "It's way too soon," because he's never once raided with a crowd that huge before. Hydemary spins around with a dazzling grin and tells him with total confidence that everything's going to be perfectly fine. Wim's eyes go wide with pure terror, and her optimism doesn't stand a chance against the danger anymore. The story plunges into the labyrinth's heart, cold, stone-walled corridors stretching deep inside pure danger. The whole Nacht Libel Guild huddles in silence around a glowing stone pillar sitting right at the heart of the chamber. Ancient runes flare to life on the structure as the magical device charges up for its teleportation activation. A blinding column of light blasts from the pillar and you can feel it. Teleportation is fully charged and ready to go. This device is a teleportation circle, an absolute must-have, locked to certain levels, and it's what lets adventurers slip through the maze like pros. Beat the floor boss and these circles light up, then your party can skip a bunch of floors in a blink using special shortcut routes. The massive party kicks off their march, and their armored footsteps thunder across the icy stone floor. Wim freezes in total confusion when Hydemary suddenly slams the brakes and stops walking right in front of him. The other guild members freeze mid-step and whip their heads back, feeling the whole mood snap as the procession grinds to a stop. A battle-scarred veteran stares ahead with a grim face, teeth clenched, waiting for the leaders to finally break the deadlock. Hydemary stands there, stone-faced and silent, ready to unleash a security protocol that only kicks in for people who aren't members. Wim, thrown off by the abrupt halt, blurts to his friend, "What's going on? Why did everyone just freeze?" She shoves a thick cloth into his hands, then shoots him a quick, apologetic look and begs him to wear a blindfold for just a little while. Hydemary snaps that, since he's basically an outsider, he's not allowed anywhere near the guild's secret teleportation line. Ties the blindfold on without a single complaint, fully admitting that keeping valuable intel protected is just too perfect an advantage. Blinded by total darkness, he hangs there and waits, until Hydemary finally snaps and he reaches out to grab her. Wim clamps his grip on her hands, and she leads him through the pitch-black dark. Silence crashes down as they cling hand in hand, and the whole party just stares at the spectacle unfold. Hydemary blushes scarlet and squeals in his head, absolutely buzzing because he's actually got the nerve to hold her hand in public. Wim flails his hands in total panic, blurting that he should grab her shoulder instead, because he can't see a thing. He pleads with Mary to stop teasing him, totally clueless that she's secretly loving every second of holding his hand. Tugged along by his friend, the blindfolded mage keeps pace with the party as they sprint from one secret teleport circle to the next, rocketing forward. The crew finally reaches the terrifying, towering architecture of the 97th floor, swallowed deep inside that endless labyrinth. Wim can't believe her eyes. An A-rank party moves like a machine, and somehow they blast down to that deep floor in no time. His pulse starts racing with raw anxiety as he talks himself into believing he's totally worthless and has nothing to give. Shut up and take that Nacht Libel. He can't shake the fear that all he's doing, just copying other people, will drag this whole massive, capable team to a crawl. Murray whips his gaze back to that mumbling recruit and it clicks. His caution isn't random, it's because this is the recruit's first time with them. She refuses to get annoyed, then breaks into a little smile and realizes something big. Staying cautious is actually a superpower for an adventurer. Wim lets out a sharp yelp when he bumps into something out of nowhere, only to snap his head around and see Camilla right there, looming behind him. The silver-haired leader leans in with a calm smile and tells the young boy in a gentle voice to stop clenching so hard. She reminds him he already smashed this floor's boss with his last beer-fueled party, so he's got nothing to fear. Camilla tells him to just do what he can because today's main mission is simple: map the area. Her kindness hits him out of nowhere and Wim's throat tightens, tears sting at the corners of his eyes as he lets out a shaky, barely there acknowledgement. Camilla squeezes his nerves one last time and tells him Nacht Libel is packed with good people. Then, finally, the tension in his chest lets go. Wim's face flips from pure worry to cold focus as he starts scanning every corner for anything out of place. A sudden anomaly jolts his senses and he freezes on the spot, staring up at the dungeon walls in pure alarm. He freezes before saying a word, mumbles to Hidamari that he might have caught something, but his fear screams it could all be in his head. Caught between reporting it or staying silent, he can't shake the feeling that that strange sound is a warning, like an omen pointing to a trap lurking nearby. He decides it's better to be cautious than regret it, so he widens his magical search range and hunts down the gut feeling that something's seriously off. He shoots his hand forward, pours mana into it, and blasts a specialized detection spell straight into the dark. A blazing magic circle ignites in the air above his palm as he hits his search ability, sweeping the area like a hunter with one blink. The spell lights up the corridor ahead, exposing the dungeon's hidden structures and long-buried secrets right on his magical sight. His eyes snap wide with shock as the scan proves him right, showing a definite threat just waiting to strike. He repeats the standing order in his head: if he spots anything at all, he has to report it right away to Camilla through transmission magic. Stealing his resolve, he snaps to attention, accepts the order, and gears up to warn the leader about the danger that's about to hit. The party keeps climbing that towering staircase, and they have no clue the shadows just lit a trap with a hidden mechanism. Wim breaks formation, strides up to Camilla, and politely calls her over, asking for just a moment of her time. Camilla tilted her head, clocked him as Wim boy, and just waited there for his report. He declares, dead accurate, that a rockfall trap is set to snap on the upper left side, exactly 45 meters away. Camilla scrutinizes the report like it's a lie, her sharp gaze cutting straight through the tension in the room. Wim clenches his teeth, refuses to budge, and figures, like it's basically fate, that a delayed activation trap is coming with a 90% certainty. With a casual flick of her hand, Camilla waves him off and orders him to broadcast his findings on the public channel next time. Wim gulps, terror crashing in as the idea of talking to the entire massive party at once hits her. He clenched his courage, slammed the transmission magic on, and blasted his voice out so it echoed to every single member. He fires off a jaw-dropping report that nails the rockfall down to the last detail: its exact mass, its shape, and where it's about to hit. A wave of confusion crashes over the vanguard, and the seasoned warriors snap into shocked silence at the sudden announcement. Whispers of doubt ripped through the ranks, and Wim's courage crumbled as panic hit, wondering if he just made a terrible mistake. While Wim sweats bullets, Hidamari smirks with pride, and Camilla stays cool as she directs her tank straight at the threat. Abel steps forward without a second thought and declares, loud and clear, that he'll handle the trap himself. The armored warrior charges straight into the danger zone, lifting his massive shield like a wall the moment trouble hits. He braces himself on the trigger point, and the moment the mechanism clicks, power surges beneath his boots. A giant stone pillar crashes out of the darkness above, roaring down like it's determined to smash the defender into paste. With a thunderous crash, Abel snaps the falling monolith onto his shield and kills its momentum stone cold. Unscathed and stone cold, Abel shouts that the trap's finally cleared as dust swirls and fades around him. Camilla nods with approval as the defense lands perfectly, and the rest of the party just freezes in stunned silence. The adventurer's voice cracked with disbelief as they realize the trap lined up with Wim's description, down to the tiniest detail. They trade stunned looks because they've never seen a scout map a trap's shape and then actually hold back and wait before it springs. Speculation runs wild. Did that god-level precision in Dragon's wings just become the secret power everyone's been chasing? As Hyde flashes a Cheshire Cat grin, some frantic whim twists the silence into a nightmare, thinking, "I'm in trouble, I'm in trouble." Hyde grins and declares that Whim's normal is the real deal, then he promises he'll prove it wasn't just dumb luck. With the fighting finally paused, the party members slump in stunned silence as Camilla locks eyes on the horizon, lost in deep thought over the shocking revelation. She jolts to the truth: Whim is throwing high-level detection magic around like it's as effortless as breathing. Her thoughts spiral back to Dragon's Wings, the party that shot up to rank like it was on a rocket and beat the clock in record time. Confusion claws at her as she can't believe someone with skills so broken they rewrite the rules was kept in the shadows, and then kicked out. Whim's voice slices through the silence over the transmission, demanding attention one more time. He spots the humidity spiking sky-high, and then realizes the low-level winged bugs are missing like they vanished on purpose. The veterans lean in, hanging on every word as he insists those harsh environmental shifts mean one thing: an absolute predator is lurking nearby. Whim realizes in horror that they've stumbled, without meaning to, straight into the hunting grounds of a giant, merciless monster. He spots the threat for what it is, the great tortoise, Zeratin, and before it can strike, he hammers out a quick detour to slip right past it. Camilla squints, demanding confirmation. She wants to be 100% sure his report about the monster's territory is solid. Whim locks eyes with her, his nerves buzzing, and tells her he's a full 90% sure he nailed the assessment. Camilla lets out a sharp sigh and snaps that he needs to use the public transmission for high-probability threats, like she can't stand the way he's hesitating. Whim drops his head in shame, stammers out a hushed apology, convinced he's somehow pushed the leader to anger. Panic spirals through his mind as he starts blaming himself for making yet another deadly mistake. Camilla snaps an order and demands he hand the search duties to Simon, then march him straight up to the front lines. Whim's stomach drops. He reads the order as a straight-up punishment and instantly assumes he's been fired from his role. Camilla steps in front of everyone, locks eyes with the group, and declares they're not taking a detour, they're going after the great tortoise. She snaps her sharp gaze back to the recruit and demands to see what he's got right there in real combat as a grand tour. Terrified, Whim realizes one brutal truth: if he fails right here, he's got no place left in this world to run to. He crushes his fear, tightens his fists, and swears he'll do his absolute best to be truly useful. Camilla snaps her attention to the front and fires off a ruthless demand for an enemy status report from the other scout. Simon snaps his detection magic into focus, then grins and reports, "The target is dead asleep just 200 meters ahead." The leader snaps off rapid-fire commands, sending the capable fighters to take the vanguard and ordering Hyde to get her spells ready. The elite of Nacht level roar their approval together, firing up in perfect sync as battle looms. Camilla jabs a finger at Whim and hands him the make-or-break job, back able with his buffs, no exceptions. Whim blurts out a shaky yes, forcing his courage up as he braces for the fight that's about to decide his whole future. Whim snaps his eyes shut, chants his personal mantra, and disappears into seclusion, quietly helping others without ever stealing the spotlight. He finally realizes the whole point was simple: find a way to help people quietly from the shadows. A piercing stare cuts through his thoughts, and he realizes reality has veered wildly off the path he'd imagined. A colossal tortoise smashes down on the scattered debris out in the distance, and Whim stands there, frozen stiff, staring that beast down. Hyde shoves him into motion, urging them to strike hard while the monster's busy gorging on its meal. With eyes on him from every angle, she's basically telling him this is his shot: prove to the guild exactly what he's worth. Camilla and the elite crew of Nacht level glare at the pair, like they're sizing them up with ruthless, unblinking judgment. Wind jerks with a start under their sweeping stares, dread crashing in as the weight of performing for that legendary party bears down on them. His heart slams against his ribs as he vows to fix his earlier blunder and stop any more trouble from exploding. Drowning in self-doubt over his own talking skills, he almost misses Hyde yelling his nickname right at him. Hyde finally yanks him out of that self-pity spiral by screaming his name inches from his ear. She grins at him with fearless confidence and demands his usual support buff so her ice spear can hit harder. Whim freezes, staring at her back as she hoists that massive weapon, still reeling from how casually she demands the usual. Nostalgia crashes over him the moment he remembers their duo dives, and he realizes this same familiar rhythm is exactly what his heart's been craving. A real smile bursts across his face as the crushing weight of everything finally slips off his shoulders. Pumping his fists with fresh fire, he grabs Hyde Mary's attention and blurts out that he's ready to fight. Hyde Mary's unique magical device hums to life as mechanical parts snap and lock into place, ready to unleash its power. She plants a fearless stance, grips her weapon tight, and declares it's time to light up the guild with her real power. Whim immediately clocked the changes in her gear, then froze, amazed as she tripled the density while shrinking it down. He flashes a grin of pure admiration, thinking, "Yep, this is exactly the kind of brilliant engineering I expect from her." Hidamari kicks off the generation sequence, eyes blazing with pure thrill as she launches the spell. Mana starts gathering in the air, shimmering with raw, crackling power as the magic finally takes shape. Zeratin, the mighty tortoise, abruptly halts its meal, cranes that huge head around and finally spots the danger. A thick, crushing silence smothers the battlefield as the colossal monster fixes its unblinking gaze on the two tiny adventurers. High above, a colossal spear of solid ice slams into existence with a thunderous crack, then it hangs in the air, poised to come crashing down. A colossal projectile hangs over the ruined battlefield, swallowing the stone pillars in its shadow and crushing the adventurers beneath it. Whim tilts his head in shock, realizing that any normal mage would be totally stumped by the massive, mind-bending scale of this magic. Hidemarie lets out a confident laugh, flashing powers that blow past every modern magical rule people swear by. An infographic spills the truth. Sorcerers and priests get stuck with specific magic types, but sages shatter the rules and do whatever they want. It basically says Hidemary's sage class is the ultimate powerhouse, because once she's in it, she can wield every kind of magic that exists. Hidamari leans in and tells Whim, sages don't just know magic, they can build its very foundation, the core units, from nothing, and that's how brand new spells are forged from scratch. With a grand, dramatic flourish, she officially approves the grant Whim Strauss gives. Whim grins at his friend, reaches out, and taps that connection to kick off the enchantment process. Whim pours his mana into the air and hurls those solid, frozen enchantments straight onto the glowing magic circle. The glowing magic circle swells, snaps into place, and locks onto the giant icy structure floating high over the ruins. Hidemarie jolts in shock. He did buff her at all. He poured his strengthening magic straight into the spell's very core. That giant ice projectile suddenly morphs the moment the enchantment kicks in. Its shape snaps into a razor-sharp nightmare weapon. Hidemarie roars the order to fire as the colossal tortoise lumbers right up, dangerously close to them. With a deafening roar, that massive ice spear rockets forward, aiming straight to smash into the monster charging toward them. It rockets through the air at jaw-dropping speed, so fast it turns into a streak of light ripping straight through the atmosphere. With a deafening boom, the impact detonates into total chaos, blasting ice shards and wreckage screaming in every direction. Nact Libel, Camilla included, erupts into pure, terrified screams as the shockwave rips straight toward them. The impact hits like a thunderclap, sending the giant beast skyward, then crashing it hard into the ruin walls. Adventurers throw their hands up to cover their faces and hunker down as gale-force winds tear through the air from the impact. The great tortoise gets wiped out, its shell shatters and its body is skewered clean through by the brutal, enchanted ice spikes. Shaking with cold, Whim blurts out an apology to cover Mary up, then spirals. What if he pushed the magic output way too high by mistake? Hidemarie grins and tells him it was flawless, then makes it clear he's already proved his chops to the whole party. She whips around to the leader with a proud grin and shoots Camilla a question. What does she really think of Whim's insanely awesome performance? A sharp crack slices through the air from the leader's direction, and everyone's eyes snap to her armor. Camilla stares down at her shoulder pauldron, her expression stone cold as she studies the brutal new damage. Whim catches a crack in her precious armor and immediately freaks out, terrified that he's screwed up again somehow. Camilla snaps a serious call at Vimboy and he jolts like he got caught, stammering in pure terror. She shrugs off the damage, locks eyes with him and barks orders to buff the shield unit, because a wyvern attack is about to crash in. She turns her back on him, then demands, straight up, that he finally show his defensive enchantment working hands-on. Wimbo's nerves spike and he blurts, "I get it," shouting his understanding like a lifeline because for once he's still got a role to play. Hidamari clocked the whole interaction with a smug, cat-like grin and knew for sure Camilla was into what she saw. Wim clenches his fist with pure resolve, convinced this is his second shot at life, and he vows to give it everything he's got. Hidamari lets out a heavy sigh over his own thick-headedness, basically admitting, at this point, that not reading the room feels less like a flaw and more like a full-blown illness. The other party huddles and whispers in disbelief at how fast that spear really moves, so fast it's almost invisible, and Hidamari just smirks, finally knowing they've caught on to his true worth. Two battle-worn veterans lock eyes on the pair, sweat pouring off their faces as dread floods in at the sheer, terrifying power of that brand-new Grand Tour. Hidamari swivels toward her friend with a suspicious glare, and Wim panics so hard he blurts that he said nothing, absolutely nothing. A towering armored warrior strides forward with a respectful smile and introduces himself as Abel, the squad leader. Wim's jaw drops as he stares. How is this kid the same age as him and yet already bossing an entire unit? Abel tilts his head baffled as he waits for the frozen recruit to finally answer his greeting. Panic crashes into Wim's mind the moment he realizes he has zero idea what to say to a stranger. Right as Abel leans in to ask if he's okay, Kane can only blurt out a frantic mess of incoherent panic noises. Wim spirals into pure self-hatred, convinced that his awkward silence is making him look completely disgusting to the leader. A brutal wave of rejection crashes through his mind, and he's convinced Abel is going to turn on him just like everyone else. To his surprise, Abel bursts into a dazzling, blinding smile and softly tells the nervous mage to just breathe and relax. Wim's cheeks burn bright red as a warm, fuzzy glow spreads through his chest, because that unexpected kindness hits him like a kindness bomb. Abel dives into defensive buffs, and Wim sheepishly admits he's still basically a beginner with them. What? Another party member blurts out that Grand Tours are insanely rare in NACT, because that job is so unpopular hardly anyone even wants it. Wim tells him plain his magic doesn't move unless the target's mind is locked in and the spell won't fire until they openly say out loud, "I approve." It explains that the buffs crank up your physical stats, strength and speed, and even sharpen your weapons. Right as he's about to explain that the target must want it, a harsh, stern voice cuts in out of nowhere and shuts the whole conversation down. A hulking, scar-covered giant pushes into the light and growls, straight to the point, that he hates getting buffs. Wim's eyes go wide with sheer terror. He's totally blindsided by the instant rejection. Mark steps forward and says, "I'm Mark," then pushes for more details, throwing in a quick apology in case his bluntness ever landed the wrong way. Mark breaks it down. Buffs don't just boost you, they mess with how your whole body feels, and then he confesses about a brutal run-in with a Grand Tour that still haunts him. He remembers the last mage who dumped attributes carelessly, then watched himself lose control of his own body in the middle of the fight. Wim quickly leans in and swears the buffs are only beginner level, so they won't steal his control or mess up his body. He says he weaves together a bunch of simple tricks into a complex combo, but Mark's face keeps tightening like it's only getting worse. Wim recoils when the veteran locks eyes with him, a ferocious, terrifying stare practically daring him to flinch first. Mark bares his teeth and snaps that he wants to know, does Wim really think he's an amateur just for asking one question? Tara's presence hits Wim as he tries to tell himself he really pulled it off. Somehow, he managed to push that terrifying veteran into pure, boiling anger. Mark makes it crystal clear he's not mad at all, he just wants the details so he can learn. Win finally gets it. Mark's terrifying questions aren't some attack at all, they're just the non-stop nitpicking of a naked liberal elite. He swears his senses won't shift a single bit, yet Mark presses him, asking if he's 100% sure. Mark lunges in with a vicious "ha," and the poor mage's panic explodes all over again. A tense silence slams down as Wim wrestles with that terrifying sound spilling out from the veteran, trying to figure out what it even means. Confusion surges through the shield unit as they challenge Wim's claim that his buff changes absolutely nothing about how it feels. Wim asks for permission to lay out his method, and he swears that the real secret is this: no sensory disruption at all. Mark stammered out a hesitant yes, looking completely unready for a lecture, yet he still chose to listen. A bright grin bursts across Wim's face the moment he realizes this is the very first time anyone has ever truly asked him to explain himself. He kicks off a fiery lecture, breaking down the rusting method versus the casting method of application magic. Wim points out that every adventurer's body and strength are different, so a one-size-fits-all buff is doomed from the start. He warns that careless magical enhancements can literally snap a user's bones, and Mark erupts in agreement, shouting right along with him. Mark stares in awe at the recruits, and with a proud smile he praises Nact Lebel's elite standards for turning them into real experts. Wim barrels through another rapid-fire rant, blasting complex magical theory so fast it whizzes clean past everyone's brains. Wim suddenly realizes he's been rambling, snaps his own sentence shut, and shoots out a sheepish grin as he blurts an apology. Mark waves the apology away, but you can tell he's still stunned by how much information just hit him at once. Wim leans in and says he fuses 7 defense enchantments and 25 sensory enchantments into one single, perfectly balanced spell. Mark throws his hands up and howls, begging him to stop. Those technical details are crushing him. The whole squad freezes in stunned silence, locked onto that tiny mage who just casually tossed a thesis at them like it was nothing. Wim recoils in pure fear, convinced his way too hyped explanation has blown everything up again. Mark finally snaps back to his senses and blurts, stunned, whether Wim is seriously saying he can crank out dozens of enhancements all at once. Wim quietly admits he has no choice. He's got to shred and cast the magic with razor precision because his mana is painfully low. Mark leans in close, double-checking. He needs proof his senses will feel exactly the same as always. Wim nods hard, saying the only change Mark will feel is that his body is finally firing on all cylinders, better than ever. With eyes squeezed shut in pure resolve, Mark presses his hand to his chest and declares loud and clear that he approves the grant. The other squad members stare at him like he's lost his mind, demanding, "Are you sure you want to trust this newcomer?" Mark flashes a huge grin and bluntly says Wim's massive knowledge is all the proof he needs that he's got the chops. Wim stands there stunned, his heart pounding as the truth hits him. Someone finally trusts him. Tears sting at the corners of his eyes as he swears he'll give everything he's got to repay that trust. A blazing, glowing magic circle snaps into existence around Mark's torso as Wim launches the spell. The old tank jolts and gasps, eyes going wide as the enchantment and magic finally sink into his body. Mark scratches his chin, deep in thought, humming under his breath as he studies every subtle shift in his body. Mark and Abel face off across the stone training hall, ready to put the new enhancement magic through its paces. With a sudden surge of speed, Mark crashes a heavy punch into Abel's shield, testing just how much stronger he's become. Two warriors slam into each other with insane intensity, their armored bodies moving with a smooth, lightning-fast rhythm that makes the whole fight feel unreal. Wim stands on the sidelines, wringing his hands so hard they almost scream, and nervously blurts out how magic feels, like he's afraid to find out. Mark whips around with a stone-cold serious look and tells him, straight-faced, that no words are needed to say it. He leans in, eyes wide, and admits he can move his body even better than he ever could in his physical prime. Abel nods like she can't believe her luck, stunned that her body feels weightless, like it's a prank, like it can't possibly be real. Wim exhales in relief, clutching his chest like he escaped a near disaster. Thank God I didn't hurt them by accident. The other shield knights surged in at once, surrounding the Grand Tour and barking for him to speed up and buff them too. Win flashes a radiant, real smile and joyfully nods, "Count me in," as she steps up to bolster the rest of the squad. The story cuts to the dungeon's endless floor, towering pillars stretching as the main force gathers in the open. Wim suddenly starts to shake, his senses getting crushed by a brutal, hostile presence lurking right beside him. Why, he mutters the enemy's here, and his instincts go berserk, warning him that something huge just rolled in. A teammate spots his shaking and demands if he's okay, but Wim snaps back that something massive is about to hit. Camilla snaps awake to the threat, screams for everyone to get ready, because battle is about to explode right now. Wim clenches his collar with a tougher grip, and his expression hardens into sheer, no-nonsense determination. From the darkness above, a horrifying winged demon drops in, its skull-shaped head packed with too many eyes, staring like it's hunting you. That creature's cluster of eyes jerks wildly as it rips out a gut-deep, terrifying growl. It hangs in the dungeon's towering arch, shrieking as it dives straight for the adventurers who refuse to back down. Energy surges into the monster's maw as it coils to unleash a devastating breath attack. The shield unit charges forward in a tight wall, bellowing a war cry as they lock in, ready to get crushed or crush back. The demon snaps its jaws and unleashes a colossal fireball of magic, launching it straight at the defensive line. A raging fireball detonates against the magically reinforced shields, blasting the vanguard into a wall of blinding white light. Everyone is stunned. The strike doesn't just stop, it gets ripped back and violently hurled straight at the caster. The demon shrieks in agony as its own fireball detonates in midair, blasting it down and slamming it hard into the ground. Spectators stare in shock, screaming that the shield unit just pulled off a mind-blowing high-level reflection maneuver. Behind his shield, Mark just freezes, staring straight ahead as sweat screams down his face in pure, stunned disbelief. He whips around to his squadmates, voice shaking as he demands, "Tell me, did we really just pull off a reflection?" The other knights blurted out that it was their very first time, then they stared at it like, "Wait, is this a miracle?" Mark freezes with a twisted grin, staring into the distance like he can't possibly accept that one simple buff just made something this insane happen. Camilla blasts out the command to fire, screaming at the long-range units to unleash their attack right now. Arrow after arrow and a storm of magic spells crash down on the wyvern, exploding into a dazzling, ruthless fight scene. A mage slams his incantation for Jupiter's spear, and with one thunderous lightning bolt, he blasts the beast out of the sky. When the smoke finally drifts away, Guji stands there, untouched, unshaken, then he roars a mocking growl like he's laughing at you. Camilla stares at the failure with ice-cold focus, registering with a sharp, analytical stare that their attacks didn't even leave a dent. She spots that wild, unique gleam in its eyes, then realizes the anti-magic coating is guarding every single scale. The leader snaps to the harsh truth: this isn't just any wyvern, it's a rare subspecies that shrugs off standard magic like it's nothing. Wim stands frozen, watching in silence, completely lost on how to fight something this unbreakable. Camilla shoots her hand up and commands the whole party to slam the brakes, stand back, and clear the area. She flashes a confident smirk and announces, like it's destiny, that the spotlight is finally hers. Her cape snaps in the wind as she strides forward, blasting an earth-shaking aura of pure power. Marie grins at Camilla, then confidently hands the rest of the battle over to her capable hands. Camilla's thoughts whip back to that wild reflection maneuver the shield unit pulled off earlier. She's blown away that 5 different people pull off that brutal skill in flawless sync, like they're one mind moving as one. A spark of intense curiosity ignites in her the moment she realizes Wim's magic still has untapped power waiting to explode. She can't stop wondering what kind of monster she'd turn into if that same buff slammed into her body instead. The rush of the unknown lights up her smile as she pictures herself shattering her own physical limits. She whips around and yells, "Vim boy," at the rookie, snapping his attention in seconds. Wim darts over, visibly on edge, and asks if she wants him to slap a buff on her before the fight. Camilla demands he unleash every offensive buff he's got in his entire arsenal, no exceptions. Wim weighs the danger and bluntly tells everyone, a 3 times jump is the highest safe limit. Camilla narrows her eyes and fires off an accusation. She says he's playing it safe, then dares him to push even further. Win's mind goes into full panic, screaming that if she pushes her boost too far, it'll tear her body apart. Camilla smirks at the warning, raises both hands, and orders a brutal 10-fold surge in power. Wim's thoughts spiral as her inner voice screams because she can't even process the madness of what she's being asked to do. He tries to warn her that that kind of boost is straight-up suicidal, but she shuts him down and refuses to hear a word of reason. Sweat streams down his face as he finally gets it. The leader is deadly serious about this reckless demand. He humbly admits it might be possible, and that tiny, theoretically, seals his fate for good. Mary flashes a sadistic grin and taunts that she can't wait to see how everything turns out. Wim stood there shaking in front of the leader, trapped into casting the deadliest buff of his life. Wim locks in, fires up his magic, his hand blazing with light as he kicks off a dangerous, intricate spell sequence. A glowing digital grid rips across Camilla's silhouette, then the spell, *Analyze, sweeps her whole physical form in an instant. Wim can't stop staring at her own anatomy, wondering if she's even human, all while marveling at that insane muscle and bone density. His mind spins at lightning speed, mapping every fulcrum and center of gravity so the magical boost hits harder and smarter. He locks in a plan built for maximum efficiency and lowest risk. Then he casts and bows, driving the power deeper, down to the tiniest parts of her body. The spell, Enchant crashes down on Camilla, and her eyes blow wide as overwhelming power surges straight through her veins. A confident smirk snaps onto the leader's face as she feels that overwhelming power surge through her enhanced form. She yanks out her massive blade, squares up to the beast, and screams the name of her weapon, the Great Executioner ***. Camilla stands stone still amid the wreckage, dust swirling around her, and glares down the horrific wyvern like it has nothing on her. She rockets forward at full speed, driving straight into the flying monster with her blade cocked for a devastating strike. Her eyes lock in with razor focus as she triggers her signature multiplication skill, turning one strike into a whole amplified barrage. A colossal burst of pure energy rockets out of her sword, and with one thunderous slash it tears through the air like it's splitting the sky wide open. A pack of adventurers stands there, completely frozen, with their eyes locked on the explosive spectacle about to blow their minds. They lean in, wide-eyed with awe, as the legendary Executioner's sword explodes into its real power right in front of them for the very first time. Seasoned veterans stare in disbelief, because they've never once seen her multiplication skill balloon to that kind of size before. Camilla taunts the gigantic wyvern, sneering that it's just a little bird, as she raises herself to unleash the final judgment. The crowd freezes in horror, struggling to wrap their minds around the chaos she's about to unleash. Her blade crashes into the beast's skull with a thunderous roar, and the whole dungeon bucks like it just got hit too. Wim and the shield unit freeze in place, jaws drop to the floor, stunned into silence by that one-hit kill. Camilla shuts her eyes and exhales hard, a wave of exhilaration blazing across her face as she soaks up the afterglow of the fight. She lets out a breathless laugh, riding a wave of adrenaline from the enhanced combat that leaves her buzzing with pure euphoria. The silence shatters as the whole party explodes into cheers, hoisting their weapons high to celebrate their leader's hard-earned victory. Wim lunges forward in full panic, blurting out, "Do you feel any pain or any weird discord in your body?" Camilla leans in and drops her gaze on the worried boy, and the moment she sees his concern, her face softens. She snatches his hands, grins wide, and tells him his buff is unreal, then insists her body feels completely fine. Wim drops a huge sigh of relief, admitting he was terrified the whole time because those side effects had a 5% chance of showing up. Camilla tilts her head baffled and fires back, "Seriously, you're this worked up over just a 5% risk?" She just stares at him, dead quiet, as he warns that if things go bad, that buff could rip clean through his muscle. Wim swears muscle tears hurt like hell, but Camilla just stares at him like he's cracking up over some tiny paper cut. He keeps grilling her about bodily discord, totally missing the point that she brushes those injuries off like nothing. Camilla snaps her head back out of nowhere and erupts into this loud, unstoppable laughter at how ridiculous he is. She leans down over the baffled recruit, flashes him a grin so wide it could split the sky, and decides on the spot that Wim Strauss is an insanely interesting man. She combs through his resume and hits the truth. His maze-like knowledge, razor-sharp search skills, and top-tier Grand Tour know-how are all absolutely first class. She stares at him with predatory hunger, telling herself she doesn't care about his past, because she wants him for that naked lie. Wim freezes in confusion while she keeps laughing like a maniac, and he can't even figure out why she's losing it like this. He starts sweating like crazy, panicking over whether his buff's weird side effect has somehow scrambled her brain. Under the pale moonlight, the Nacht Libel party house looms high, ready to turn tonight's celebration up to maximum chaos. Frothy mugs slam together with thunderous force while the guild members yell out a boisterous toast to ignite the festivities. The guildmaster bursts in to say the labyrinth dive was a massive win, new map progress everywhere, and a fresh gold vein found, and then basically tells everyone, "Now feast." The hall explodes into pure chaos, people are shouting, cheering wildly, and it all turns into one loud, joyful blur. Monica, the mage, lights up with pure excitement and tells Wim she's absolutely blown away by his performance, calling it nothing short of amazing. She leans in, grilling him for the exact enchantment on Marie's spear, convinced only someone with serious wizard-level know-how could pull that off. Wim finally admits, cheeks burning, that he once dreamed of becoming a mage, so he soaked up every bit of that magic knowledge before pushing it even further. Monica bursts into hearty laughter, realizing the theory behind his technique is way more complicated than he lets on. Vim retreats into his own head, panicking over how to talk to someone he barely knows and spiraling on what he should do next. A voice suddenly yells Vimson from under the table, snapping him out of his spiraling thoughts like a sudden punch. Bettina bursts in and introduces herself as part of the search and rescue crew, then brings her fearless leader, Simon, right along with her. Vim is totally thunderstruck as he realizes he's standing right in front of Simon San, the legendary commander of the search and rescue unit. With awe flooding his chest, Vim blurts that he's read every one of Simon's books and all his articles. Simon starts gushing over the trap he's cooking up, but Bettina snaps at him on the spot for blabbing about studies at the banquet. A giant, loudmouth brute barrels in mid-scolding, cracks up with booming laughter and shouts at them to forget it and go grab a drink instead. Bettina whips her annoyance straight at Markson and snaps that he always downs way too much to drink. Mark shrugs it off, then shoves a drink toward the tiny masked figure, only for the poor guy to look like he's about to bolt in pure terror. Bettina flat-out ignores the antique, grabs the conversation by the collar and turns right back to the real point, calling out to Vim again. Simon lights up when he sees Vim's reflection enhancement, admits he never thought it would pull off like that, and straight up asks if Vim was chasing that exact result. Vim quickly shuts down the praise, claiming he only helped in the background and that the party's real skill is what powered the win. Simon erupts into hearty laughter, slaps a grin-soaked hand on Vim's shoulder and vows that this kid is absolutely destined for something huge. Vim freezes there, cheeks blazing, totally stunned, speechless because his own hero just dropped that kind of high praise on him. Another member steps up, pours out sincere regret for what he messed up earlier that morning, and then hypes up the enhancement like it's pure fire. He finally admits he's been acting up too, and he pushes hard to make things right for what he did before. Vim lets out a shaky laugh, secretly panicking that his awkwardness is ruining the whole vibe. The whole table freezes for a split second as everyone stares at Vim, and he awkwardly laughs just to claw his way out of the silence. Vim's mind goes into full-blown panic mode, screaming that he wants to vanish or even end it, just to escape the crushing social pressure. The man tells them Hidamara-san revealed one crazy truth to him: Vim has a world of his own, unlike anything else. Mark snaps in a headlock on Vim, grinning wide, and fires off the question, does the kid want to join Nactilable? Vim gets slammed by their kindness, but he can't even speak right. He stammers, wondering if he really belongs in a group like that. He tries to brush off the praise as cheap flattery, but every face at the table is cheering him like they genuinely mean it. A voice spills into the air, promising that this guild is the one place where Vim can finally spread his wings for real. Vim keeps his eyes on them, stunned to see that even in the chaos, they somehow move with pure elegance. A deep ache starts tugging at his chest, and he can't help wondering, could this be the one place where he finally belongs? Hidamari chomps a carrot loudly, then, still with her mouth full, casually thanks Vim for all his hard work. She crunches her food loudly, staring off like she's somewhere else entirely, yet still manages to thank him in her own quirky, deadpan way. Everyone else watches her with amused grins, clocking that she's eating again today as she slides into her seat. She snaps that there's no meat left and they tell her it's basically all gone, and somehow that lands exactly on her point. She needles Vim like, wow, you're really popular, huh? But when he tries to shrug it off, he snaps back, alright, cut it out. Vim shrugs and claims he only provided support while everyone else crushed it, and she's like, so why is that realization calming you down? A teammate kept needling Vim, teasing him for missing how Camilla was staring at him, then groaned that yep, he's being dense again. Between mouthfuls, she swears the guildmaster is completely, totally obsessed with him. Vim demands where Camilla is, and once he hears she's probably still in the office, he realizes she's stuck cleaning up the mess from that dive. Vim snaps into action. This is his shot to talk to her, so he thanks Hidamari, then sprints off to track down the office. In her office, Camilla sits alone at her desk, pounding the keys of an old typewriter like her life depends on it. She stops mid-mission to check how far she's gotten, then worries she might not pull off finishing all that paperwork today. Leaning back, she relives the whole day and can't stop smiling, because that labyrinth dive was a huge win and Vim absolutely crushed it. She knows deep down that his contributions supercharged the whole team. It felt so natural, like her instincts had been upgraded overnight, like wings had erupted from her back. She can't believe it. Somehow she pulled off a performance way beyond her usual limits, stepping into a state where everything finally clicked and she felt completely in her prime. A shaky, flushed breath escapes her lips as she soaks in the lingering memory of that crushing, powerful rush. She can't stop wondering if reliving that enhancement so vividly could steer the team to new heights or if it'd be perfect fuel for training. With his help, she finally believes she can smash through the ceiling she's been stuck staring at. A sudden asterisk knock at the door rips her out of her thoughts like a bolt of lightning. Vim calls out his name from the hallway and Camilla wastes zero time. She swings the door open and invites him inside right away. Vim storms in and freezes, staring at herself still strapped in her armor, then blurts, "Wait, what's happening?" Ignoring the awkwardness, Vim fidgets and nervously shoves a stack of documents into view. He straight up tells them, "This right here is my official report to the guild about the expedition." Camilla stares at the stack, brows furrowed, and demands to know what the report is about. Vim figures that once they struck a gold vein and brought in outside hands, he had no choice but to send in a report from his end. Camilla nods along to his logic, thanks him right away, and suddenly sees how useful his documentation really is. As she reads, it clicks. His report and her info together slam her problems shut, but she can't believe how huge the workload is. Relief hits her like a wave as she finally realizes she can actually wrap up her work today. She remembers him casually saying he used to hustle with odd jobs for the Dragon's Wing Guild. Vim humbly admits he took care of everything except the big fights, along with the accounting duties too. Camilla locks eyes with him, mouth slightly open because she can't believe he just claimed he handled everything. She flips the meaning of the documents on the spot, convinced he cooked them up as a weapon to bully for a bigger salary. She decides he hauled the report home to flex his value and make sure he gets into knack label with everything squared on good terms. She studies him for a second and realizes that his insecurity was just a mask because he's been planning this move from the start. Refusing to get outplayed, she steals her resolve and mentally vows to drag him into her side. Vim just freezes in place, utterly baffled, and calls out her name slow and careful, like she's trying not to scare her. Camilla snaps straight to the point and slaps a 500 milk salary in front of him like it's a deal he can't refuse. Vim snaps awake, utterly stunned, and blurts out this confused, "Huh." She shoots her own offer right back into place, add an extra 2,000 if he signs on, but makes it crystal clear, once the gold deposits start, he can't back out. Vim is still completely lost and she blurts out to her right there, "What are you even talking about?" Camilla reads his confusion like a smokescreen, thinking he's trying to mask his hand and squeeze for the absolute highest price. She clenches her teeth and refuses to let anyone steal them from her, not even if he's some ridiculous guy. She drops a killer deal, 700 in rewards plus a 3,000 special joining allowance. She sweet-talks the deal with a fixed 600 milk salary each month, straight up the same pay as the top brass, then stacks on performance bonuses too. Staring him down, she demands to hear his final thoughts on the proposal. Camilla twists his silence into greed and demands like, "So do you still need more?" While Vim can't shake the feeling that this whole negotiation is a cruel setup. With her sights set on him, she ups his pay to double what he used to make, and demands to know down to the last coin exactly how much he earned at Dragon's Wing. Vim stumbled over his words, begging her to stop assuming he was anywhere near aiming for something like 200. Camilla misreads his pause as pure negotiation power and slams her offer up to a jaw-dropping 2,000. Shaking and flustered to the core, Vim finally snaps and blurts the truth: his monthly salary is just 20 merc. Camilla freezes on the spot, her composure shattering as she blurts, "What?" at that ridiculously low number. Vim drops his gaze in shame, quietly admitting, again, that his monthly salary really was just 20 merc. Camilla recoils in disbelief, slamming the offer as a joke, because that amount is even less than what a fresh general store clerk earns, and it's definitely not enough for an adventurer risking their life. She locks eyes on his crushed face, and horror hits her hard when she realizes he's dead serious about those slave wages. Vim quietly admits she doesn't need to push herself to chase that high reward, he'd be thrilled with whatever she brings. He tries to slip out with an excuse, but Camilla yells at him to stop. "Wait a second, just hold on." She slams the press down again, refusing to believe his crazy strength could have ever been priced at a measly 20 merc. As he storms out, she watches him disappear, and under her breath she can't stop asking, why did they treat him like that and why in the world did they fire him? Vim straight up admits he has no clue, and that leaves Camilla stuck there, drowning in pure confusion. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, the Dragon's Wing crew gets slammed with a brutal truth about what kind of party they really are. They're fighting for their lives on the 35th floor of this labyrinth, desperate with every step. Monstrous shadows crowd in as they bolt through the dark corridor, their heavy breaths slamming through the silence. A screaming mob of goblins barrels down on them, shriek howl chasing hard as the heroes sprint to get away. The leader clenched his teeth, convinced that the moment Vim was gone, their adventuring days would finally get easy and comfortable. He figured that once the new fighter joined them, their formation would lock into place, and their wounds would finally start healing fast. He swears to himself the grind is just natural before they even get promoted to a rank, then he's already convinced he'll breeze into the deep labyrinth. Reality slams into him as he roars at Nicola to heal them fast, only to realize the healing power is dangerously pathetic. He spins from his panic straight to Mellie's, barking whether her Doppelini spell is finished yet. His eyes bulge with terror as he realizes the chanting still isn't done. He yells "Why?" at his mage, panicking. Mellie's finally rips out a flame veil, blasting a blazing barrier between her and the monsters. The leader snaps his command, "Follow me now," as the fire keeps the enemy pinned back just long enough. The battered party staggers up the dungeon stairs, utterly drained, their morale shattered to pieces. The leader snaps at Nicole again, barking, "Why haven't you finished treating our wounds yet?" Nicola mumbles a weak apology, clutches her staff tight, and admits she's not feeling well at all. The leader fixes her with a look full of disdain as she apologizes for being on edge, and you can practically feel his frustration snap higher. He squeezes out a fake smile, thanks her through gritted teeth, and pushes everyone to take a breath and calm down for just a moment. He forces himself and the whole crew to believe that once Nicola recovers, they'll slam back from this disaster and rise again. Desperate to fix everything, he pushes back and insists they can still pull this off even with their situation looking that bleak. He decides they've got a pinpoint where they are right now to escape the goblins, so he asks everyone for a landmark. He whips around to Mellie's for answers, but she stares back with blank, terrified eyes that say she's just as lost. Mellie's dammers leaned in, asking what landmark he even meant, while clearly looking totally lost and completely helpless. He panics and fires off questions at the group, begging them to know where they are, but Sophia slams him with a quiet apology. She has no clue. He whips around toward the tank, praying it'll save him, only to get nothing but dead silence. When it hits them without their old support, they're suddenly lost, with no clue where to go. They slam to a stop, staring at the solid wall like it just stole their answers. The party hangs there in a dead-end trap, frozen solid as the goblin horde's screeching rushes closer from right behind them. The leader's face contorts with raw horror as he finally clicks. This shortcut led them straight into a death trap. Only after it's too late does it hit him, his enemies didn't get left behind. They were dragged right along to the one place they absolutely should have never reached. A quiet, vine-choked house basks in the sunlight, and right there, beneath its peaceful roof, starts the Dragon's Wing party. Inside, one member thrusts water at a bedridden comrade. She spits it down, then, after she's asked, she answers that she can eat instead. Sophia hovers by Nicola's bedside, her voice tight with worry as she asks if he's truly okay. Nicola forces a shaky smile, tells her friend she's okay, and slips in a quiet thank you. The door slams open, jolting Mellie's mid-breath, and she gasps as Kronos steps into the room. Kronos strides in with a tiny plate in hand, face set in stone as he makes his way to the bed. He tells Nicola that Sophia peeled apples for her, then offers the fruit like a sweet little act of care. Amid the party's chaos, he slips her a slice with shaking care, and for once, tenderness cuts through everything. Kronos tells them to slow down, catch their breath, and protect the crew's spirits before the next push. He admits to himself that the floor boss injuries still haven't healed, and he can't believe he's getting wrecked this badly on the 35th floor. Nellies fires back with pure conviction, swearing Kronos isn't the villain, and when the smoke clears, she takes the hit for the misjudgment herself. The whole group gets swept up in it, and as they open their hearts, tears start to spill, raw, real, and impossible to look away from. They crash into a tight group hug, clinging to each other like a promise, reigniting their bond and firing up their resolve to keep moving. They huddle up, promise to grind even harder, and swear that this latest defeat won't define them. Later in the living room, the air feels thick and tense as the story replays how their dive into the labyrinth turned into a full-on disaster. A flashback spills the truth. This strategy was pure brute force with terrible teamwork and sloppy map handling that kept everything falling apart. Chaos erupts as the fight crashes down on them, and they barely get a flashbang out in time to stay alive. They shriek for Sophia to rescue them, scrambling through the dungeon like their lives depend on it, because they do. In the present, they can only cling to the "we're not dead" comfort, because somehow they survived the annihilation and crawled back alive. Doubt starts creeping in when they realize it's almost impossible to believe this is the same Burin group that just took down a floor boss. The elf girl locks eyes on the table and you can see her suspicion turn sharper, like she knows their situation is totally, fundamentally broken. She scans the chaos on her desk, paper mountains everywhere, then snaps back to Chrono's order to sort out the tasks the useless predecessor left behind. She remembers him snapping that the guy in charge was hopeless and telling her to step in and clean up the mess. She agreed to share the burden, but the moment she starts flipping through the documents, her face instantly shifts. She's left speechless when she finds detailed repair plans for the party house, thick stack reports, and receipts so perfectly organized they look unreal. She digs up the supply delivery plans, and when she skims the paperwork, she realizes it's so ridiculously thorough it reads like a full-on thesis. She digs up a map of every known level packed with monster details, and it instantly crushes that useless claim because the truth is, it was a flat-out lie. She suddenly realizes in horror, whoever came before her must have been doing all this massive work alone, with no help at all. She starts doubting that predecessor even mattered, and her thoughts snap to a vivid image of Vim. Rage surges through her the moment the truth clicks, and she can't stop wondering what Chronos, the so-called leader, has been up to this whole time. A flashback rips the curtain off Vim's training. Chronos drops the gloves, swinging a real sword and showing him the ugly, brutal truth. Chronos slams in with a brutal hit, and Vim gets blasted backward, yelling in pain, because this training is starting to feel like outright abuse. Chrono looms over the beaten boy, staring down with icy disdain, while Vim curls on the floor, writhing through the pain. He sneers that Vim's not even good enough to be a real training partner, and the boy just drops into submissive agreement. A healer snaps her healing staff into Vim's face, cold as ice, and spits that she's not doing it for him, she's only fixing him up. She snaps at him, furious that he still can't be useful to Chronos, and tears into him with verbal cruelty while his body aches in pain. Vim throws out apology after apology, his spirit shattered as he cringes and cowers in front of them. She folds her arms tight and barks at him to get up the second he's feeling better, like empathy is something she doesn't believe in. Chronos looms over him, grinning as he squeezes his mind, claiming no one else would hire him and reminding him he's just another plugin, easy to swap out. He yells that Vim better be useful or he's out the door, and that threat locks in the same cruel cycle that has haunted Vim ever since. The same nightmare of his firing crashes back into his head. Chronos' vicious screaming demands he get out, then spits the words, "You're fired." He snaps awake, and as the shadows of that memory drain away, his brand new surroundings crash into focus. Up on the rooftop, Hyde Mary peers at him through her telescope and can't help but feel sick as he keeps getting crushed by nightmares about Dragon's Wing. Vim moved into the guest house as a temporary member, locked under a rule that bars adventurers from officially joining a brand new party for 3 whole months. Hidamari stares at him with obsessive glee, practically vibrating, because having him close means she can track his every move so much easier. She relives the wild days of yanking herself into the Dragon's Wing base and then finally feels the weight lift because she won't have to gamble like that again. Now she can track him without fear, unleashing her entire magical toolkit, firing up signaling crests and even dropping eavesdropping stones to listen in. In the silver moonlight, she giggles to herself, savoring the thrill of watching his every move. She obsessively updates her VIMS diary, volume 105, laying out his entire life with terrifying detail. Vim wakes up before the sun is even fully up, with the whole day already charging toward him. He kicks off his day with a hard sprint across the guild grounds, shaking out every muscle before the chaos ahead. Breakfast at the Naklival restaurant is a cozy little feast, juicy boiled sausages, crispy, flaky potatoes, and bacon so perfectly seasoned it tastes like a straight-up win. He spends his afternoon in pure peace, hammering away at magic practice, losing himself in his hobbies and diving deep into monster biology. After getting buried in non-stop missions at Dragon's Wing, he finally snaps free, grabbing the chance to make time for himself. Hyde Mary slips into his room, sneaks a peek at his nap, and coos at that adorable sleeping face while scribbling in her notes. She slips into the update screen and logs his biology 129. 260 pounds and clocks a razor-thin change, exactly plus 0.21 from yesterday. Later she engineers a hallway accident, then hits him with fake shock, playing it off like pure coincidence. She skips off with a grin, still buzzing from that quick moment, wondering how many years have passed since she last got to be this close to him. Her instincts kick into high gear when she spots Vim breaking his usual routine. Something about it feels way off. She spots that he's headed straight for the courtyard and her stomach drops. She can't shake the feeling that someone must have lured him out there. Suspicion flares in her chest, and she instantly clicks on her eavesdropping stone to catch every detail of what's going on. Her face drains of color as the stone crackles to life, blasting a woman's voice apologizing for the early hour. In the courtyard, Vim faces Camilla head-on on a massive training grid. Camilla stands locked in her armor, grips a wooden sword, and declares, "All right, let's start our session." Hyde Mary leans over the roof edge, holds her breath, then lets out a rush of relief. It's only Camilla out here training, not some romantic rendezvous. Camilla snaps on Enchanted, and a glowing magic aura surges around her as she kicks off the training. Hyde Mary peers through her telescope and spots it. Camilla's trying to train using Vim's exact enchantment style. You slam into the fastest motion you can, letting your body memorize the moves while you cast a weaker version of the enchantment. Then you bring it back on natural control and finally release the power to hardlock that muscle memory. Mary hides in the shadows, watching with sharp interest, knowing this is the only way to crush her limits one hard step at a time. Camilla whips her sword through the air at blinding speed, eyes locked in, carving the drill with razor-sharp focus. With one brutal strike, she tears the air apart, blasting a shockwave that hits like a nightmare. Hyde Mary's hands shake with nerves as she realizes Camilla caught up to that motion in just an hour flat, and then she blurts out, "You're a monster." Vim stares at the screen with bated breath, debating whether he dares to step in and correct her form. He calls out that her arm flings around a little too wildly, then tells her to tweak the friction in the joints so her motion lands exactly where it should. He pitches a wild reverse enhancement, one that clamps movement instead of powering it up, and they both nod like, "All right, let's try it." Camilla slams in the new adjustment, and her blade slices with sharper precision and way more brutal force. Vim stares as the dust finally settles, then turns to his guild master and demands to know what she thinks about the new modification. With triumph blazing through her, Camilla suddenly yanks Vim in and crushes him in a tight, unforgettable hug. Hyde Mary peers through her telescope, spots the embrace, and lets out a silent scream of pure horror at the intimacy. Camilla goes wild, cheering for Vim, yelling "excellent" and "brilliant" while she claps like crazy, and Mary slips her eyes from afar, watching the whole moment. Hyde Mary panics and snaps at herself to calm down, but jealousy ignites in her chest as she fires off the question, what does Camilla think she's doing with her Vim? She tries to convince herself the hug is just feelings, but the second it lands, she erupts into a furious no-way-denial scream like the intimacy just got caught in the act. Camilla clung to Vim with a warm, reassuring smile, but Hyde Mary just stared on in defeat, like that moment was a total disaster, dropping it to a brutal -10 points. Camilla wastes zero time. She swoops in and offers to pay Vim to run morning exercises with Abel every single day. Mark dives into the afternoon recruitment blitz, then sweeps the guild members along with him by inviting them out for a drink to keep himself locked in with the crew. Hyde Mary watches from her window and realizes Camilla is weaving him into a web of personal ties, trapping Vim in place so he can't officially join anyone until she's secured him. As night crawls over the city, the clock tower looms over the darkening sky, like it's daring the darkness to get closer. Hyde Mary sits alone at her desk, scratching notes while it sinks in that Vim ditched out for a drink with the guys, leaving her to stay behind. She crosses her arms and huffs like, "I've got the common sense to respect Vim's privacy, so no, I'm not stalking him 24/7. The second she daydreams, her imagination snaps the truth into place. She's picturing those guys and all the wild temptations the local nightlife is ready to hand her. At the tavern, Vice Commander Hans lifted a frothy mug and greeted Vim with a bright, welcoming toast that turned the whole room lively. The tavern's buzzing with waitresses rocking revealing outfits, and the men grin from ear to ear, soaking in every second of the wild, lively atmosphere. Mary hunkers on a nearby wall, glaring with clenched teeth as the truth hits her, so this is the kind of shop they're running. Through her eavesdropping stone, she tries to catch a single word over the crush of the crowd, but all she gets is rage, because Vim keeps stealing glances at the girls. Back at the table, Hans casually drops a bombshell. Vim, from the same city as Heidemarie. Vim confirms the connection and with a sharp admission says he's from Ryer Eifelde. Yeah, it's way off from here. One of the members points out that Vim's been craving this adventure life for ages. Vim gives a nod, says back when he was a kid he devoured stories of heroes and that dream being right here never left his head. Hans remembers Monica saying that Vim had one dream, he wanted to become a mage and nothing else. He clocks it instantly. Vim's heart is drawn to the fairy tale magician, not the usual epic saga hero. Vim nods hard and blurts out an excited yes, while he scrambles to remember the story where the character gets turned into a princess. He snaps his fingers and suddenly the memory hits. He blurts out the name, Cinderella, and there's no doubt left. Every guild member freezes in shock, whispering, "Wait, the awkward kid is actually chatting like a regular person." The moment the drinks hit the table, the whole crew bursts into laughter, trading wild stories as the good vibes lock them in as one. Heidemarie catches the heartwarming moment through the window, lets a soft smile bloom on his face and whispers for him to go on, so he can enjoy every second. She snaps at him to stop overdoing it and to get some sleep, then her fury melts into something soft, sweet, and quietly loving. Moments later, Vim storms out of the tavern, then the men lurking in a stone archway suddenly clamp onto him and stop him dead. They steer him into a single section, brushing off his confusion like it doesn't matter. Vim blurts out that Mark is married, but that massive guy shrugs it off with a lazy wave, like it's no big deal. One of the guys freezes up like he's saying, "Wait, maybe we shouldn't drag Vim into this." They corner him and drill him on Heidemarie. Are they lovers, or is there something darker simmering underneath? Vim snaps into a panic, flailing his hands wildly as he blurts, "We're absolutely just friends." Mary hides in the shadows, and the second she hears his fierce denial, her heart drops through the floor. Vim tells everyone the truth. Heidemarie only treats him with kindness because she feels responsible for keeping him safe. The men gawk straight past Vim, frozen in pure terror as all the color drains from their faces. They freeze dead in their tracks, eyes glued on that terrifying figure climbing up behind the clueless boy. Heidemarie flashes a fake smile, pops into the scene and greets them with a stiff, "Hey, what a coincidence." Vim presses her, "Why are you here?" and she blurts out a shaky excuse about a girls' night out right nearby. She snaps around and orders Vim to get her out of there, and the terrified guys, desperate to save themselves, start shoving him at her like he's the only way out. As they walk, Heidemarie's mind snaps back to that intense talk. She has to figure out how to handle Vim joining the guild. She nods along with the advice and quietly tells herself the wild truth, so much has happened in just one single day. Vin walks right beside her and the words tumble out. He's never felt warmth like this, not even back when he was in Dragon's Wing. He blushes hard and tells her it felt like he'd finally slipped into a real circle of friends for the first time ever. Heidemarie beams at his joy, smiling softly as she praises him for how perfectly he handled tonight. Vim's face twists with confusion as the praise lands and she blurts, "What are you talking about?" while they stroll down the quiet street. Heidemarie keeps every thought locked up tight, convinced, at last, that she's turning into the positive force he desperately needs. In the lavish office of Naklabel, an investigator stands stone, still before the guild master, and the instant he's seen, the whole room feels his power. The man declares himself Dominic, an ice-cold agent from the Adventurers Guild Investigation Unit. Camilla glares at him from behind her desk, suspicion blazing, and demands to know right now why he's really here in her sanctuary. Dominic leans in and tells her they need her help because his unit has been running a secret investigation. Camilla leans in with narrowed eyes, demanding he spell out exactly what happened in that moment. Dominic drops the name Vim Strauss and straight up pins him as a former member of the legendary Dragon's Wing party. Camilla took the name in with ice-cold composure, then shut it down with a sharp, no-nonsense reply. She flashes a knowing grin out of nowhere, giggling as she tells the investigator not to act so silly. Dominic swears it's only natural for her to be shocked, but he doesn't budge an inch when it comes to his beliefs about that boy. Camilla snaps that it's straight-up logical nonsense for Vim to have single-handedly wiped out a floormaster on the 97th floor. Dominic snaps back that the only proof they found on the boss was a gash Vim's machete carved in, shredding Chrono's whole story. He insists Vim's report was spotless, but admits they still can't launch a full open investigation. Camilla snaps to it this isn't just a hunt, they're chasing the labyrinth's secrets, and she hammers the truth, only physical evidence cuts through the noise. Dominic admits he can't shut the rumors down, but he drops the real bombshell. Someone's deliberately dragging out Dragon's Wings' A-rank promotion. He scoffs at how 3 guys who couldn't even scratch the boss are still being worshipped as heroes in Feelbron. He admits he's the only one pushing the idea of a solo defeat, and yeah, he knows it sounds absolutely unreal. Camilla flips through the reports, nods and admits they're flawless, then one tiny detail hits her like a thorn in the side. She calls out how Vim quietly scrubbed his own accomplishments from the records on purpose, so he wouldn't stick out. She clocks his quiet, humble vibe and thinks, yeah, it totally fits him to play it down and hide that kind of power. She's blown away by the investigators' drive, so she finally agrees to team up and let them assess her new member. She decides she has to test Vim's combat skills herself, because she needs to see what his real strength is for herself. Deep in the ruins, Vim slams the brakes on the whole party and zeroes in on a pitfall trap 50 meters to the left. Camilla snaps into action, blazing through his warning and ordering the whole crew to change course. No hesitation, no second guess. Vim moves in silence, thinking back on the few months he's spent with Nact Level, wondering if he's really saying things the right way. He mentally maps it all out, then explains his job in one breath. He slips between the front and the back, holding everything together by backing the units up. He notices the teleportation array isn't hidden anymore and he can't help but stare, because the guild is actually trusting and valuing someone like him. A wave of gratitude crashes over him as he finally realizes someone sees him and for once he's actually useful. Camilla suddenly snaps out a name, cutting through his spiraling thoughts like a flash of lightning. Vim whips her head toward him, eyes locked as she snaps that he prove his fighting skills right now. She demands a solo fight and Vim scrambles to dodge it, claiming he's already survived countless battles. He stammers out that he only goes after small fry and admits he's too weak to put on a real demonstration. Camilla locks eyes with him and demands to know what he's capable of, because their next labyrinth dive is going to be enormous. Vim finally backs down, realizing that if he can prove he can handle fights by himself, it'll ease her fear for his safety. He snaps to it, spotting a huge clay doll, a golem, lurking 140 away, and he reports it fast. He pushes for a team-up, asking Hidamari and the others to jump in and help him take it on together. Camilla swats aside his plea for backup, then fires him up with a reckless cheer, until he has no choice but to swallow it and face the solo fight alone. The closer the massive enemy gets, the heavier the air feels, like it's daring the reluctant adventurer to run. A gigantic clay golem doll looms over Vim, its stone body looming down with a terrifying shadow that swallows the ground beneath him. Hidamari grabs the raging, screaming Vim and shoves him straight into the monster's path, forcing him forward with her own body. Vim panics, yells that he might die, and his teammate just shuts him down, going ruthless, "Stop freaking out, just try it." Hidamari flicks Vim's fear away like it's nothing, gripping his knife so hard he's certain death isn't coming for him. Vim rips away his own hesitation, thrusts his blade forward and glares like steel as he steels himself to take on that massive threat solo. The other Nact Libel party members fall back and stare as the towering clay doll golem looms over the tiny enchanter. Hans flat-out tells Camilla he doesn't buy it, arguing a clay doll is far too dangerous for a one-man showdown even if he's special. He makes it crystal clear, even a battle-hardened B-rank warrior would barely survive that monster solo. Hans tells him the secret: Vim's power is special because he boosts every single muscle and bone with its own tiny, targeted enhancement. He breaks it down like a cheat code, stacking tiny boosts on pinpoint body parts, starting with the radius bone, adds up to an overall power that Grand Tours can't even match. He admits it could work in theory, but privately he can't shake the feeling that Camilla really believes Vim can crush that construct. As Vim starts prepping his spell, Hans can't help but smirk, because it's painfully obvious the guildmaster's got a real soft spot for the kid. It basically spills the truth about adventurers. Once you snag a real profession, the whole initiation hits you like a body-altering storm and you come out changed. While most adventurers stack power tenfold beyond ordinary humans, the Grantor profession breaks the rules completely. Vim looks utterly drained as the narrator drops the truth. Grantor's power is barely above a normal human and their art is brutal to even use. Trying to power yourself up with enhancements is basically a waste of time, and it almost never makes you stronger than the other combat professions. The real advantage is simple. No bodies get messed up, so they jump straight into combat mode, and that's exactly why Grantors are so rare. The clay doll hurls its massive stone arm downward like a wrecking ball, and Vim has to scramble out of the way with pure panic. Vim flips instant enhancements Weimar on, and in a blink his body gets hit with a double power surge. Vim launches into the air just in time as the golem's fist crashes into the ground, blasting destruction everywhere. Self-application wipes out the annoying delay of setting up approval routes, then relaying the orders to your teammate. Vim tweaks his enhancements on the fly, slamming double boosts onto body parts that can normally handle only one layer of magic. He clenches his teeth, knowing this fight can only be brief. His magic is so low that whatever he's doing won't last for long. A shockwave bursts through the air as he rockets forward at explosive speed. Vim scrambles up the golem's back, bracing himself for the savage recoil pain that always hits when strong magic smashes into a weak body. He freezes mid-swing, eyes blazing with confusion because this time, there's zero recoil pain. Emboldened, he slams on instant enhancement Drammer for a triple surge, and he can't stop wondering, did he really level up or is the pain just saving itself for later? He launches a brutal blow that smashes the golem's rocky shell wide open with terrifying force. His blade carves through the stone defense as he hammers his barrage into the massive construct. Vim's boosted strength crashes through the golem's arm with a brutal impact, shattering stone and blasting debris through the air. While rocks rain down, Vim spots the magical core and snaps into focus, locking onto it like it's his final chance. He hits the core dead on and the giant clay doll instantly crumples, losing its shape and collapsing in a heap. The massive body collapses in an instant, crumbling into a useless heap of rocks, defeat ceiling in just seconds. Dust drifts over shattered ruins as the lone enchanter tears the massive threat down into rubble. Hans freezes in disbelief, stammering to Camilla that he only caught it for a blink, because it all happened in an instant. The other guild members are just as stunned, blurting, "Wait, are we done already?" Like the fight vanished the moment their eyes slipped away for 1 second. Hans scrutinizes Vim's feet under his breath and it clicks. Just on raw speed alone, Vim is already fighting for the top spot in Fielbron. Vim shoots off an apology for taking too long and Hans instantly panics, spinning excuses as sweat pours down his face. Hans hails him like he's absolutely mind-blowing and unreal, but Vim misreads the shock on his face as straight-up sarcasm. The rest of the party barrels in, and their faces lock on, pure awe, battling total confusion at what they just saw. Camilla locks eyes with him, questions who he really is, and just as the tension spikes, Hidemari strolls in with a laid-back greeting. Hidemari blurts out that they're from the same hometown, but Camilla shuts that down fast. She says she's not asking about his past at all. The guildmaster locks eyes with her brand new recruit and admits it, this kid standing in front of her is straight up strong. Vin sprints up to the group with a blazing smile, yelling for everyone to hide Mary as he storms back to reunite with his party. He grins and tells you he went a little reckless today, and somehow the outcome feels shockingly awesome. But he admits the adrenaline's finally died down, and his body suddenly turns to full-on jelly, wobbling out from under him. Camilla watches him with a grin like he's playing at being a brave rookie swinging at his first monster, instead of standing there as a battle-hardened vanguard. She clocks his low self-esteem and realizes it clings to him even with all his obvious wins, like he's still fighting battles she hasn't seen. Camilla locks eyes on his real smile, sure of one thing, he hasn't been concealing his true power at all, he's just been dragged down by guilt. She's left utterly baffled by him, she can't figure out why his confidence swings so wildly like a coin flip with consequences. Hidemari lays a soothing hand on Vim's shoulder and tells him to calm down, he's getting way too hyped. Vim blurts out in a panic, demanding to know if he's been saying weird stuff as his excitement skyrockets out of control. Mortified by his own outburst, he yanks his hands up to his face and rides out the wave of embarrassment over how completely he lost control. Mary flashes him a smug grin, saying taking down that clay doll all by himself was straight up brilliant. Vim rubs his arm, cheeks burning, and admits he's only daring because he knows they've got his back. He tries to spell out the damage, admitting that his body always pays for that kind of reckless stunt afterward. Mary rips him out of his self-diagnosis and shouts that he doesn't look like he's in pain at all. Vim freezes in total confusion because he can't believe he doesn't feel wrecked or drained of magic after pulling off that triple boost. He stares at his own hand, frozen in disbelief because after that brutal battle, somehow his magic power is still there, untouched. He can't help wondering if his power is finally growing, until the shield squad steps in and starts lifting him up. The squad heaves him skyward and yells "Keeve ho" in wild, cheerful chants while he thrashes and panics midair. Mary gazes at the celebration with a soft smile, feeling it click. This time, the world is finally starting to see just how amazing Vim really is. Sunlight blasts down on the rustic wooden roof of the napped Libel party house, and its old, weather-beaten shingles have clearly survived everything the elements threw at them. Inside the armory, Monica stands alone at the window, staring out at the courtyard as swords and shields crowd the racks all around her. Simon storms into the room, closes the distance to her, and asks with sharp curiosity what she's watching so intently. Monica shot her hand toward the courtyard below, practically vibrating with excitement, urging him to come see the scene bursting to life. On the training grounds, Camilla and Abel slam their weapons together with pure, unhinged fury, while Vim just watches from the sidelines like it's a fight he won't miss. Simon tells her to stop just staring and join them, because these days they've been training like this every single morning. Monica pauses at the window, her nerves screaming that showing up might annoy them during that brutal, intense moment. Simon shrugs off her worries with a grin, teasing that she's already way too loud herself so it wouldn't change a thing. Three figures huddle in the courtyard, finally letting out a tense mix of satisfaction and bone-deep exhaustion after the bout. As the sparring match ends, a cloud of dust swirls through the open training grounds and both fighters stand there, breathing hard, ready for whatever comes next. Camilla drops her weapon and loudly calls it, time to end this session for today. Abel drops to one knee, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, yet he refuses to quit, still insisting he can push through. Camilla reminds him today's a rest day because tomorrow we're diving into the massive exploration of the 98th floor. She locks eyes with Vim and fires off a question: how did the final tweak to the enhancement feel? Abel beams with pure excitement, shouting that this is absolutely wonderful, like totally awesome. Camilla and Abel showered Vim with praise, admitting they never once thought anyone could match their needs so flawlessly. Vim squirms under all that praise, then shoots back that it's him who's really learning from the two of them. Camilla beams with heartfelt gratitude, thanking him for staying with them this far even though he's only a temporary member. She clenches her fist hard and you can tell she's thrilled for the challenge that's about to hit. Heat rushes to her cheeks as she can't stop imagining what might happen the moment she gives everything she's got in this stronger, improved form. Vim stands there in silence, secretly blown away and genuinely grateful, because every time they give him compliments, their words lift his spirits. He tells them for tomorrow to go right, you both need to lock in a real break today. He slowly lifts a finger, pitching a bold idea to help everyone relax and get back on their feet. He leans in and asks if they want to grab a meal together, right now so they can finally unwind. He brings up a mouth-watering steak spot and both warriors instantly light up, nodding like they've just found their next favorite meal. Vim stammers, glancing one last time to make sure his invitation isn't really a bother. He snaps to a stop in sheer panic, realizing his study session with the reconnaissance team starts right now. Camilla's smile drops into a serious stare as she tells him to put the reconnaissance meeting first, because tomorrow's the kind of day that changes everything. Vim blurts out a huge apology, then cringes because he has to awkwardly take back the invitation he just handed out. Abel's face falls, Camilla forces a shaky smile and Vim realizes, oh, he just shut them down hard. Abel snaps into action, tries to save the vibe, and asks if they can push their morning training just a little longer. He shoots Camilla a heartfelt thanks, then barrels toward the stairs, ending the training session on pure fire. Camilla lets out a heavy sigh, realizes she went too hard, and decides she needs to chug a stronger recovery potion today. Inside the library, Vim hunkers down and studies hard with the recon squad, while Camilla stares from outside the window, locked on every move. The crew huddles over scouting plans and they point out the big difference. Vim hits with razor precision because he taps tiny bursts of magic, while Simon goes wide and casts like a storm. Ever since Vim showed up, they're all saying the same thing: everyone's been hit with a positive spark, and they're especially praising how deadly his trap scouting skills are. They can't help but stare in awe at the self-discipline it takes to build skills like that, then get hit with inspiration the second they interact with him. Camilla watches the whole scene unfold and you can practically feel it. Nact Level is about to get inspired to level up, no matter what. Her face hardens into a cold stare and she can't help thinking, that Vim kid is straight up creepy. She strides down the corridor, staring at that endless praise he gets like it's a cover-up, and wondering what secret's lurking behind it. In a tucked-away corner, two guild members crouch close, whispering like crazy to trade the newest gossip, then snapping their heads around, terrified of eavesdroppers. She blurted out an apology for her loose tongue, then admitted she couldn't help herself, because in her mind, the rumor's poison isn't harmless once it lands in someone else's ears. She pushes back hard, saying even though Hidamari vouched for it, she can't swallow the idea of handing Vim a grant when everyone else fought tooth and nail for theirs. She lays out Vim's situation like a warning sign, comparing him to the members who still haven't dived. Then you can practically feel the resentment boiling over his sudden spot. The talk turns sharp on what happens next, like his mere presence could spark a guilt-fueled ripple effect. He clocks it instantly. Nact Level is a ruthless battlefield where elite nobles and academy students claw at each other tooth and nail, only one gets picked. Vim just studies nearby, clueless, while the gossips scream that anyone who got fired from another party can't join up again without a serious evaluation. They're betting that after tomorrow's dive, once everyone sees his skills with their own eyes, opinions will flip fast. Their quiet whispering snaps to silence the moment Camilla steps in, towering over them, commanding respect with every inch of her presence. A guild member rushes up to Camilla and tells her the Adventurers Guild sent a rep, so she snaps and orders, "Show them in now." Those heavy doors burst open and the investigator snaps through documents, while the whole room tightens with tension as he braces to finally speak. Dominic reads the report out loud, zeroing in on the wild claim that Vim took down a mud golem completely on his own. He demands Camilla's verification and she nods on the spot, confirming it was absolutely a jaw-dropping feat. Dominic leans in even more, grilling her on whether Vim could have beaten the 97th floor master solo, just like her assessment says. Camilla hooks her fingers together and shoots down that possibility without mercy, cold, flat and final. She shoots the theory down fast, saying it's not likely he could have soloed the boss. She admits his speed is top-notch and his strength is the real deal, but she shuts it down right there, because his unique granting has its limits. Dominic leans in, all ears, as she says Vim's combat power is basically equal to their core candidates. She admits it could go nuclear fast if that boy's still keeping even more of his real power hidden. Dominic can't shake the feeling that Vim's hiding something, while Camilla insists his weirdness is about to get put to the test on their next big exploration. The investigator rises to go, demanding that she rush back and tell the guild at once the moment she figures out what the boy is hiding. He slaps a grim clause onto his demand, making it clear that the whole report hinges on one brutal thing: whether Vim survives that dive. The story cuts to a cozy tavern where Hidamari dives into her food like she hasn't eaten in days, and the whole vibe feels worlds away from that office. Between bites, she can't stop gushing about Vim's adorable sleeping face, and the relief hits hard. His nightmares finally seem to be gone. The waitress tilts her head with a creepy smile as Hidamari casually drops the bomb that Vim's even started talking in his sleep. The waitress looked panicked, completely lost on how to shut down the customer's obsessive rambling without making it worse. Hidamari clocked the waitress's dead energy, then snapped at the cowwoman, asking what was wrong. No sugarcoating. The tavern owner steps in fast, telling the waitress she doesn't have to push herself to serve them right this second. With a grim voice, he tells you this: last week a normal tavern crew pushed into the 98th floor and then completely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Hidamari slams her food to a stop, and realization hits her face as the weight of the news sinks in. The story basically says small crews will charge into the front lines of exploration like maniacs, chasing big achievements with reckless, desperate grit. Most of these would-be heroes end up as corpses or just disappear completely, devoured by the brutal, unknown wilderness. The owner lets out a heavy sigh. Sure, it's tragic, but every adventurer walks with death on the same road, and you'd better be ready for that ending. Hyde Mary slams both hands on the table, snaps the mood in half, and shouts that she'll buy the waitress a drink just to lift her spirits. The waitress jolts with surprise, because it's practically unheard of for that stingy mage to hand out offers like this. Hyde Marie grandly flashes a grin and says this drink is a little gift from a future executive candidate, then dares her to just take it. The whole vibe flips instantly when the waitress slams down a massive tankard of beer, then cheers and toasts right back with her benefactor. Hyde Mary erupts into a scream the second she clocks that massive glass because the truth hits hard, she's been completely outplayed. She tries to tally the cost, grumbling that if it's priced like a normal drink then fine, she guesses it'll do. Chaos detonates as Hyde Mary screams that the waitress is ripping her off. The customers burst into laughter at the cow demon and the tiny mage, and everything spirals out of control. Hyde Mary erupts in hearty laughter with the waitress Greta, openly admitting she hasn't laughed this hard in ages. She snaps back with pure fury, shouting that she's not a stalker at all, her name is Hyde Mary, while Greta keeps laughing and throwing out nicknames like it's a game. The vibe snaps to action as Greta confirms Hyde Mary is set to plunge into the deadly 98th layer tomorrow, right on schedule. Greta begs her to come back safe with Vim while Mary Huff just smirks, HMPH, acting like survival is some kind of sure thing. As she strides away, the story hits hard. The kind of person laughing today could be gone from this world by tomorrow. Deep in the dungeon, the party's screams rip through the dark as horror hits. They've plunged way too far and they scramble to rip out a full retreat. A nightmarish monster lunges in and tears straight through their ranks, and as the screams erupt, it calls out the names of their dying comrades like a cruel curse. Down in the pitch-black dungeon, the floor is smeared with blood as the adventurers get cut down, one by one, brutally, without mercy. The sole survivor scrambles through the stone corridors like the walls are chasing her, gulping air in ragged bursts of pure, shaking terror. She huddles in a pitch-black corner, shaking uncontrollably as the nightmare closes in, trying to vanish before it finds her. A crawling, many-eyed shadow surges up behind the unsuspecting girl, and its eerie chirps slam the life out of her, chilling her to the bone. The monster swoops down for its final meal, cutting off the last thread of life from the doomed party. A towering clock tower looms against the blazing sky, and with it comes the start of a day so huge it feels like the whole city holds its breath. A huge parade of shirtless Lebel members stomps through the cobblestone streets, their banners snapping high above the tightly disciplined ranks. Townspeople pour onto the streets, hanging from windows and roaring at the top of their lungs, begging their heroes, Hans and Camilla, to go all out. Vimwalk slips the heavy, armored figures into place, shrinking under their shadow as he panics and tries to disappear into the massive, intimidating crowd. The streets thrum like a festival as the whole city celebrates the guild kicking off its massive investigation. Vin keeps flicking nervous glances at the crowd, secretly panicking like, wait, are they all watching this too? He halts mid-sentence, guilt stabbing him because he realizes he's still calling his old Dragon's Wing party members everyone. He frets over their wounds, scanning every day and realizes he hasn't heard a single update about them in ages. Shaking his head, he clenches his resolve and reminds himself he's in Nacht Libel now, at least for the time being. He shuts the past out of his mind and locks in on the roaring cheers of the crowd surrounding him. Bystanders can't believe their eyes as the operation dwarfs everything around it, stunned that the guild just mobilized all 122 members. In the middle of the crowd, two guys huddle together in hushed whispers, spilling rumors that a mysterious provisional member is about to break into the elite ranks. One man drops a stunned look and blurts out the recruit's real name, turning him out to be the Grantor magician, the exact one Dragon's Wing just fired. People are whispering that he's the talk of every adventurer, and rumors say he's ridiculously capable. The man rakes his hand through his hair in pure frustration, trying to remember the exact name of that rumored magician and failing every time. Inside the guild hall, Camilla stands before the troops and fires them up, telling the frontline team there the ones who have to rush straight into danger first. She warns them that the floor master is almost certain to show up, and that the traps down there slice down newcomers without mercy. Her voice cuts through the air, promising that once you survive those deadly dangers, the ultimate prize is waiting: mastery of the labyrinth itself. In that massive cathedral-like hall, rows of armed adventurers stand stone still, holding their breath as they await their leader's order. Camilla declares this mission is a real gamble, one that could get them killed for good as they plunge into the unknown depths, far beyond anything they've faced before. She barks an order for them to steal from themselves, forcing every single member to drop their fears and abandon their wills. She screams at them to throw away their lives, anything to keep their honor, their treasure, and every comrade beside them safe. Every member of the guild surges forward and lifts their weapons together, shouting out their chant, Nacht Libel of Fielbron, until the whole place rattles with deafening, unbreakable resolve. Vim finally jumps into the chant with a late, awkward shout, and in that moment he looks totally out of place among the hardened warriors. Sweat pours off him as he realizes his timing is completely off, and he can't stop feeling awkward knowing he's not hitting the same intensity as the others. Marie shoots him a knowing glance, clocking every wobble in his nerves as he scrambles to get himself under control. They tell you the labyrinth's first layer sits right under the guild, and then they push forward, taking the safest route they can find. The 98th floor bursts open into a massive, wild cavern, towering rocky cliffs, strange plants, and nature going absolutely feral. Vim stares up wide-eyed because the sheer vertical drop of the space feels endless, like he'll never even reach the ceiling with his gaze. He mentally runs through his job in the frontline unit, boosting the whole team with enhancements and stepping in to scout when the moment calls for it. As the weight of responsibility crushes down on him, he realizes one slip on his part could derail the whole operation. Abel clocks the boy's panic right away and leans in, gently asking if he's scared out of his mind about the mission. Vim insists he's fine, but the moment he tries, he pukes on the spot and Abel wastes no time calling him out for it. Abel steadies him with the promise of his flawless training record, while Vim shuts his mind down by replaying his complicated code in his head. Vim blurts out right in the middle of everything that Abel should trust him too, and it totally blindsides the swordsman like he never saw the request coming. Abel's cheeks burn red as he blurts out, totally fired up, that he'll protect Vim no matter what, even if they've got to square off against a floor boss. He instantly regrets the outburst, slams his face into his hands and apologizes like, "I can't believe I just said that, wow, that's painfully cheesy." Abel's chest tightens with panic as he realizes he may have gone too far, while Vim stares on in stunned confusion at the sudden turn. He can't stop wondering if they've crossed into real friendship, because every day they train together and chat so casually it feels like more. Vim snaps out of his spiraling thoughts by cautiously calling out his own name, just to yank himself back into the moment. Vim stammers through his words, fighting an overpowered blush as he finally blurts out to Abel that they should grab a meal next time. As you stare at the dungeon entrance, a weird, inviting vibe spills out of the darkness, or maybe it's just the wind screaming through the stone. Vin whips into a panic when a bug darts past, then blurts out the truth. Every time he steps into the labyrinth, weird sounds start playing in his head like hallucinations. Abel flashes a smile, then snaps into action. He orders the front team to lock in the bident formation. The party strides into the cavernous mouth of the 98th floor and steps straight into a wild maze of strange plants and jagged rocky ground. Vim slammed his holographic interface to life, and it lit up with enemies zeroing in on a tight Behydra head. He studies the creature's readings and realizes this species can't live without a water source nearby. Vim studies the damp walls and the bird-like creatures and quickly realizes water veins might be hiding right under this place. Vim barks crisp tactical orders, telling Bettina to lock down the left as he storms the right and slips underground to scout what's coming. He snaps a warning to the mapmaker, tell him to watch his step, because the road they're traveling is slowly slipping downhill. The teammate nods, accepts the advice, and confirms the slope as the whole group creeps forward with cautious steps. Vim's fingers dart across his holographic interface, blitzing through the data with smooth, practiced control. He mutters those crazy coordinates under his breath, eyes blazing as his brain hammers through grid math to nail the exact map of the area. Abel can't help but stare in awe as Vim starts running wild with hypotheses and verifications, way beyond anything Abel was ever assigned. Vim locks onto the glowing map, dragging his finger along the lines as he sinks deeper into the structure data. He crunches the numbers and realizes that one flawless map like this could sell for multiple times what it's worth, because he knows exactly how valuable his work is. Panic detonates in his chest as he overthinks every spell, spiraling into a broken loop of, "This is bad." The mental pressure hits like a punch. He crumples onto all fours and violently retches across the dungeon floor. A teammate urges him to stay hydrated, but Vim waves it off, grinning like he's got nothing to worry about because progress is sailing along thanks to everyone. Just as he's spiraling into self-hatred, a notification blasts through, calling him out because the leader wants him now, and it yanks him straight back to reality. Camilla leans in and confirms it. Right ahead is a massive hole, and she trusts his analysis completely. She beckons them over to a prime spot, then wastes no time plotting strategy and sizing up the chaos in front of them. The crew huddles over the map, nodding along as they crack the code. Every whiff of that fresh water means a lake or a rushing river is waiting just up ahead. Camilla tells Vim to test the water quality, and if it checks out, they'll refill their supplies right away. Vim tests the water and gives it the green light, because that rare butterfly, the one that only survives in spotless streams, is thriving there. Camilla takes the report with a satisfied grin and declares the briefing over, daring anyone else to speak up with something new. Vin fidgeted beside Abel, teeth worrying at his nerves, clearly swallowing a concern he was terrified to say out loud. Abel clocks the unease on his face and pushes him straight, asking point-blank if something's still wrong. Camilla snaps at him to just say it while Vim stares at the timer and panics so hard he stammers, then finally he blurts it out. Vim spots a weird terrain glitch and points out that the trail just flipped from downhill to a faint uphill climb. Camilla locks onto what this could mean, asking herself if this terrain is just natural or if someone laid a trap to swallow them whole. Vim lays out the doomsday plan, warning that if this uphill climb keeps going, water will break in and trap them inside. He paints a terrifying scene, trapped inside a crushing labyrinth, then getting slammed by a boss while his back is fully submerged. The soldiers whisper with growing unease, and that's when Vim's panic ignites. He blurts an apology for even bringing up a tiny, what-if scenario. He blurts out an apology, stammers through it, and retreats fast into his shell, mortified that he turned everyone's nerves into a panic. Camilla exhales hard and presses them, dead serious like, how many times do we have to replay this same self-doubt routine? She tells him, don't pull your punches, and insists that his quiet, introspective side is exactly what's going to fuel his growth. She flashes him a gentle smile and tells him he gets to live his life his way too. Vim's cheeks burn bright as she blurts out a heartfelt thank you, all flustered by the acceptance and the sweet words. After that, the investigation rolls forward without a hitch, and the narrator clocks in one thing: for the rest of the mission, no huge monsters show up. Camilla checks where things stand, and she's already sure this labyrinth dive's payoff will land firmly in the black. She adds that even more gold veins were found and that pretty much sealed it. The mission was raking in cash. She points out that the progress is moving way too smoothly, and that's when suspicion starts creeping into their heads. She blurts out that everything feels way too perfect, and that they're probably being baited deeper into the labyrinth. Even with all the doubts swirling around her, she insists they've already pulled off real results, and the dive is locked in for just 1 week from now. She declares they're not turning back now, even as a prickly doubt about that slope issue hangs in the air. She refuses to hit rewind just because it feels wrong, and she shuts everyone down fast. We're naked, you idiots, like that somehow settles it. She fires off a warning: if they turn back now, they'll wind up stamping the land with dark maps. Another member nods along, admitting the brutal truth of what really counts as Felbrun's dark side. Camilla leans in and explains dark maps get carved into existence when adventurers keep sending information right up until the second they die. She points out that with the cost of life so brutal, these maps get traded for insane prices. She warns that if they walk away with the investigation unfinished, the craving for those dark maps will blow up overnight. She slams the idea shut and insists that no one is allowed to walk away from a massive investigation halfway through, under any circumstances. She declares that they take pride in dodging situations like that, and she doubles down on the guild's promise to stay at the top. She steps forward and declares they're building an elite, advanced team, ready to surge ahead and crush what's next. She lays it out straight, with the risks on the table. This is the smartest move to cut the danger down as much as possible. She fires them up, telling them they're only a tiny step away from finally reaching the Great Hall. Guild members huddle in tight whispers, all wondering who's about to get picked for this lethal mission. They all agree this kind of mission can only be handled by the elite of Naktlibel. On the screen, a huge announcement blasts through. 6 people are being pulled into the advanced team next. First, the group's first 3 recruits are revealed: Monica the Mage, Abel the Tank, and Hans the Swordsman. The last 3 show up on the list: Vim the Granter, Hyde Mary the Sage, and Bettina the Mage. Beneath the Naktlibel banner, a massive hunt for the secrets of the 98th floor kicks off in the pitch-black, mystery-choked cavern. A 6-member advance team races out to lock down water sources, then surges toward the Great Hall with their hopes blazing bright. Vin is suddenly and somehow thrown into an elite squad, staring around like, "Wait, why am I here?" as he wonders if he truly belongs among these unstoppable adventurers. A magical chant bursts through the air, then the spell-enchanted asterisk snaps to life, right in an instant. Party members snap still from shock, whipping their heads around as the magic finally locks in. They snap to attention like, "Wait," and realize their bodies have suddenly become insanely light and they can't stop staring at how unreal that boost feels. Monica tells them she kicked in a speed boost to sprint to the Great Hall fast, and if the fight turns ugly, she's got even more combat buffs ready. Overcome with emotion now that the magic finally worked, Monica snatches Vim's hands tight, but he awkwardly squirms and tries to wave off her heartfelt thanks. Marie snaps the moment in half with jealous fury. She storms over, yells at Monica to back off, and demands she stop hovering so close to him. With that innocent fade-out, Monica snaps, "What's wrong?" and even tacks on the sugary little Chan at the end of Marie's name. Marie snaps back hard, barking at her to ditch the honorific and stop playing buddy-buddy with Vim. Monica playfully pouts, teasing, "Aren't we friends?" while Marie glares daggers at her chest. Snapping that they're enemies, Marie dials Monica, "Cow woman B," and leaves the mage totally baffled by the savage, oddly specific jab. The leaders shot them a sarcastic "Thank you for staying civil," praising their patience while the girls kept snapping and bickering. With one sharp pivot to work mode, the leader turns to Bettina, lays out the route, and makes it clear he trusts her to deliver, even though this is their first team mission together. She confirms the plan: hit the shortest route and dodge fights whenever she can. Bettina swears she'll do her best, then leans on Vim and asks for recon support if he's got the bandwidth. Vim's body can't handle the insane speed. He throws up on the floor and a teammate rushes over to shove water into his hands. As the chaos explodes around him, the leader lets out a heavy sigh, like he's not a commander at all but just a teacher herding wayward kids. Giant frogs sit stone still as the party rockets right past their nesting grounds. Blazing at blinding speed, the leader can't help but wonder if Vim's enhancement is the real reason they're flying like this. He clocks it: no matter how fast they're moving, not a single one feels worn out, so they're about to crash into the Great Hall in record time. Seeing a shadow up ahead, the leader yells "Monster," and snaps the team into a sharp right turn. The scout cuts him off on the spot, snaps his assessment into place, and reveals the threat is nothing more than a trap. She uses the trap-spotting skills she pulled straight from the recon data Vim left behind. When he finally handed over the data, she couldn't believe it. The sheer mountain of information he delivered left her stunned. Through her number crunching on trap types, she figures it out: this showdown is unavoidable because a monster is absolutely waiting just up ahead. A gigantic, scaled monster rockets out of the darkness, shoving the leader straight into a no-breathing, instant fight. The leader darts away at the last second, then slides right under the monster's towering strike. His blade slams into the creature's hide, but the moment it bites the scales, he snarls, "Those things are too damn hard to cut." Monica strides forward with fearless confidence, orders the leader to step back, and tells them she'll handle the monster herself. Vim panics, blurts out that they need to freeze the output right now. She's terrified she'll push it too far. Monica snaps to attention as her staff starts loading a colossal magical charge. A whole swarm of magical beings erupts around her, chittering like mad and gearing up to launch. Monica's eyes flash with pure power as she gives Vim's enhancement integration her official seal. At the interface, Vim slammed the controls, furiously tweaking the speed reduction and range to make the spell hit perfectly and stay safe. With everything locked in, Monica blasts the fully empowered enchanted spell and lets it rip. She rips off the Dunning-Kruger electric shot and launches it straight into the beast. Magical missiles rain down and slam into the monster, detonating in one deafening explosion after another. The creature gets slammed into oblivion, crumpling as relentless magical blasts tear it apart. The massive creature erupts in a blood-curdling shriek as wave after wave of magical blasts rips through its defenses, then it all ends completely. The teammate swears every single shot landed perfectly, and the accuracy leaves the next member completely stunned. Monica stares at the outcome in disbelief, then grins and tells everyone she fine-tuned her spell's range until it hit with terrifying precision. Vim turns to him and the leader fires a question, "Can you enchant a weapon?" And Vim instantly snaps back, "Yes." Swordsman Hands gives the official nod, blasting the signal that he's ready to hurl Vim into battle and put his enhancement skills to the test. Hand demands more power and tougher steel, without changing the sword's weight, and Vim wastes no time, snapping the enchanted spell into action to make it happen. With his blade blazing in raw magical light, Hand steps forward again, firing up with fresh confidence to take on the threat that's still out there. He storms forward, swearing he'll hunt the enemy down for good, knuckles white as he grips his enchanted weapon and readies the strike. Hands blasts out a savage technique and snaps a nage right across Giri, cross-cutting into the finish. The strike lands way too easily. Hands snaps into a sharp gasp as his blade slips through the target like it's nothing. While everyone else roars for the win, Hands freezes and glares at his weapon, sweat dripping, mind spinning, totally stunned by what just happened. He snaps to the truth. The blade's sharpness is way too weird, like Vim's enchantment is slicing straight through thin air. A teammate can't help it. He praises the feat like it's obvious, saying it makes total sense why Camilla holds Vim's skills in such high regard. Suddenly, a sharp shout cuts through the air. Someone screams that another enemy is coming down straight from above them. A grotesque, fish-like monster dives out of nowhere, plunging the party into stunned silence with its deadly ambush. The moment the strike lands, the Dramer spell erupts, instantly stacking a triple power-up to smash that surprise attack head-on. That massive monster throws its jaws wide to swallow them, but Vim's already in the air, sword gripped tight, set to slam right into the attack. Vim whips his blade in a sharp horizontal slash, and the enchanted edge bites deep into the creature's scales. The monster gets split clean in half, its gigantic body shattering as Vim lands safely on the ground. Hands beams at Vim, praising his wild solid performance, and says the outcome landed exactly how he'd expected. Vim lets out a shaky laugh, quickly brushing off the damage by insisting the enemy was just small fry, like that makes the situation easy. Hands squints at the claim, doubting every word, because that creature looks like a brand new species and there's no way it's weak. A gut-churning rumble rolls through the cavern as the battle's wreckage finally slumps onto the floor. Amid the wreckage, a locket sits cracked open, flashing a smiling portrait of a young girl trapped inside. The group finally clicks. These heartbreaking relics are from the adventurer who plunged into the dungeon ahead of them. Han says he doesn't have time to dig graves, but he still stops everything just to pray for the fallen. Vim watches the whole crew like a hawk, stunned by how everyone thinks for themselves and still moves as one, making travel and battle run smooth. As they pray together, he can't help but think how his old crew, Dragon's Wing, could never pull off anything this smooth. That moment hits him hard. He finally realizes he's actually joined an incredible badass party. Without wasting a second, the crew slams back into motion and charges through the rocky cavern corridors. They burst out of the tunnel and Vim leans forward, staring at the massive open land spread out in front of them. The party finally reaches their destination, clutching the shield of Nacht Libel while they gaze out over the landscape. They crowd the edge of a massive underground lake, dipping their eyes into the water and scanning the whole area like they're hunting their next move. Hands confirms it right on cue, just like Vim predicted. They track down the Great Hall and the water checks out, looking perfectly safe. He cheers for Vim's work once more, then declares this spot is exactly what they need, a perfect relay point for the 98th floor. The team erupts in celebration over this massive win, and they're all slapping Vim on the back because he played the key role that made the mission succeed. Hands tries to thank Vim with genuine sincerity, but Vim stumbles over his words and swears no, he's just helping. Marie steps in, asks why he always digs at himself, and tells him to stop dodging praise and just take the compliment. Vim tries to fight back, quietly insisting he doesn't actually enjoy dragging himself through the mud. Marie snaps back with biting sarcasm, basically claiming she'd have to be an idiot to invite a fired adventurer to an A-rank party just so she can strike her own organization. Vim nods hard, fully agreeing that Marie nailed the truth. Abel whips around to Vim-san and flashes a calming smile, speaking to him with full respect. On the underground shore, Abel stands there and casually shrugs off Vim's gratitude like it's nothing, just, "You're welcome." Vim stops mid-breath, drinking in the calm, then hits the realization, this underground lake feels powerful enough to swallow you whole. Once the area was proven safe, the expedition's main force finally surged in to team up with the advanced crew. They read the water levels and lock in the idea that floor traps in the Great Hall are unlikely. Commanders rally the troops, showering everyone with praise like they just won the biggest battle of their lives. They declare the Great Hall a proper relay stop, then set up camp there for the night. Tents snap into place beneath those massive rock giants as the whole crew finally drops into rest under the cavern's sky. Vim huddles alone outside his tent, tossing and turning because the terrain won't let him rest. He frantically scans his notes, desperate to decode the geographical data he managed to collect. He remembers the slope fighting him, dropping once, then climbing back up, until it finally spat him out right beside this hole. He stares up into the pitch-black void and realizes the ceiling shoots up forever, like an endless wasteland carved from stone. Panic surges through him when he realizes a huge wave of water is about to slam shut their escape route and leave them trapped. He imagines the room lifting into the sky like a death trap, and suddenly there's nowhere to run, just drowning for real. Choking on panic, he forces himself to breathe. No water traps, and we mapped the routes. He tucks into his blanket and tries to convince himself that fretting over a sudden flood is pointless and makes zero sense. Just as he's about to drift off, a sudden splash of wet drops smacks his face and he jolts up in shock. He snaps his gaze upward in pure panic, spotting rain gushing from the cavern ceiling above. Panicked out of his mind, he screams at everyone to wake up right now, because the labyrinth is flooding from the inside. He stares at the pounding rain in stunned silence, brain refusing to process how this total shocker could have hit out of nowhere. Confusion detonates among the adventurers as they yell over the impossible weather, freaking out about why rain is falling inside the labyrinth, and worrying this could be a setup. Vim just stands there in the pouring rain, shaking, unable to wrap his head around what's going on, or who in their right mind saw this disaster coming. Reality finally slams down on them as a knight watches the flooding road, eyes widening because the water is climbing fast like it's racing them. Panic crashes in as a soldier yells that the road is blocked and there's no turning back now. The commander immediately barks for everyone to stay calm and dig in, right as the grim report hits him that the southern passage is already underwater. He lays out his desperate plan, saying that if things hit rock bottom, they've got to hunt for a way out and brace themselves to fight the floor boss. Camilla lunges forward, eyes blazing, and roars at Nacht Libel to get ready, because this crisis is their moment to prove they're worth it. The squad clenched their weapons and steadied their nerves as the shock of that sudden flood started to slip away. The moment the call to action hits, the whole crew erupts in one loud, unified shout, and just like that, their morale rockets right back up. Vim gapes at the transformation, stunned, because that power to flip fear into pure resolve is exactly what makes Nacht Libel truly mind-blowing. Feeling their power surge, he slaps his own cheeks, psychs himself up, and decides to play his part too right now. Scouts come racing in from every direction, shouting that the west, south, and east passages are clear right now, no anomalies anywhere. The radar operator locks eyes on his screen, sweat dripping down as he fights to decode the readings while the whole place erupts into chaos. Suddenly, he snaps his head up in pure terror, screaming that something is charging out of the North Passage. He tells them he can't piece the entire picture together yet, but yeah, the floor boss is probably closing in. The commander snaps into action, barking orders for the rearguard to open fire the moment Vim slaps on his enhancement magic. Mages and archers snap into position with unshakable grit, yelling that they're ready to unleash the volley. Vim clenches his focus, brain drilling through brutal calculations to pull off that enhancement spell even as the rain pounds everything around him. He snaps on his magic, casting *vibrate ** and harden ***, so the incoming blows hit harder, deadlier, and with unstoppable force. Magical energy surged outward in violent ripples, swallowing the rear guard's ready-made spells and weapons whole. A A huge, twisting mass crawls out of the darkness. People gasp, shout that it's enormous and impossible to spot clearly. The mages slam the lightning thunderstorm Gavatar spear into the air, and Vim supercharges it by tweaking its hardness, vibration, and air resistance. Enhanced magical spears streak through the cavern air, crackling with electricity as they tear toward the dark. A blinding explosion slams into the far wall, blasting the whole cavern with harsh, roaring light. Even after that direct hit, the scout screams, "It's not down!" Then he spots the readings shifting and realizes there are countless tentacles multiplying everywhere. A massive shadow tears through the smoke, and the alarm screams that it's charging straight for them. With a thunderous roar, the shield squad surges to the front line, slamming their massive shields down to stop the incoming charge. Vim snaps into action, barks "Enchanted," and throws a defensive buff onto the front line seconds before the impact hits. Shields blaze with reflected magic, blasting those massive tentacles back as they smash into them with bone-crushing force. The tank commander cackles like a maniac behind his shield, daring the monster to lunge at them over and over as much as it wants. The commander snaps for Hide to light up the target so they can finally see what they're up against, and she jumps at the chance without hesitation. She hurls the flasher spell and blasts the cavern with blinding light, screaming that she can finally see its body. The adventurers gulp in perfect unison as a blinding flash tears the darkness away. Then they finally see the monster's real size looming over them. A gigantic, squirming flesh horror hangs from the ceiling, glaring down with a single massive eye while its tentacles thrash and writhe. Its grotesque limbs jerk and coil through the air, splattering slime and water onto the flooded floor below. Soldiers lock eyes with the nightmare above, shaking in pure terror as they blurt out, "Tell me, how could something that huge even be real?" The commander whips around to Vim, confirms this is the floor boss and presses him, "Do you know exactly what it is?" Vim snaps back that it doesn't look like any floor boss he's seen before, calling it a tiny monster that looks way more like a sea cow than anything else. Camilla leans in and spots that the passage is still hooked up, then she fires off a theory: if it's a sea cow type, fire should wipe it out. Spotting that opening, the commander slams the order down: "Rearguard squad, switch tactics and unleash fire magic right now." Monica rips into the magical bombardment, screaming her incantation as a blazing fireball rockets toward the hanging beast. A male mage throws his head back and roars as he blasts the flames like a flamethrower, pouring fire into the inferno with pure, violent force. Hide crashes into the assault, flings scorching wind into the chaos, and blasts the monster with heat so deep it scorches its very flesh. The combined fire magic crashes into the grotesque mound of tentacles, blasting the creature apart in a roaring burst of light and heat. The monster writhes in agony as scorching flames rip into its body, and its huge eye pops wide from the sheer shock of the hit. When the creature jerks back in shock, the soldiers explode into cheers, convinced their fire-based plan is working flawlessly. Camilla barks rapid orders. She shoves the front line to lock shields with the shield squad, hold the line against the tentacles, and keep the main body in their sights. She orders the rear guard to split into pairs too, pushing them to intercept enemy blows in sync and strike separately so their pressure never slips. The troops snap into motion together with a sharp, disciplined shout, then lunge into that insane formation on the spot. No delays, no second guessing. Camilla orders Vim to save his strength, keep the enhancements running only for the shield squad, and put their defense above everything else. The shield squad leader flashes a fearless grin behind his barrier and yells at Vim that it's go time to carry out their part of the plan. Vim locks eyes with him, snarls with fierce determination, and shouts his answer as he channels his magic to the fullest. With the rear guard's magic carving an opening, the front line fighters rocket through those gaps in perfect sync, moving like a single unstoppable force. They slam in with razor-precise hit-and-runs, carving into the monster's looming limbs and slowly bleed away its strength until it can't keep up. Vim watches the chaos unfold, stunned by how perfectly every move clicks, like he's seeing a chess grandmaster at work in the middle of a battlefield. Even with enemy territory all around them and the rain hammering down, he realizes they're still absolutely crushing the fight. Against all odds, Naklable grabs the tactical edge and tears the floor boss apart piece by piece, right in front of everyone. Vim stared in disbelief at the real power of a top-tier party, stunned they could smash a boss this hard on their very first try. His thoughts snap in half when Camilla blurts out his name, yanking his focus straight to the front. He whips around, stunned by the sudden laser focus and raw intensity burning in her eyes. Camilla snaps, ordering him to pour everything he's got into the upgrade, no limits, no hesitation, because she's stepping in right now to end the fight herself. With a wicked smirk, she leans in and tells him straight up that she's counting on him, like always, to fuel the power she needs. Vim answers in a blink, slamming his magical energy into the spell and blasting it at full power to grant her request. The formal contract snaps into action as Camilla gives the verbal green light to grantor Vim's enchantment, triggering the exact ICSA protocol. The soldiers around them burst into shocked cheers, staring as their captain strides straight onto the battlefield himself. Vim locks his magic onto Camilla's exact wavelength, then unleashes Enchanted Asterisk to give her the perfect power-up tailored to how she fights. A blazing wave of light explodes around Camilla's sword, flooding the dark cavern as she steels herself to unleash her power. Squad leaders blast out orders to everyone fall back, don't get in the way, while they clear the whole area for their captain's absolutely devastating strike. The monster feels that threat closing in and unleashes a brutal, ear-shattering roar, bracing to fight for its life. Vim clenches his jaw, eyes locked tight, because bosses always pull out secret trump cards, and he's praying their plan to end it in one brutal hit actually lands. Camilla grins with deadly intent, vowing to smash the enemy in one clean hit, before it can even spring its secret power. Power surging at full strength, she declares it's time to prove their training, and then she explodes forward to test the results. A flashback cuts in years ago. A lone fighter trained his heart out under the moonlight, grinding every move until it burned into perfection. Camilla hauls a gigantic steel roller across the stone courtyard, muscles screaming as she pushes past every limit. She drives herself to the edge, soaking up every second of progress as she perfects both her body and her magic, even when her limits start screaming. With a gut-wrenching heave, she hauls the training gear across the floor, grinding her teeth and refusing to let that crushing weight win. After finishing her 1022nd repetition, despair crashes over her, because the result feels exactly the same as always. Her face contorts in raw anguish as she finally realizes her brutal grind has gotten her absolutely nowhere. Frustration surges through her, and she hurls a curse at the dead-stop stagnation poisoning her training. If she can't get stronger as a warrior, she'll throw herself into one thing, commanding others with everything she's got. With her warrior spirit shattered, she resigns herself to the worst, until one fateful moment slams the door on that life and changes everything. Right now, the troops erupt in wild cheers as their captain strides onto the battlefield to slam the fight shut. As she rockets forward, Camilla realizes every time Vim's enhancement repeats, the magic shifts like it's evolving with each round. She feels the power sharpen and refine itself, sinking deep into her bones and muscles. This power lights a brand new spark of hope inside her, blasting through the limits she swore were untouchable. She plants herself in front of that colossal monster, ready to unleash her renewed power and obliterate it. She smiles to herself because she knows Vim has absolutely no idea what he's truly done for her. Vim keeps his eyes on her, totally oblivious to the deep gratitude blooming in her chest for his help. She replays that collision of their lives in her head and realizes that one spark completely rewired her destiny. Her eyes burn with intensity as she realizes his magic has reignited her warrior spirit. With her ultimate technique unleashed, she triggers the Kaijingiri and barks the command, "Power, come forth." Brutal shockwave tears outward the moment she unleashes her energy. The teammate freezes in pure horror, realizing the energy surging right now dwarfs what she showed back in the Wyvern battle. Vim realizes that this towering ceiling lets the captain fire off her abilities with zero space getting in the way. Camilla rockets into the sky, blasting above the target at breakneck speed. She twists in midair, sword cocked high, ready to slam it down with a catastrophic blow. Stunned by how effortless she feels, she realizes her power is way bigger than she ever dared to imagine. Lost in that perfect bliss, she winds up and goes all in, ready to smash down with every last ounce of her power. The soldiers shriek for everyone to retreat again, terrified they'll get caught in the blast radius. The monster freezes in place, unable to keep up with the brutal speed of the coming strike. Camilla shoots downward fast, blasting out the first half of her technique's name, Kyojin. She fires through the monster with the giri, carving it open in a vertical blast of pure, blinding light. The massive beast tears itself neatly in two, and Vim is left frozen, staring in shock at that terrifying, unstoppable display of power. Camilla drops softly into the water just as the monster's split halves crash down behind her. A deep, bone-rattling hum rolls through the air as the gigantic corpse sinks, finally settling into the lake. The radar operator suddenly erupts into a scream, "It's not over," and that blast of truth smashes the comm like glass. He fires off a warning, the target's biological response is still live, and Simon is already in motion. The order to keep swinging, "Don't stop" hits, and the mages instantly rip into a follow-up volley. A non-stop barrage of magical explosions batters the creature's remains, punching them until there's no way it can ever come back. The operator stares at his screen, double-checks one last time, and finally snaps. There's zero reaction, so he declares it victory. The whole army explodes into a thunderous cheer, roaring like they've finally earned the victory of their hard-fought lives. They slam into a wild embrace, yelling through disbelief because they just pulled off the historic miracle, defeating a floor boss on their very first dive. The soldiers go wild, screaming that they really are the invincible NACT libel, and they start plotting a massive party for when they come back. While everyone else roared with joy, Vim stood alone in the rain, shaking like a leaf as an unshakable dread clenched his heart. Sweat streams down his face as he panics, desperately wondering if the fight is truly finished or if he just missed the one vital thing. He just stands there, eyes dead ahead, wondering if beating the floor boss is really that easy, while the rain pounds down like it's trying to stop him. He tries to talk himself out of his fear, claiming they just smashed the threat before it could move, but deep in his gut, he knows it was never that simple. That nagging feeling won't quit. He can't shake the thought that their lightning-fast win came from pure speed, but the weird weather still makes no sense. His thoughts get ripped apart the moment he suddenly sprints off, and a teammate blurts his name in total confusion. Vim halts mid-step, whips around, and Abel barrels in right behind him, panting hard from the sudden lurch. Abel snaps at him to watch his step, screaming that the water's surging up way too fast from that unnatural downpour. Watching Vim lock onto that map with laser focus, Abel can't take it anymore. He leans in and asks with real concern, "What's wrong?" Vim muttered to himself as it clicked, saying the floor boss showed up and slammed into them the exact second the rain started. He blurts out, almost panicking, "Do floor bosses usually control the weather like summoning rain on command?" The moment he grasped what it meant, he slammed the comms button and shot a message straight to the captain, shouting his name to Camilla right away. Vim reports that the water keeps rising, and with it, semi-aquatic monsters are about to go way more active, way more dangerous. He grimly adds that the flood slows the party down, but the enemy will probably tear ahead even faster. Camilla snaps straight to the truth. His warning isn't just serious, it's proof the crisis still isn't done. She blurts out an apology for earlier losing control, then praises his razor-sharp intuition and orders an immediate retreat. She makes the call on the spot and declares it's enough that we live to tell them what we've found. Those conditions just prove we can't turn back now. She quizzes Vim on whether he's got a retreat plan locked in, betting their lives on his navigation skills to guide them out alive. Vim snaps his confirmation right away, then jabs the map and highlights a tight passage to the northwest. He tells them this detour will eat up time, but it's their best shot, the only way to slip past the flooding. Even with the plan in place, Vim's hands won't stop shaking, and dread hits him so hard he can't figure out why his own body is betraying him like this. Huddled shoulder to shoulder in the rain, they watched the thrill of victory evaporate, then had to scramble into retreat, and morale sank fast. A weird, heavy thud suddenly rolled through the cavern, and every soldier stiffened on the spot, hands tightening hard around their weapons. The knights spin around in total confusion, hunting for where that ominous noise is coming from as the rain lashes down. Bubbles start bursting from the water, and the soldiers' breath catches as huge shapes claw their way up from the depths. A monstrous, grotesque lump of flesh and tentacles erupts from the depths, towering over the terrified adventurers as it breaches the surface. The creature finally snaps its full, nightmarish shape into place, slime pouring off it, while it glares down at the tiny humans like it's about to end them. In that razor-thin moment, every member of the party gets hit with the same chilling truth: this isn't a game anymore. With sinking hearts, they realize the monster they just crushed was just a pawn, and the real floor boss is still waiting. Massive splashes explode everywhere as new shapes burst into view, sealing the group in from every direction. The party is trapped in a tight ring of giant worm-like monsters, and every single one of them dwarfs the boss, massive, relentless, and so powerful they barely manage to take one down. A soldier freezes in disbelief, stuttering that the monster from earlier was nothing special, just some regular mob enemy. Camilla's skin breaks into a sweat, but she clenches her courage and admits it. Conquering the 98th floor won't be a walk in the park. The cavern floor drowns in despair as hulking tentacled horrors surge from the water and close in on the tiny band of adventurers. A stunned adventurer chokes on a gasp, staring in disbelief at the monstrous scale of the threat unfolding right in front of them. Panic claws at them as they stammer out, desperately begging, "What in the world do we do now when the odds are this brutal?" A scout yells that the rain is so relentless it's frying their sight, and now he can't even make out how many enemies are out there. They realize the boss wasn't just causing trouble, he was shaping the weather, and now they're trying to shout over the non-stop thunder of the storm. A frantic report tears in from the west flank. Two colossal mobs are charging straight toward them. Right away, the east side snaps in with a chilling confirmation. Two more giants are closing in from that direction too. Harapeaks fires back as the South Guard yells that he's verified 5 more enemies are closing in on their position. Bettina storms in yelling that the north side is in total chaos, saying they're trapped and completely surrounded, then practically begging for someone to give her orders. A soldier starts hyperventilating and sobbing, screaming that this is hopeless, then blurts out that they need to bolt and save their lives right now. Wading through the chaos, Camilla fixes a cold gaze ahead, then snaps an order: everyone huddle into a defensive formation right now. Her unshakable calm jolts the panicked soldiers out of their panic, snapping them to attention as they stare at their captain. Camilla rips into a roar, yelling at them to move right now and slam into a defensive circle before the enemy closes in. She tells herself this is what leadership feels like. She clings to her composure and refuses to break, even when the situation looks completely hopeless. The soldiers snap to attention and slam their shields together, forging a brutal steel wall as the towering monsters loom over them. Massive tentacles crash down and the shield bearers grit their teeth, sweat pouring as they refuse to break, holding the line against the giants. Inside the formation, soldiers huddle and whisper, terrified, because the path is blocked and retreat feels like a lie they can't afford to believe. Doubt crawls in as they wonder, can even a nailed-down libel slip past a floor boss and crowd of mobs all at once? Vim trembled from head to toe, sweat blasting down his face as he desperately worked out two things: can they slip away without getting chased, or do they have enough fight left to hold on? Out of nowhere, a heavy hand slams into his back, breaking his spiral instantly as a teammate yells his name. His comrade snaps at him, yelling, "Don't look down," and insisting that this grim, gloomy face just doesn't fit him at all. Vim whips his eyes around and sees his teammates clenching their weapons tight, pure grit in their faces as they brace to take on the impossible. When the tank leader flashes that confident grin, Vim's stomach drops, because he realizes he's the only one losing his nerve. Feeling ashamed but fired up, Vim slams his own cheeks, steels himself, and shouts a solid yes when the call comes. He tells himself no one can promise we'll win, but right now we're not doomed either. Knowing nobody else died yet, he relaxes for half a second, then he realizes they still have the strength to keep fighting. Vim rips his fear apart, vows to read the situation like a weapon, and swears they'll claw their way back alive from this living hell. He locks onto what he can do in this exact moment, then drives himself to nail his role, no mistakes, no hesitation. The giant worms twist and coil, rearing up with hideous bodies writhing as they prime themselves to unleash a brutal barrage of attacks. Camilla shrieks for everyone to fight back as a whole forest of tentacles slams down on them. Vim blurts out the incantation on the spot, ***, enchanted, and slams his support magic into place to turbocharge his defenses. The shieldbearers howl back in approval, jaws clenched tight as they brace for the crushing hit about to slam into them. The sky gets swallowed by a brutal storm of tentacles, slamming down onto the tiny defensive circle like a hammer. A soldier stares as the shadows creep in, stammering that the non-stop barrage of attacks is just too much to take in. Camilla flashes a ferocious grin and screams a warning as those massive limbs crash into place. The front line caves in, but they still lock their shields up tight, each one groaning as the enemy's blow crashes down like a wrecking ball. The impact slams the ground like a thunderclap, and Vim drops into a crouch, gripping his weapon tight as the whole world rattles around them. In the middle of the chaos, Vim snatched his dagger, and with fire in his eyes, he forged a brand new plan. The command snaps through the air, "Hold on," as the soldiers howl in panic and strain with everything they've got to keep that defensive wall standing. The leader rallies everyone to stick together and push through, because their survival literally depends on keeping this formation locked in. Camilla's voice slashes through the despair. She roars for everyone to lift their heads, rally together, and fight back. The legendary party, Nacht Libel, teeters on the edge of total destruction. The crushing truth hits hard. This squad is already partly wiped out, steamrolled by sheer overwhelming power. Broken bodies of knights and mages choke the flooding water, clawing to rise as the relentless assault pounds them again and again. A towering nightmare crushes in on them, its gigantic body spilling a shadow of pure death over every survivor. Desperate defenders hurl their shields and staves up, hands shaking hard as they desperately claw at a failing line to keep the beast at bay. A flashback slams into place. Turns out they had already braced for the absolute worst, convinced they could handle anything that came. Their training and raw strength were meant to crush anything the dungeon dared to throw at them. But when the labyrinth finally showed its true, twisted irrationality, every single plan they made, and every expectation they clung to crashed to nothing. Then the brutal truth hits. Whoever gets unlucky enough to face this floor boss first is basically doomed to get wiped out. In the stormy rain, Camilla freezes in the memory and whips her gaze to Vim, her face deadly serious as she calls his name. She spits it out cold. He's not a member of Nachtlevel, and if he slips away alone, nobody will judge him for it. Vim's jaw drops in disbelief as she begs him for one last favor right before he walks out the door. Terrified by what she's implying, Vim stammers out an apology and refuses to accept what she's even suggesting. Camilla snaps back, insisting the heart of her desperate scheme depends on him saying yes, right down to swallowing the casualties. She declares she'll take the monster down herself, then demands he hand over every last drop of enhancement he has. Her command brooks no argument. Everyone else has to break into squads of 3 and scatter, and she gives them zero support. Vim suddenly realizes she's about to be sacrificed, and she panics, begging for her plan to at least show the escape route to everyone. Camilla flashes a sorrowful smile and vows she'll take full responsibility for Nachtlevel's safety. Vin practically pleads with her to stop that talk because he can't stomach the crushing weight of her self-sacrifice anymore. She promises that if he joins the guild, Hyde, Mary, and Abel will set him up for a secure future, and Vim completely falls apart. Tears shimmered in Camilla's eyes as she finally spoke the contract aloud, sealing Vim's enchantment one last time. Vim clenched his teeth so hard his jaw ached, tears blazing down his face as he fought to crush the emotional pain tearing him apart. Screaming through the agony, he slams the enchanted spell to life, pouring every last drop of his magic straight into his captain. A blinding pillar of light crashes around Camilla as she shouts, commanding every member to look her way. With terrifying calm, she declares these are the last words she'll ever say to the team. She snarls at them to flee as she grips the bus, then drops the truth. She's already staked their survival on Vim. With a soft, warm smile, she turns to her comrades and thanks them for everything they've done side by side. Right now, a soldier finally clocks what's going on and she realizes it way too late, so she lunges forward and belts out a scream full of pure denial. Camilla stands alone in the dark and her communication snaps out, just a sharp burst of static like a ruthless kiss. She freezes in awe, feeling her body turn weightless, like someone just yanked a brutal burden off her shoulders. Her eyes snap open with razor-sharp intent, zeroing in on the massive target like it's already hers. Colossal worm surges up, mouths and tentacles thrashing as it hungers for the kill. Camilla strutted up to the beast, gave it her name and basically admitted, "You run this floor, so remember me, I'm Camilla." With a furious stare she declares, respectfully of course, that she'll tear its life away right here, right now. She surges forward, blazing across the water like a thrown spear, and somehow closes the gap in a single heartbeat. A violent shockwave explodes outward as she carves straight through the monster's defenses, unleashing pure, catastrophic destruction. The hit rattles the cavern to its bones, and the beast freezes in shock at the tiny warrior's devastating blow. Camilla rips straight through the giant tentacles, blood blasting into the air while severed limbs scatter everywhere. She rockets forward at blistering speed, taunting the beast with one question like, "So when do I get to make my big move?" Crackling with magical power, she grips a vertical tentacle and boldly declares, "This enhancement is the absolute best." Her eyes blaze with determination as she carves through the monster's defenses with every swing of her sword. The colossal tentacle gets sliced off clean in one brutal move, and the heavy limb whips into the black abyss. She rockets across the battlefield, blazing so fast that her teammates can barely keep up with where she lands. Camilla suddenly realizes she can climb forever with zero fatigue, then she stares in shock at how effortlessly her body moves. She fires questions at her past self, wondering if she's truly the same girl who used to feel dull, numb, and totally apathetic. With every new strike, she can't help but wonder, am I really this powerful warrior now, or am I still pretending? Her blade bites true, carving a brutal slash straight into the monster's massive eye. A wild grin lights up her face as she finally realizes she can take this boss head-on on her level. She rockets along the creature's body, screaming to slice every tentacle apart and smash straight into the central core. Grim determination burns in her eyes as she screams for even more speed and raw power. Even with her insane surge in power, she's still left speechless, because that monster just won't drop. Vim leans in, eyes shining with awe, likening Camilla's max power display to the legend of a mythical hero in full battle. He clenches his resolve and follows her commands, wagering everything on the time she just bought him. With his device locked in place, he gears up the retreat assistance for the rest of the party. He slams the retreat protocol on, but his hand shakes over the controls like it's fighting for control. Vim hauls a wounded comrade along, and the moment they stagger off the battlefield, their gratitude hits hard as they thank him for saving them. Hyde Marie notices him coming and lets out a relieved shout, calling his name like she just found him. She stands right in front of him and spills the truth. She never stopped believing in him, not even once. Vim pants hard, sweat pouring down his face as he checks the area and finally decides it's safe. He lays out the brutal truth about the second recon team. Hands is safe, but everyone else is barely holding on. With a sharp nod, he pivots to go, pushing Hyde Marie to get moving out now. Hyde Marie freezes in confusion, staring as Vim's footsteps drag like something's wrong in his very bones. Vim's breathing turns ragged, his mouth gapes open as exhaustion finally crushes him. He feels his body suddenly weigh 1,000 tons, and he knows, right then, that trouble has slammed into him. It doesn't feel like simple tiredness anymore. His legs turn into dead weights and they refuse to lift a single step. A terrifying realization hits him like a punch as he finally pinpoints exactly what that sensation is. The brutal hallucination of his abusive ex-leader clamps onto his head, whispering that he's nothing but a waste. His eyes blow wide with terror the instant he realizes he's hit that same gut-twisting nightmare he felt back in Dragon's Wing. He wrestles down the panic, hammering the same question in his head: why is he even thinking about this right now when he doesn't get a single second to breathe? Hyde Marie shouts his name in full panic as his footing slips, and he starts to tumble into the fall. The memory of Camilla hits him like a lightning bolt, screaming that falling back doesn't mean he'll be safe. Her bright smile lights a fire in him, pushing him to do everything he can. He remembers her praise and it hits him like a spotlight. She called his progress magnificent. He can't stop asking why these memories are crashing back now, because her kindness won't let his thoughts go. He can't stop replaying it in his head, her handing him food, slipping him money, and showering him with praise, and the message is loud and clear. She truly cared. Her voice slices through the fog, snapping him to focus and obey every command. A brutal countdown pounds inside his head: shut your thoughts down and move, because the timer is about to hit 1. A chilling voice burrows into Vim's head, orders him to obey Camilla, and jerks his feet forward like he has no choice. The voice turns vicious, hurls insults at him, and barks for him to look up, like he can't just stand there frozen like some idiot. Vim froze in the pouring rain, trembling as the hallucinations from his past trauma crashed over him. The voice sneers at his scared face, laughing at just how pathetic he looks in this exact moment. It viciously pits his frozen grin against the awful face he made right before he humiliated himself in front of trash leader Kronos. The hallucination won't let up, hammering him with one cruel question: what he's thinking, while he just stands there helpless and useless. Right then, Hyde hears Mary's voice slice through the darkness. She shouts for him to stop fleeing and finally think things through. She demands the truth, what he's really thinking, and traps him into facing the hesitation he's been hiding from himself. Right when everything hangs by a thread, the voice blasts him for doubting his comrades. Vim just freezes in the pounding rain, eyes bulging with fear as the war inside his head locks him in place. A colossal worm monster heaves up, grotesque and unstoppable, and it's about to smash the tiny humans beneath its crushing weight. Camilla hurls herself at the beast, her sword screaming as it slices straight through a gigantic tentacle in one brutal strike. Vim snaps back to the team's rallying cry, convinced that as long as their Captain S at the front, nothing, absolutely nothing, is out of reach. The soldiers unleash a single, thunderous roar, never giving up, while their morale rockets through the chaos even as the odds crush down on them. Camilla keeps hammering the monster, her blade carving through its flesh with unshakable, brutal precision. She twirls through the air like a blur, slipping every strike and carving clean cuts through the creature's brutal, thick hide. The soldier barks that the enemy's assault has finally stalled, and he spots a razor-thin opening to hit back. He's yelling for everyone to grab this moment right now, calling it the perfect chance to flip the whole story. A brutal shockwave tears across the battlefield as a devastating attack detonates and the whole area erupts. A battle-hardened warrior screams with pure determination, throwing every ounce of strength they've got into one last, desperate strike. The monster snaps back with a brutal technique, unleashing human hunt asterisk to slaughter the attackers. Chilling voice hisses good as the trap snaps shut. Camilla's eyes go huge with terror as the punch comes in, and she realizes too late she has to dodge. A monstrous limb crashes into her with a sickening thud, shattering her armor and spraying her blood across the air. The blast slams the water like thunder, sending a wild shockwave rippling outward and blasting everything in its path backward. Vim shrieks her captain's name in straight-up terror as he watches her get violently struck down. Camilla gets hurled through the air like a broken ragdoll, completely helpless as the impact comes crashing down. Abel snaps to the danger and rockets ahead, roaring as he slams straight into the line of fire. He snaps his shield up at the last second, just as a world-ending impact barrels in ready to crush every single one of them. Vim launches himself into the water, skidding across the surface as he snatches Camilla's falling body into his arms and holds her tight. He throws his head back in pure panic, shouting her name again and again while the monster's shadow towers over them. Camilla gasps for breath, blood running down her mouth, and she still manages to shout praises for Abel's reflect skill. Abel snarls through the strain, teeth clenched, and refuses to budge, swearing he'll keep that defense standing no matter what comes crashing down. Vim frantically barrels through the chaos, yells to his captain and begs, "Can you hear me?" His brutal analysis spells out the grim truth: her organs are wrecked, and her bones are shattered from head to toe. Camilla creaks her eyes open and gasps, "Who's still standing out here?" Despair crashes over her as she realizes they never escaped. Now the whole party is still stuck in that same trap with her. A wave of resignation hits her eyes as she whispers, "I see," fully grasping just how dangerous things have become. She lets out a soft laugh and points out that somehow nobody's died yet, then shakes her head at how painfully young they are. With her last ounce of strength, she screams for the young and strong to flee, cut loose the wounded weight she leaves behind. Vim froze behind his fallen captain, muttering under his breath until it finally hit. This was their desperate reality. He drops his gaze on Camilla's kneeling form, frozen, watching the strongest warrior he's ever known get crushed into defeat. Instead of running, Vim digs in and tells her, "If you've still got your reinforcement magic, then let me be your meat shield. I'll take the hits so you can get through." Grit and raw desperation choke his voice as he clenches his fist, swearing he can't quit, not yet, not ever. Camilla lifts her head with a fragile smile, nods with formal grace, and pleads with Vim, begging him to give her his reinforcements one last time. Vim's face twists with raw emotion, rain and sweat pouring off his chin as he clenches his teeth and forces himself to smash through his terror. With bitter self-loathing, he realizes his hesitation and doubt are stealing every precious second from the few Camilla has left. A horrifying vision slams into him, screaming that if nobody stops it right now, the whole group is going to get slaughtered here and now. The party's warmth crashes into his mind, and it only makes him feel more pathetic, like he doesn't deserve a single ounce of kindness they're handing him as a total misfit. Tears burn at the edge of his eyes as he trembles, crushed by the truth that he doesn't belong in a party this incredible. He reels off his own flaws in his head, convinced he's a painfully awkward, miserable outcast who should have been kicked out ages ago. He admits it loud and clear. He survived this whole time because the Furbrins stood united and their strength has always been the shield protecting him. That crushing debt to them pins him down, and even dying again and again feels like it still won't wash away the truth: he's worthless. Staring at his shaking hand, he can't believe these incredible people welcomed him with open arms and still treated him with real respect, flaws and all. Vim blasts open a channel to the whole team and in one sharp burst of clarity declares that survival still has one last, desperate shot. The surviving crew stands drenched in the rain, frozen in fear and confusion as their support mage blurts out a sudden, deadly serious order. Vim blurts out a frantic apology, voice trembling yet steel-hard, then declares he's going to straight up ignore the orders. His teammates stare in stunned silence, totally baffled by what this timid enchanter could possibly be cooking. Vim straight up admits the road he's about to take probably isn't the smartest move on the board. He swears this is his last remaining option, so there's nothing left to do but act. He barks at the rest of the party to grab the opening and fall back right now, while he stays behind, blocking the boss. Vim unleashes a brutal spell called Hurts, and the stalemate protocol snaps into place, freezing the entire battlefield in its tracks. Magic energy swirls around him and he snaps at the bewildered team, telling them he's about to unleash a deadly, specific debuff. He locks onto the Lord of the Levels and storms right up to him, shouting his wild plan to take down the floor boss solo. No team, no backup, just pure audacity. Camilla stared up at him, eyes wide in awe, and she finally understood. She was right. Something special had always been lurking inside him. Vim jabs a finger at the enemy, stunned, because why would they pull that reckless stunt when they usually hate going off script? He clings to Camilla's words about freedom to live life his own way, and it finally hits him fully what her advice truly meant. A real, confident grin explodes across his face as he fully embraces his choice, and the freedom that hits him right after. With a savage flick of his hand, Vim launches his ultimate, activating Transition Puppet Master, and kicks off a solo war. Vim froze in the downpour and a voice ripped through the storm, calling him out, grave as a warning, to reach young Vim straight to the bone. Massive, grotesque beasts burst up from the water, their brutal screeches tearing through the air over the lone figure standing there. Vim braces himself against the pounding rain, swearing that beating this enemy is his sacred duty. As he trudges toward the shore, a voice shouting his name crashes through the storm, pounding in his head. In his mind, he locks in his decision and tells the girl behind him, his silhouette cutting hard against the light. She still smiles through the sweat and worry, but when he makes his choice, she just nods, quiet, resigned, and accepting. She points out that even with his non-stop grumbling and creeping doubts, the moment it's time, he somehow digs deep and shows this wildly surprising courage. Vim flashes a brave, tear-soaked smile and says a final goodbye to Marie. She tells him straight up that he's got what it takes to win, then snaps him out of his worries and says not to stress about what happens next. Vim rubs his cheek, looking guilty as he insists he's only trying to stall, exactly like last time. He tosses out a cocky boast, claiming he's way stronger than the previous ruler of this floor. Marie halts mid-step, stunned by something wildly unexpected in his very demeanor. Vim cracks a laugh to dodge the tension, but right away he admits his emotions are spiking, and yeah, he feels completely off. She slices through his tough act, leans in and asks, "Are you scared?" while she points straight to the tremble in his legs. Vim admits the shaking hits the moment you realize you're gambling your life. She watches him like a hawk and then it clicks, his shaking isn't fear at all. Vim snaps the conversation shut, swears there's no time left and turns to bolt out of there. She claims she sees him clearer than he ever will, because deep down she can tell he hasn't even understood himself yet. As she watches his retreating back, she can't shake the feeling that one day he'll finally see himself clearer than anyone alive. Tears pour down her face as she finally admits it. No matter what she thinks, there are still parts of him she has no idea about. She can't believe it. Why would he start laughing in the middle of that dire moment? The monstrous thing shifts again, its grotesque flesh rippling and squirming like a nightmare come alive. The enemy laughs at them as the tentacles the leader sliced down start to regrow and come crawling back to ruin their chance. To make it even worse, the water level surged way up, flipping the whole battlefield on its head. A colossal beast looms as the waters surge upward, dwarfing the tiny figure that still stands firm against the sheer, impossible size. Vim realizes the rising water will supercharge the monster's attacks, and he panics, scrambling like crazy for a way out. The creature thrashes the water, churning waves while a low, ominous growl rolls out as it gets ready to lunge. The air turns thick as the beast grinds and shifts its enormous bulk, and the roar shakes everything. Vim clenched his fist hard, steadied his breathing, and braced himself to blow his power wide open. He steels his resolve and vows that, as a support specialist, he can push all kinds of things right to their breaking limits. A haunting mental diagram flashes on screen, mapping how the pain of reinforcement changes depending on exactly which part of the body you hit. The easiest level is all about strengthening those bones and muscles, and usually you only need 1 or 2 treatments to finish it. To push past your limits, you've got to boost blood flow and hammer your heart stronger, so oxygen keeps flooding your body and you can go even farther. But beyond the heart lies a forbidden realm, an invisible core where only a rare few are allowed to strengthen themselves. Right at the peak of difficulty sits the unknown level, straight-up brain training, only way harder. The story snaps back to a memory of Vim hunched over his desk, eyes locked in pure fury as he studied into the night. He tears through the texts in pure frustration, only to find that anything about strengthening the brain is shockingly rare. The ancient tome spills its truth. No matter how many times they try, they've never once managed to truly strengthen the brain. Boosting processing speed in the consciousness center could skyrocket combat power, but the warning screams that it's insanely dangerous. It's basically saying if you're weak, pumping yourself up won't do much, but boosting someone else's brain is nearly impossible. Vim can't shake the question, who would ever dare risk their life just to try something that deadly? He locks eyes on the horizon, silent as stone, as the weight of his thoughts crushes his expression. A memory hits, some stronger warrior steps in, clears Vim off the battlefield and even apologizes for Vim's weakness, then takes the fight over himself. Alone at his desk, Vim hunched over his research, so desperate for power that it practically clawed at his soul. He stretches his hand forward and realizes this forbidden road is the only lifeline he has left. They call it the puppet master, an insane technique that turns your body into a marionette, tugging every move like it's on strings. A razor-sharp sound crashes through the air the moment the activation process kicks off deep inside his mind. He realizes how deadly this is. Pushing his brain's speed too far could slam it into total overload and knock him out cold. He turns inward and suddenly, his own consciousness screams louder than everything else. He sharpens his senses to deadly accuracy, firing off lightning-quick questions and answers in his head to lock his mind in place. He meticulously tunes the multiplier, squeezing it right up to the edge of the absolute limit, right before the overload detonates. The final number gets bumped up by a tiny, microscopic 1x, just enough to squeeze out a hair more power than he's ever had before. He knows the side effects will probably fry his brain, but it's the absolute limit, his last stand against what he can handle. His mind races at full speed, firing off theories that prove self-direction is absolutely possible in this state. Reality snaps back, then a monstrous tentacle slams down to crush him. The puppet master technique takes over completely, and a manic, breathless laugh bursts out like it can't be contained. Vim snatches his weapon in an instant, because those deadly appendages are closing in from every side. Massive tentacles slice through the air with bone-crushing speed and terrifying force. A chaotic storm of strikes batters his position from all sides, blasting up a cloud of debris and swallowing him from view. With that kind of insane speed, he can't help but wonder, did he already die and not even notice? Suddenly, his sense of reality flips, like the world's horrifyingly fast speed just grinds to a crawl. Vim reclines like it's nothing, slipping past those huge attacks as they suddenly look painfully slow through his sharpened, fast-tracking eyes. He jumps onto the thrashing tentacles and sprints along them with impossible speed, like he's barely touching the chaos. Spinning through the air upside down, he threads a calm mind through a deadly maze of flesh. He rockets down the creature's limb in a streak of motion, smashing the gap until he's finally closing in on the main body. Closing in on the monster's core, he braces himself and lines up a single, decisive strike. With total focus, he carves through the final defenses like a blade, dead-on, razor-precise. The crowd freezes in stunned silence, and their jaws drop as they stare at the impossible spectacle tearing across their eyes. A streak of motion tears through the air as he keeps hammering in his relentless assault. He glides over the creature's hide, every move smooth and surgical, setting himself up for the next brutal phase of the attack. He finally shows what his power really is, and with a snap, it floods his body with an instant surge that cranks his physical stats up by 20x. With his senses cranked to max, the whole world feels like it's stuck in slow motion, and the enemy's moves look painfully sluggish. Every fiber in his body snaps to attention the moment he issues the command, then he rockets forward. He maps out the perfect route and nails the exact moment to strike with machine-level precision. His perception shatters reality itself, letting him read every twitch of every muscle fiber down to the last fraction of a heartbeat. He looks at how they keep hammering that strong train, checking every detail, until they're winning 10-10 every single time. No matter how weak you feel, pour every last bit of energy into chasing that 1 in 100,000 stroke of pure luck. He finally gets it. Waiting around for success to magically show up is never enough. He insists he has to slam that miracle into the world himself, making success happen by sheer force of will. He unleashes the brutal power of his technique, then rockets upward to slip past the final strike. Vim sprints across the wobbling ground, and it's clear he's trained his ligaments to snap back stronger so they can take the brutal strain without tearing. Deadly spikes pour from above, nailing him inside a brutal kill box where every shadow feels like a blade. With a wild grin, he cuts through the chaos and drives himself to keep hunting for that 1 in 100,000 miracle. He slips under the crushing strike, eyes wide, one wrong move and he's as good as dead until he finally claws out a path to survive. His eerie laughter ripples across the water as he glides with unnerving grace, and the crowd on the shore just stands there, utterly stunned. Camilla stares in total disbelief, her mind refusing to accept the impossible speed blazing across the battlefield right in front of her. She can't even keep up with what he's doing. He explodes off the ground and launches into the air like gravity got nothing to say. She realizes he used a move that should have shattered his joints, then somehow yanked the jump's momentum back with the swing of his strike. She starts wondering, can this insane feat be real, or is it a one-time miracle only his wildly upgraded body could pull off? Horror crept across her face as she realized his movement had blown past anything a human could pull off. Gazing at that tiny figure tearing into the Leviathan, she finally snaps to the truth: Vim's transformation has gone way, way further than she ever imagined. Vim cackles in Death's face, laughing as he yells his brand new philosophy: live exactly how he wants, no apologies. He throws his fist in the air because he just turned a 1 in a million miracle into reality with nothing but grit, and against the astronomical odds. His euphoria explodes, then faceplants into despair when he realizes this miracle still can't keep death from taking him. He measures his fate with icy precision, knowing that even a tiny mistake, just a few milliseconds, will smash his bones to pieces. Even with the odds staring him down, he throws taunts at the beast, grinning like his boosted speed is the key that'll win him this fight. Suddenly, the creature snaps back to life, summoning glowing magical glyphs that wrap around its massive body like a fiery cage. Vim's eyes bulge with terror as he realizes the beast is actually casting magic, something he never saw coming. A gigantic blade of pure magical energy slashes across the battlefield, screaming through the air with unstoppable power. On pure instinct, Vim throws himself out of the way of the dark energy, because one wrong second and it'd erase him instantly. He barely slips the next blow, twisting midair so that massive limb misses him by inches. He jolts with a sharp gasp, realizing the monster is so merciless it chops off its own tentacles just to slam the attack home. A severed limb rockets straight at him, flung forward by the creature's brutal, destructive magic. Vim whirls through the non-stop attacks, firing off furious complaints because the enemy won't give him even one breath. With madness burning in his eyes, he steps in and takes the brutal onslaught headfirst, then swears he'll dodge every single thing that gets thrown at him. Vim sprints through the wild, bone-white maze of massive tendrils, a blur of speed as he dodges a battlefield that wants him dead. He hurls himself back with a feral roar, blades snapping with light as he fights for every inch against the colossal beast. Flipping through the air with sick, impossible moves, Vim slices through the deadly chaos like he's fearless, pure grace, no panic. Down on the ground, the knights gape in disbelief, sweat blasting off their faces as they watch the impossible unfold right before their eyes. They can't wrap their heads around it. How is Vim even still standing? their minds spin because the sheer impossibility of him moving against a monster like that feels unreal. The narration cuts straight to the brutal truth: Vim is up against the strongest hierarch by himself, with no one to back him up. Vim flashes a crazed grin as he locks himself into an ultra-speed deathmatch where every single millisecond could be the difference. The crowd can only murmur in disbelief, totally stunned by the insane skill unfolding right in front of them. Vim surges forward and unleashes a storm of strikes on the beast's massive limbs, moving like a blur of brutal, exact precision. Vim seizes the momentum and charges across the monster's massive tentacles, using its own body like a raging, living road. He darts through brutal water jets with superhuman reflexes, and the crowd erupts in screams of disbelief at how effortlessly he moves. Vim hangs midair for a heartbeat, perfectly suspended beside the towering mass of the hierarchy. With a snap of momentum, he whips into motion again, just a streak of raw speed slicing through the dark. That battle flips on a dime and it smacks him right in the face, so hard the young fighter blurts a sharp gasp of shock. Vin feels a brutal disconnect between his mind and his body, and he can't stop thinking, "What the hell am I doing right now?" while he's trapped in this fugue state. The fight races so insanely fast that he pulls off multiple mind-bending maneuvers before a single heartbeat even passes. When Vim finally registers the threat, he snaps into escape mode, because if that giant limb hits the ground, he's getting crushed instantly. He's hanging on by a single thread, defying a 1 in 10,000 shot just to stay one step ahead of death. As he slides down the creature's hide, Vim grimaces through the strain, but his gut tells him he's still not taking any internal damage. He grabs the monster's shockwave like a surfboard, riding the wild blast of energy straight to safety. Realizing the clock is finally out, Vim panics and scrambles to escape as the impossible reality of what's happening slams into him. He rockets away at the last second as a giant tentacle crashes down and smashes the exact spot he just left. Vim touches down safely, stunned that his body carried out every last desperate move his mind cooked up in that split second. A strange thrill surges through him, and his mind stays unnervingly steady while his body roars with adrenaline. Vim jolts out of his battle trance and realizes, too late, he got carried away, then freezes in pure shock at what's happening. He grimly tells himself, "I have to buy time right here, or those other Furbryn will die for sure." Vim snaps out of it, berating himself for even a hint of pleasure, then locks back onto his mission, refusing to let that rush pull him off course. He can't stop questioning the sick thrill that hit him while he was dancing right on the edge of death, shaken by the fact it felt good. The more lethal the threat gets, the more his heart races, because that twisted truth hooks him and scares him at the same time. Vim feels like he's been begging for this deadly moment for ages, and then, like a premonition finally breaking free, he realizes it's happening right in front of him. From far away, the soldiers huddle and whisper, stunned that Vim might still be alive after that catastrophic hit. A gigantic hierarch towers in the water, its tangled limbs jerking and sliding with a chilling, ominous pulse. The soldiers just stare, baffled, as the creature's body suddenly warps and twists, then they scramble to understand what it's even doing. A seasoned knight's blood runs cold when he realizes, horrified, that the beast is in the middle of a terrifying transformation. Weird, floating noises roll through the air as that creature's biology breaks every rule nature ever wrote. Vim locks eyes on the sky in total shock, sweat pouring down his face as everything spirals out of control. A massive ring of flesh tears loose and hovers over the main body, and Vim is left staring like, wait, how does magic even work here? The knight leans in and admits the hierarchs always keep a secret ace hidden, then the real horror of their enemy finally hits. The old veteran knight bares his teeth and admits this horrifying transformation is a recurring nightmare, and that the previous rulers used the exact same trick. He realizes this wild transformation isn't power at all, it's desperation screaming for help, proving the monster is finally trapped with nowhere left to run. Vast, sickly pale tentacles slam down across the battlefield, scrambling the whole ground into a brutal, flesh-choked maze. The Hierophant rips off the mask and fully transforms into a grotesque, bulbous god, crowned in writhing appendages as a blazing symbol burns on its body. Vim wipes the sweat off his face, flashes a ferocious grin, and realizes the second round of this deadly game is officially underway. The commander roars that the next attacks can't be foreseen, then yells for every young kid to evacuate the area, right now. He locks his eyes on Abel, barks that he must drop his post, and orders him to get out, leaving the defense to the veterans. Fear rattles Abel to the core, but he won't bolt. He stammers that as the shield commander he has to stand his ground to catch the stray shots. The commander gapes at him in pure confusion, because he can't wrap his head around why that terrified kid is still standing his ground. Abel clenches his shield, refusing to believe this despair is total. There's gotta be a shred of hope hiding somewhere. The battle-scarred knight flashes a reassuring grin at the boy, telling him to stop spiraling about dying and lock in on the fight. The hierarch's floating appendages twitch and let out faint little sounds, like they're waking up and about to unleash the next brutal offensive. Huddled against the cliffside, Vim stares at those floating organs, dread tightening every second as a sick warning churns in his gut. He snaps to it. Those aren't just parts, they're sky-fired support organs meant to blast attacks down from above, so there's no way to just jump and dodge anymore. With clenched teeth, Vim realizes he's going too slow, so he grits his resolve and pushes past his limit. He slams the trigger, and in a blink, his power spikes to 50 times his normal strength, like his body just caught fire with speed. His eyes flare unnaturally as he pushes his vision wider and wider, desperate to drink in every last detail of the battlefield. Vin vows to swallow everything asterisk, even data he can't see, pumping it straight into his memory. The flood of information smashes into him so hard his vision blurs, and he feels like he's about to drop dead on the spot. Endless, intricate magic circles erupted around the hierarch's limbs, surging with power as a brutal magical bombardment began to form. The air rips open with raw power as the beast hurls its entire arsenal, blasting simultaneous energy beams at once. Water jets roar and magical shots streak everywhere, drowning the battlefield in a bullet hell where there's nowhere left to run. Panic erupted as soldiers fought for their lives while gigantic beams tore through the water and stone all around them. Vim charges through the chaos with a wild grin, yelling in pure amazement as he cuts his way through the impossible storm. He jolts with wild exhilaration. Everything is suddenly clear, and his senses grab every single slice of the chaos at once. He reads the attacks from the blind spots, follows the ripples and reflections across the water, and even catches the shadows of those tentacles. His mind races through the unseen, counting 377 tentacles, 490 blades, 55 lances, and 1,020 bullets like it's already tallying the apocalypse. With godlike focus, Vim clocks the path of every single projectile before it even lands in his direction. He weaves through the lethal barrage, slipping between those massive strikes as if his body were made to dodge death itself. Vim cackles like a lunatic, praising the hierarch for being laser-efficient, never wasting a single hit on pointless attacks. Feeling omnipotent, he soaks in the thrill of seeing the whole battlefield, every angle, in a perfect 360-degree mental map. A jolt of fear rips through him as he realizes that even a single heartbeat of wandering means instant death. He can't help wondering if that death-hunting impulse was planted in him all along, and now negotiating with the hierarch feels downright addictive. Vim bursts out in pure joy. He's finally hit his peak performance, and he declares it like he just conquered the world. Deadly tendrils rocket forward with blinding speed, carving the air in a wild, destructive frenzy. With a hair's breadth, Vim dodges the killing hit, and he realizes he came terrifyingly close to eating that attack straight in the face. With a sharp order, the support fire dies down, and a calm voice turns to Heidi Mari, thanking her for everything she's done. Through the chaos, a desperate scream cuts in. Hands, tell me our chances of getting out. The team wrestles with a brutal choice: back Vim or keep everyone alive, while stray bullets tear the air and they fight tooth and nail to shield the injured. With the fight raging this hard, even the idea of offering support gets thrown into doubt. A storm of crushing punches pounds the ground nonstop, blasting the battlefield with deafening, bone-rattling impacts. Camilla snaps to the truth. Trying to step into that lightning-fast fight is suicide, and all she'd do is get in the way. Orders get shouted: lock in on defense only, then fall back as far and as fast as you can. With the great curtain exploding into motion, the crew kicks off a frantic, must-escape evacuation right now. A brutal shockwave blasts out, blasting light across the leader's silhouette as they stare down the chaos. As the fight rages on, Camilla can't stop thinking about Vim's wild promise that he'd beat the floor boss. She finally admits she actually believed he was just bluffing, like he'd never dare take down that monster on his own. To her shock, Wim isn't just keeping up with the boss, he's forcing him back, pushing the boss deeper and deeper into a corner. Realizing the fight is already beyond their limits, Camilla throws all her trust behind Wim. Lost in the zone, Wim uncovers a secret side of himself, one that lives for the rush of swinging his blade with zero hesitation. He charges forward like a storm, every movement a blur of raw violence. Wim keeps surviving the assault, but then it hits him. He's trapped in a stalemate, and he hasn't managed to land a single strike on the main body. He forces his mind into gear, and he knows he can't risk a long, stamina-draining fight. Dodging blow after blow, he digs deep and shoves his mind past its breaking point, forcing it to think even sharper. He remembers feeling a solid shell buried in that black mist, and it hits him, this thing doesn't belong there. Locking onto the target, he decides the only way to win is to shatter the core hidden at its heart. A path suddenly blooms inside his head, and even though he can't fully make sense of the math, one thing hits him hard: this is the fastest way straight to the boss. A wild spark of inspiration detonates in his head, lighting up the path ahead. Fate snaps into place when probabilities collide and parallel events rush through his mind, molding into a single, perfect solution. Now it all rides on one thing: he has to stay locked on that exact route and not mess it up once. He realizes the shaking in his body has been fear from the very first second. When he sees that miraculous path to victory, it hits him at last, the raw rush of being only one step from triumph. Even with a 90% chance of dying, he's still 100% sure this version of him can beat it. He turns the terror of suicide into something electric, grinning like the whole risk is just hilariously insane. He blasted forward at mind-numbing speed, and the wind pressure warped his face like it was trying to tear it off. The massive boss snaps into action, whipping its tentacles through the air to slam shut the space in front of him. With everyone watching in disbelief, Wim straight up disappears, gone without a trace. Wim freezes mid-breath, stunned as the rain just stops out of nowhere. He finally realizes he didn't just stop, he blasted up so high he can actually ride above the clouds. Knowing the enemy would hunt him down even here, he cracks the descent wide open and guns for even more speed. As he drops headfirst, every sound vanishes until only cold, crushing silence remains. In that bone-chilling silence, he can't shake the feeling that he's the last living thing left on Earth. As he closes in on the target, a dizzying rush hits him, like he's finally the absolute ruler of that whole space. Magic circles blaze to life as he rockets toward the impact point, smashing through it with terrifying power. Wim snaps to it, his enemy slammed up a barrier, praying it can stop his descent before it gets any lower. Pushing himself past the breaking point, he decides to burn every last ounce of strength and shove his way through. He rips forward, cranks up his momentum, and turns into a living bullet, ready to punch through anything in his path. His eyes snap onto the target, and he pinpoints the heart of it all, buried deep inside the roiling black mist. He drives straight into the objective with laser focus, smashing it with a blinding burst of raw power. The world crumbles into blinding white static and nasty glitches, and suddenly Wim is left standing there, alone in a dead, silent void. Confusion crashes over him as he scans the empty space around him, totally lost about where he even is. A weird, egg-shaped pod splits open right in front of him, and a thick, dark goop spills out and splatters onto the ground. The shell splits wide open, and a pitch-black abyss pours out, swallowing everything in its shadow. A hand glitches out of the wreckage, twitching as it claws for the air with a chilling, otherworldly vibe. Distorted whispers tear through the void, like someone is talking, but the words never form anything you can understand. A colossal shadow hangs over him, and a voice of cryptic symbols crashes through the air, something no human brain can make sense of. Even though the words make zero sense, Wim doesn't feel a drop of malice. He can tell the entity isn't here to hurt him. The vision slams to a stop just as fast as it started, fading out in the blink of an eye with nothing but a quiet nod. Wim snaps back to reality, crumples to the ground, and gags for air as exhaustion slams into him all at once. The floor boss's colossal body collapses behind him, smashing into the water with a thunderous splash. He finally realizes he pulled it off, kept everyone safe, and he drinks in the pure joy blazing across his sprinting comrades' faces. His strength finally gives out, he topples forward and smacks face first into the water with a brutal splash. Alarm shrieks rip through the guild as everyone spirals into panic, shouting his name over and over. As his consciousness slips away, he clings to one last comfort: the brutal rain has finally quit. The expedition ends with 106 people hurt and then, miraculously, the final report shocks everyone by confirming there isn't a single casualty. They finally slam into the entrance of the 50th floor and everyone freezes, staring up at a towering staircase guarded by chilling serpent statues. A hulking amphibian monster towers up ahead, its eyes locked on the intruders as it coils to smash into them. The giant frog snaps its tongue out like a whip, but the vanguard sidesteps the sticky hit with deadly practiced ease. Nicholas bursts into the opening and swings her massive hammer with a battle cry, driving it straight toward the beast. Her erupted skill hits like a thunderclap, her crushing strike slams the monster's jaw straight into the ground. As the beast claws to recover, Malice snaps a binding spell, roots its limbs to the floor and leaves it wide open. A roaring blaze crashes down, swallowing the trapped monster whole as your party member hurls out a wall of fire to burn it to the ground. The creature convulses in agony as roaring flames tear through it, trapped by deadly magical chains it can't break free of. The swordsman bursts through the smoke and carves the blazing beast into 3 spotless chunks in one flawless, sweeping slash. Blood spatters across Chrono's cheek as he grins, totally satisfied with the clean kill. With the fight finally over, the party barrels toward Chronos, cheering like crazy for his flawless control and unstoppable skill. Now that Nicholas healed, Dragonwing dives right back into the dungeon, working together like a perfectly synced team, and their coordination is straight up impressive. Even while she's stuck running the map and the random little chores, the elf can't miss it. Somehow, their combat coordination has gotten way better. Even with their win, a creeping doubt gnaws at her as she studies how fast they've surged forward. She admits that blowing through this floor proves the trio has real, undeniable potential. Their wild recklessness and fearless courage smash through the odds, tipping every fight their way and proving they've got raw talent burning bright. Still, she coldly declares that no matter how talented they are, this party has no future ahead. That dragon wing-chasing frontline fame is gone for good, but stuck as a mid-level party, they've still got everything they need to survive. She admits it might come off as rude, then snaps to the truth: this crew just doesn't have the raw power to crush a floor boss. The story whips over to the Dragon Wing party house, and just like that, a steaming warm meal is waiting for them after their grueling expedition. The whole crew digs in under this bone-chilling awkward silence. Only the sharp clink of cutlery on plates breaks the tension. Tension snaps through the room as they dig into their food, every one of them staring anywhere but each other while they chew. Breaking the dead air, Kronos leans in and asks Nicola, "Did you really cook?" Then snaps, "And you forgot to yank the carrot stems again, didn't you?" Nicola's instantly flustered, she fumbles, apologizes over and over, and while she panics the others scramble to laugh it off. The laughter cuts off in an instant and awkward silence crashes back down, while one member stubbornly refuses to chew the stem, even as Kronos urges them on. The elf lets out a quiet sigh inside, feeling the air turn heavy and watching everyone scramble with no idea how to break the tension. Suddenly, Kronos snaps to attention, remembering the exact topic he wanted to bring up with the group. With a relaxed grin, he turns to the girls and asks what they think about recruiting new members to boost their numbers. He snaps them back to reality: we're still in a rank party, and admits he totally blanked on it while they were busy with rehab. If they put out the call for new recruits, they could stride right back to the front lines in no time, riding that high status all the way. Nicola goes rigid on the spot, staring at him as he nervously asks, straight up, how many people he's planning to squeeze into their close-knit crew. When Kronos pitches recruiting a couple dozen people, the girls just lock eyes on him, each one wearing a different shade of worry. The elf keeps spiraling over the logistics of screening all these strangers, especially when their party is nothing but women right now. Unbothered by the tension, Kronos spins toward Meles and demands her opinion, snapping her out of her thoughts. He leans in, waiting for the reply, smiling like an angel with curious innocence. Watching it all unfold, the elf realizes Kronos has a nasty way of steering the conversation with just a few quiet moves. Meles stammers out that she'd feel a lot more comfortable if the new recruits were girls, then insists she's totally okay with Kronos being the only guy. The elf watches the awkward exchange unfold and realizes that this burning romantic tension is just another crack in their group dynamic that's about to blow everything up. A messy love triangle brews as both girls fall for Kronos, and somehow he's got feelings for both of them too. Nicholas sits there, frozen in silent panic, praying Kronos won't swap his affections the second more women flood the party. Sophia's face twists with worry, and honestly it's no shock she looks absolutely crushed. Spying the pain in her eyes, Kronos leans in and demands to know if something's wrong with Sophia. Sophia blurts out her fears about their money troubles, and how they've got zero experience handling a roster this massive. A heavy silence crashes down on the dining table as the truth of her words finally lands. Kronos brushes off her fears and tells her, if you really thought this plan was impossible, you should have said it from the very beginning. Sophia's thrown off by his brutal pushback, and her words turn into stammering panic as she can't land a real defense. Kronos swears the floor boss's reward is so massive that money stops being a problem for good. Panic slams into Sophia as she frantically panics about whether she accidentally left out that one crucial detail in her reports. Sensing her hesitation, Kronos offers her a private meeting in his room if she can't find the words. Sophia points to Wim's records and makes it crystal clear they've got no proof and no approval to go after the subjugated boss. She's internally screaming as the horror hits. She realizes she's just committed a massive administrative blunder. A razor-sharp voice slices through the air, ordering her never to say that man's name again. Sophia shoots back an apology, saying that based on this person's records, the missing documents were supposedly already sent. The crew figures that guy botched the paperwork, and that's the only reason the reward money still hasn't shown up. Even with everyone pointing fingers, Sophia figures one thing: approval should have already shown up by now, no matter what went wrong. She tries to push them to pause the expansion, even though everything about their situation screams uncertainty. Tension snaps like a live wire as Kronos rises in a flash of rage, and the whole meal gets thrown off by his explosive outburst. Clenching his teeth, he spits out a furious curse at that bastard for messing things up for them again. He shouts that Dragonwing crushed the 97th floor boss, then demands to know exactly how long Wim plans to keep blocking their path. Sophia drops her gaze in resigned defeat, forcing herself to accept that this twisted story is the truth, and it's not going to budge. She sees that this party is just bandaging its bruises by slapping Wim Strauss with the blame and calling him the villain. The story whips us into a silent room, and a chandelier sways above like it's holding its breath. Wim groggily cracks his eyes open and realizes he's waking up in a bed that definitely isn't his. A girl perched by his bedside spots him awake, and she blurts out to him right away. She beams at him with a bright morning smile, but he groans through the pain like it's taking over. She snaps that he can't move or talk because his throat and body are wrecked. Panic spikes through Wim as he can't place where he is or remember what just happened. Memories crash back into him and he blurts, "Is everyone okay?" She chews him out for pushing himself way too hard right after she begged him not to. Wim snaps to it he's in a hospital, and he frantically tries to connect the dots on what just happened. She leans in and reassures him, sure, the injuries are severe, but she promises him something precious. Nobody's life is on the line. She admits he's been out cold for 5 whole days. She beams at him with a warm smile, praising the great work he's been doing out there. Relief crashes over Wim, and he blurts out a tearful thanks to the heavens. Tears brim in his eyes as he makes the choice: saving everyone matters more than his own life. The girl leans out and signals someone waiting outside, saying Camilla wanted her to call him the moment he wakes up. A hand nudges the door open with a soft touch, and that familiar voice cuts through the room as it shouts, "Wim." Camilla slips into the room and with a wicked grin taunts him, so did he have fun wrecking himself in that reckless stunt? With his face burning red, Wim shoots his eyes away and finally admits, yeah, he liked it just a little. Camilla's warm smile blooms the second he gives that honest answer. Wim jerks awake in bed when the door creaks open and a familiar figure steps into the doorway. To his shock, guild boss Camilla drops into a deep bow in her full armor, head bowed low like she's showing raw, undeniable respect. Wim's cheeks burn as his superior suddenly gets formal. He whips his hands around, panicking, and pleads for her to raise her head, please, just this once. A soft voice slips through her hair as she offers her thanks, plain, sincere, and shining with heart. She admits with a heavy heart that right now all she can offer are words of gratitude, and she honestly has no clue how she'll ever repay him. Tears pour down her cheeks as she keeps thanking him over and over, her composure shattering under the sheer rush of relief. Wim stammers stumbled over his words, totally blindsided by the stoic leader's explosive emotional meltdown. With his cheeks scratched in pure embarrassment, he humbly admits he's just relieved everyone made it back safe. Camilla freezes, staring at him in pure awe, because after he nearly gave his life away, the first thing he thinks about is still keeping everyone else safe. Overwhelmed by emotion, her body spasms as she slams headfirst into her breaking point. Unable to stop herself, she rockets forward yelling and clamps him in a brutal, bone-crunching hug. Wind gasped for breath too late, because that hug from someone in metal plate armor crushed her body. As Wim's skin turns icy blue from the chokehold, a loud, booming laugh bursts from the doorway when whoever's there spots his struggle. The rest of the guild barrels into the room, shouting that the whole crew's here, coming to visit their hero. Before he can even catch his breath, the huge crowd piles onto the bed and smothers him in a crushing group hug, weighing him down even more. Trapped beneath those massive bodies, Wim gasps out a broken cry as they slowly crush the last breath out of him. The pile keeps swelling as new members rush in, totally ignoring the fact that the patient is still barely recovering. Wim howls that he's dying, then spots Abel sliding into the fight, and his stomach drops as he realizes his own friends are hunting him too. The nurse loses it and snaps orders for the crowd to back off, while the other girls complain and whine that it's unfair they won't get their turn. She tries to bring everything back under control, snapping that it's way past time they stop before they wreck things for good. Watching the wreckage unfold, she tightens her jaw and realizes Wim won't survive much longer if this keeps going. Suddenly, Camilla's voice slices through the chaos as she screams for everyone to snap to attention. Without a hint of self-awareness, she snaps at the group to keep touching him to a minimum so the injured hero doesn't get worse. She's preaching one thing, but the deadpan truth is her last bone-crushing hug said the complete opposite, yet she flat-out denies it. They snapped everything into place and built a ruthless rule: each person would get exactly one shot to thank him. A fresh line snaps into place and one by one the members step forward, choking up as they tearfully thank the person who saved them. Wim forces an awkward grin as he shakes hands, insisting, right through the nerves, that he was just doing his job as an adventurer. One guy tries to hang around and talk a little longer, but the cold, efficient system snaps into gear and the crowd barks him down. Move along. The assembly line kept screaming forward, everyone shot off a quick thanks, and got ushered away before the next person could even catch their breath. Just as things finally calm down, someone tries to jump back into the line, and chaos explodes instantly as a furious voice snaps at them that they already had their turn. Fights erupted over which interactions counted, and every single member was desperate for just one more second with him. Camilla snapped back, defending those brutal time limits, because if they dragged it out any longer, their own excitement would literally snuff out their savior. A calm voice slices through the chaos, telling them to call it quits for the day. The nurse yanks Camilla back by the collar and snaps at the leader that she's an intensive care patient too. She needs to get back to her room now. All alone in the hush after it's over, Wim lets out a soft laugh, grinning at how ridiculous and how damn warm his comrades are. The nurse comes back and whispers that the storm's finally gone, so he should rest now, and he nods gratefully without hesitation. As he sinks into the pillows, the room goes dead quiet. Then the day's praise crashes over him in a wave of warm memories. He still remembers the awe blazing in their voices when they confessed they'd never, ever seen someone fight with that level of insane skill. The girl's heartfelt thanks for saving her life keeps replaying in his mind, like a promise he can't shake. As his eyelids finally slip shut, the whole room's tearful thanks, uttered through guilt and relief, washes through his chest and settles into pure peace. Alone in the quiet after the visit, Wim wears a smile and admits to himself that their gratitude didn't just move him, it genuinely lit him up. He grips the sheets so tight it's almost desperate, hit with this brand new rush of purpose and the warmth of thanks coming back to him right after he helps. With Camilla's strength sealing his confidence, he makes up his mind. Now he's officially joining the Nacht Libel Guild. The second those voices start rattling the door, his whole world goes on high alert, because it's clear those pesky troublemakers have come knocking. He finally stops fighting the outcome and admits, straight up, that this world is packed with every kind of person imaginable. His thoughts drift straight into the darker side of things, weighing the gratitude he got today against the people he used to thank back then. Clutching his chest as sharp pain detonates, he lashes out at himself and yanks the thought train to a stop. Even as kindness surrounds him, traumatic memories crash in and he spirals into despair. His chest tightens with emotion and he realizes he can't hold back the bitterness anymore, it's spilling out of him. He desperately battles his own dark thoughts, forcing down the resentment and trying to convince himself it's not really how he feels. Standing in silence outside the door, the nurse hangs on every breath, face heavy, and knows the hero's pain is buried deep inside. Pain. In a glittering high-rise office, a report slams onto the desk of a top official and it confirms Wim Strauss has awakened. The official just blasted citywide news about NACT level allegedly taking control of the 98th floor boss. He clocks the buzz among the journalists, the whispers that the temporary grand royal guest isn't just part of the show but the real slayer who's been hunting the beast. A razor-sharp stare pins his subordinate in place as he warns him it's the guild's job to dig up the truth and find out what's really going on. The subordinate's face beads with sweat as he nods fast, admitting his superior is right. A tiny, amused laugh slips out of the guildmaster, shattering his usual stone-faced calm. His aide can't help but point out how rare it is to see him this hyped, like this kind of investigation is the real shocker. As they rush off to the hospital, they can't help but wonder this lucky hero is finally about to stand face to face with the guild master. As they head out, the master leans in and tells them to seize the moment, go straight to the question everyone's avoiding: what really happened in that suspicious 97th floor incident with Dragon Wayne? Camilla Gaze stands at Vim with a grave face, then demands, "Can you promise me just one thing?" Her expression melts into a warm smile as she asks him to remember her and to spare at least one thought for her every single day. Vim freezes in total confusion, staring back like, what just happened? Because there's no way he knows how to answer a request that hits that hard that fast. Then the story flips to a line from a book, showing that every floor of the labyrinth is linked only by teleportation circles scattered between them. Dr. Hink dedicates his work to Lano's Lutz, claiming the deeper you dive, the space around you simply reshapes itself into what everyone calls a floor. Vim grips the book like it's priceless, staring in awe at the cover of the infamous controversial text, *** labyrinth freak ***. Slumped on his sickbed, Vim can't believe it. No matter how many times he rereads Dr. Hankey's essay, it still hits him like the first time. You can feel the author's heart pouring out through every line, pure warmth and real empathy, hitting you right in the chest. Even with the hypothesis sounding brilliant, Vim can't shake the weird feeling. He never once sees the doctor's work show up in any academic journal. Just as he sinks into his thoughts, Camilla bursts in from the doorway and screams his name. He jolts and lets out a terrified scream. Camilla smirks at him like, care to explain? Because the way he's ignoring her while she's standing right there takes serious guts. She blurts out a quick apology, laughing it off as just a joke, because he's clearly devouring that book like he can't get enough. Vim's eyes blaze with pure excitement as he confirms it. He never imagined he'd actually get his hands on a copy of * Labyrinth Freak. Camilla finally spills the truth. She tapped into her connections to get it, but the trade route itself stays locked behind a secret. She tells him the book came from an unapproved branch, because turning self-published manuscripts into legit, peer-reviewed books takes forever. Vim grips that book with a grin, buzzing with excitement, and he can't help wondering if the other members of the ACT label are just as hooked on this kind of science magic. Camilla barrels in mid-thought, tells him a visitor is here and asks, straight up, if he'll move to the reception room. Vim nods along, then he hauls himself out of bed, slamming his feet onto the floor with a brutal thump. He leans in and promises her the truth. Yeah, he looks rough, but after that battle he's already bounced back way more than she thinks. An older doctor grabbed Vim's attention and warned him straight up, he can't keep grinding like this because Vim already pushed his body to the edge while fighting on the 98th floor. The doctor snaps that the visitors must move locations because there's just no way they'll all fit inside the room they're in right now. Vim's mind is blown. He can't wrap his head around how anyone could walk in and still somehow not fit in the room. The doctor flat out tells them the guest probably won't even clear the doorway. Camilla flashes a knowing smile as Vim's nerves spike. He can't help but blurt out who this visitor is exactly. A messenger bird swoops in with a message. The guildmaster wants to talk right away. Outside, a massive figure sprawls beside the fountain, and his sheer bulk hits with a bone-shaking thud. A snarling dog erupts into savage barking at the towering man who's posted beside a terrified child, shaking on the bench like they can't stop trembling. A random bystander steps up and begs Guild Master Godhelf to do something about that terrifying aura of his. He shrugs off the gut health hype like it's nothing, strolls around acting casual, and tells that barking dog to stop demanding the impossible. The dog instantly cringes and whimpers, shaking like hell at the intense stare glaring through Godhelf's sunglasses. A reporter barrels up to the scene, blurting, "Excuse me," to yank the giant's attention his way. The little man doesn't hesitate. He stands tall and calls the towering guildmaster straight to his face. He steps up and asks, "Can I fire off a couple questions to make sure those rumors about Wim Strauss are actually true?" Godhelf cuts him off on the spot and snaps that he's got nothing to tell a reporter. The reporter won't quit begging for a quote to prove the headline, because a man's grand takeover supposedly crushed a floor boss all by himself. Godhelf snaps his head around, face carved from stone, and repeats, hard, there's absolutely nothing he's got to say. The reporter slides in with a bribe, waving a huge donation to the guild and demanding a justice statement in return. Godhelf lets out a sharp, disbelieving snort at the sheer audacity of that offer. He leans in like a storm cloud, voice sharp as a blade, demanding, "Did I hear you right? Do you honestly think you can buy him off?" The reporter realizes he screwed up, his voice cracking as he blurts a frantic denial straight into the guild master's fury. The reporter freezes in terror as Guth's towering presence looms over him, his face twisted into pure fear and utter confusion. Godhelf glares down at him with pure disgust, spitting, "Scum," for trying to bribe a guild master. The reporter lets out a terrified shriek, clutches his hat for dear life, and realizes, too late, that he just stepped into something far bigger than he ever imagined. A knife-edge silence crashes down as the reporter locks up, staring straight into the guildmaster's unblinking gaze. Godhelf slams his huge hands together inches from the reporter's face, and the blast of air hits like a shockwave, leaving the poor guy shaking like crazy. The wind hits like a raging hammer, pressure warps the reporter's face, his glasses blast into the air, and he freezes, stunned. God's health declares that before he ever becomes a guildmaster, he's first and foremost a man of the cloth. As the reporter staggers backward with a bleeding nose, fist clenched, the giant priest roars that he'll never miss a single sinner while he stands in front of them. The reporter crumples to the floor, trembling violently as the intimidation finally crushes him. Godhelf demanded to know why the reporter wouldn't have the guts to cover the other big guilds, Minerva and Kitsun, and then shot back like, was that clap supposed to knock some sense into him? Alva storms in and chews out the guildmaster, slamming him for making the reporter's nose bleed, and now they're staring down a nasty article. The reporter frantically shoots down any idea of covering the incident, shaking with fear that retaliation will come down even harder. When the reporter refuses the chance to be healed, he panics, blurts out a flimsy excuse, and bolts out of there on the spot. Godhelf steadied his nerves, thanked Wim for making the trip to the reception room, and immediately apologized for the disruption. Wim can't stop staring, his awe crashes into pure trepidation as he watches that massive figure sit across from him, calm as ever. The giant straightens up and introduces himself with full formality, Godhelf, Guildmaster, then flashes a warm smile and says it's a pleasure to meet Wim. Wim shoots back a nervous greeting, blurting out his name while the guild master's presence presses down and sweat pours off him. They call Godhelf Nachenhauer a living legend, because he once tore through a labyrinth like a one-man storm, crushing everything with a gigantic warhammer. He's a one-of-a-kind warrior priest, no fixed class, just raw power, and when the fight gets brutal he heals himself and tanks straight through the chaos. Godhelf flashes a polite smile, asks if he can call the young adventurer Mamino, and even though he's got a terrifying reputation, his whole vibe flips, respect pouring through his words. Wim is screaming in his head that the guy is terrifying, but he stumbles out, "It's fine, really, I don't mind the nickname." Godhelf bursts into hearty laughter and slaps his knee, then tells Wim not to worry at all, he only came to thank him and congratulate him. Godhelf leans in, flashes that sharp glint behind his glasses, and tells you he's got one more thing he wants to confirm. Wim perched on the sofa's edge, squirming in place, blurting out that his guild master had actually trekked all the way just to thank him. Godhelf insists that since he single-handedly wiped out the floor boss, it's downright unforgivable not to pay his respects. He flashes a huge grin and tells Wim straight to his face that he did an amazing job, then praises that achievement like it's something legendary. Wim's like, "Wait, what? That wording is weird," and he can't stop fixating on that one part of the sentence all by himself. He snaps back at the guild master, shouting that it wasn't just him at all. Everyone in Nactolable took down the floor boss together. Got cracked up laughing at how spot-on Vim turned out to be, the exact kind of guy Camilla warned them about. He lays it out plain: when you trigger the boss's phase change and wipe it, the merit hits just like you'd done it solo. Godelf then drops the bombshell that Camilla and the whole Nactlevel crew agree with this judgment, so all that's left for Vim is to swallow the credit. Vim tries to call out what he thinks is a mistake, but Godolf barrels in, shuts him down, and demands he accept the honor. He tells Vim, "I'm heading to the award ceremony. I'm going to grab my reward at the coming Festival of Passage." Virbrand's biggest blowout is the Festival of Passage, thrown the moment you smash the floor boss and a brand new path to the next floor unlocks. Godolf explains that because this all happened right after they just cleared the 97th floor, they're going to throw an unprecedented joint festival for both floors. He's dead sure this is gonna be the biggest festival Virbrand has ever seen, by far, With a stone-cold serious face, he lays out the situation and makes it sound wildly unbelievable. Godolf tells it straight: Dragonwing crushed the 97th floor boss with just 4 people, then, only months later, they slammed the 98th floor boss too. He points out the punchline with a grin: the 98th floor boss gets wiped out by the one adventurer who was chased out of Dragonwing in the first place. Vim sits there in stunned silence, crushed by every word the guild master just dropped and the huge meaning behind his achievement. Godolf blurts out that everybody in Virbrand already knows Dragonwing crushed the 97th floor boss, like the link to Vim should be screamingly obvious. He drops a massive bombshell: Dragonwing still hasn't gotten official approval for that subjugation. Godolf tells them the approval process got put on hold because his sharp-eyed subordinate, Dominic, spotted something just wasn't right. Vim froze in pure confusion and swore up and down, "I wrote those documents myself," insisting there wasn't a single mistake in them. Dominic double-checks everything and confirms the paperwork is flawless, but it only makes Vim's confusion about the delay explode even more. He says the report feels totally off, like Vim didn't just get removed but deliberately forced himself out of the story. Dominic even admits it might have been the labyrinth at work, but when they investigate on site they uncover a truth: something is seriously wrong. He says Vim's earlier reaction basically sealed it for him, so Vim held back his own deeds because he truly thinks they don't matter. Dominic demands confirmation, but Vim panics and blasts back that he only reported the objective truth. The subordinate kept pushing with growing certainty that Vim was the final one standing, and when the other 3 members crumpled, he closed the gap and ended the boss for good. Dominic spills it: he went undercover as a reporter, hunting down the truth straight from Kronos himself. A flashback kicks in and Kronos smugly leans in, asking the disguised Dominic if he wants to hear about the legendary floor boss battle. Kronos smirks like he owns the world, bragging that he erased the monster for good, splitting it down the middle so sharply the feeling still burns in his hands. Back in the present, Dominic clocks that Kronos' grand retelling smashes straight through the official report, like it doesn't even belong in the same world. Vim stared down, completely baffled, and blurted out how the story could have twisted into something this blatantly fake. Dominic coldly notes that unlike humble Vim, Kronos carries himself like he's the center of the universe, dripping with pride in his own abilities. Vim tries to save his former leader's skin, throwing out a shaky laugh and insisting Kronos only has a habit of stretching the truth for the cameras. Dominic admits Kronos could be something special, but he tears into Kronos' character and refuses to let the official record survive without cold, hard proof. Vim's sweating buckets under the crushing pressure until he finally blurts out, "What do you want from me, exactly?" Dominic blasts the idea of burying the truth when a floor boss's honor is on the line, calling it a straight-up sin. He slams his statement down hard: Vim can grab back the credit that's rightfully his. Vim's stomach drops as they realize, oh no, this is it. They're about to officially hand him the 97th floor clear. He wrestles with himself, realizing he hasn't even untangled his own twisted feelings about Dragonwing yet. Vim can't shake the fear that if he yanks his report at this moment, it'll blow up everything and make things brutally awkward with his old party. He's torn up inside and drowning in emotion, but he can't ignore it. These strangers are really trying to help him, even though he keeps pushing them away. Vim plants his feet and declares Dragonwing cleared the boss and left him behind, but Nacht Libel swooped in, took him under his wing and recognized his worth. He locks onto them with a sudden, terrifying stare and demands to know if they've got a problem with that version of what happened. Guts and Dominic freeze for a beat, completely speechless as the sheer force pouring off the young adventurer hits them like a shockwave. Vim snaps out of his trance and clocks what he's done. He's been staring down the guildmaster and a panicked gasp rips out of him. He jerks his head down in panic, blurting out apologies and insisting that back then he was so desperate he can't even remember what really happened. Godelf forgives him, then presses hard, "Just take the honor and clear the 98th floor for me." Later down the hallway, Camilla grills Godelf about how the meeting went and he just shrugs, hard to say. Godolf can't stop thinking Vim only trusts stuff he calls facts, so does the kid even realize he just knocked out a floor boss? He clocks it instantly. The kid has zero presence and he doesn't even think he could spot him in a crowded street. Godelf wears a grim face and admits it straight, if Vim ever goes all in, even he knows he'd get crushed. Camilla snaps at him that money can't buy Vim at all, and she's sure Godelf is pushing for him hard. She flashes a smile like she just proved a point, and Godolf quietly hums in agreement. Godelf tells her not to go too wild for him either and she just laughs it off like, come on, what's he even gonna say? He makes it crystal clear, Vim didn't accept credit for the 97th floor subjugation and it kills the moment hard. Godelf replays that meeting in his head, and the only time the boy ever felt truly real to him was during that one single moment. The flashback punches us with the terrifying intensity in Vim's eye, right after he challenges them about his past. For a split second, Godelf swore he'd glimpsed the real Vim hiding under that timid mask. He strolls off, still wondering, could that quiet little kid actually give someone like him a real run for his money? Abel drops a fresh change of clothes on the table and leans in, asking if Vim needs anything else before he steps out of the room. Vim blurts out his thanks from a sick bed he's barely holding on to, because that thing is sinking fast under a brand new avalanche of gifts. Weighing the chaos piled around him, Vim lets out a heavy sigh, because deep down, all that attention is rattling him way more than he wants to admit. The caption spills the truth. Abel shows up for the recovering adventurer every single day, no excuses, just loyalty. Flashbacks reveal Abel cheerfully volunteering to take care of him even with his own packed schedule, grinning and insisting he should just leave it to him. Abel blurts out how grateful he is, then keeps telling Vim over and over, "Dude, you looked insanely cool out there in that battle." Vim grins awkwardly and wipes the sweat off his brow because Abel's intentions are sweet, yet that non-stop, sky-high praise makes him feel painfully embarrassed. He finally gives up. His whole job is just sitting in bed, swallowing a non-stop parade of visitors day after day. The guest flashes him a warm smile and straight up tells him he looks way better than he did last week when they came by. Another visitor bursts in with a bouquet of flowers and swears they've got a special calming power that'll speed up his recovery. A beaming man thrusts a jar of olives into the air, grinning as he proudly tells you he grew every last one in his hometown. Someone else thrusts a copy of the hottest new novel into their hands and casually points out that it's being sold right nearby. With tears streaming down her face, the woman drops into a deep bow and breathlessly thanks Vim for watching over her husband during that deadly expedition. The proud father jabs his baby toward the bed, swears she's an angel, and orders Vim to hold her right now. Finally alone, Vim lets out a long, shaky breath of relief, looking tiny and completely drained under the wreckage of scattered gifts. He grabs a wrapped box, stares at it in shock, and frantically tries to remember which visitor handed it to him. Vin panics over forgetting faces, and when he remembers Nacht Lebel's 122 members, he just knows it'll be a nightmare if he can't nail every single name. A mysterious guy with a monocle swoops in and introduces himself, Gregor, claiming he's with the Brother Branch Party, Libra Rob. Gregor tells them, count the members from every branch party and suddenly your associates jump to at least 1,000. He leans in close, flashes a grin, and tells Vim that his win over the floor boss was so legendary even the secondary parties ended up hearing about it. Vim watches the man like a hawk, convinced Gregor isn't throwing out the same brutal, high-voltage vibes as the other main Nacht Libel members. Gregor rubs the back of his head all sheepish and confesses, "Yeah, I'm the leader, but I was only shoved into this role just recently." Vim's shoulders drop with pure relief as he locks eyes with this awkward, unassuming guy and suddenly knows in his bones he's one of his people. Gregor offers Vim a plain white box with a soft, humble smile, urging him to take it as a little token of their greeting. Vim tears open the gift and instantly recoils, stunned to find the box packed to the very top with gold coins. Gregor misreads the whole situation and blurts out, "Isn't this enough?" while Vim panics and absolutely shuts down that insane bribe. Vim says taking the cash would drag Camilla into trouble, but Gregor won't budge. He swears it's nothing more than a little thank you token. Gregor bursts out a nervous laugh when it hits him. He's messed up, and he scrambles to apologize for how totally wrong the gift was. His focus slips to the bedside table, and his eyes snap onto a certain book sitting on the shelf. Gregor snaps up the volume with sharp curiosity, spotting the cover of the notorious academic text **Labyrinth Freak**, and feeling the controversy hit him. He whips around to Vim and fires off a question, "So, you're a reader too?" and Vim hesitantly confesses he's into it just a little. Vim blurts out a quick warning, "Read it carefully, because the guild never approved it and the stuff inside is basically questionable." Gregor's jaw drops when he spots that rare book here and he fires off a question, "No way you've actually read it, Vim," because everyone knows getting a copy is brutally hard. Red-faced and barely able to meet anyone's eyes, Gregor confesses that he's one of the book's contributors. He even wrote an article on fluorescent paint. Vim's eyes flare with excitement as he swears he hasn't read the other works, but he's absolutely certain about that specific article. Gregor beams like he just won the lottery, spills that his pen name is Jelon, and can't hide how thrilled he is that Vim finally knows about his work. He stares at Vim with fresh, hard-earned respect and thinks, "I never thought I'd find a brother in a place like this." They talk for hours about their shared obsession, and when the night finally drags on, Gregor leans in and begs Vim to keep their hobby hidden from Camilla. Vim's smile turns bright the moment the conversation ends and relief hits him hard, because he finally knows he's not alone in the organization. Sunlight blazes over the guild building as Vim finally steps out, ready for the day he's cleared to leave the infirmary. Camilla blows a goodbye to the hospital staff and tells Vim to look after himself as he steps out of the infirmary door. Then Vim just stares in shock because he can't believe how fast he's healed, admitting he never thought he'd be discharged so soon after that brutal battle. Vim steps out into the open air, pausing just long enough to gulp in the freedom after being locked away for a whole week. Camilla meets him with a cool, confident smile, congratulating him on his discharge as she casually leans against the wall. She rushes out an apology for dragging him all the way to meet her instead of going to his room, but Vim snaps back fast, saying it's totally fine and he's just thrilled to be on the move. Vim slams to a stop, eyes wide because it hits him. This is the very first time he's ever seen Camilla in normal civilian clothes. Camilla catches his intense stare and immediately turns betrayed, stammering that if he keeps looking at her like that, she'll start feeling just as embarrassed too. Vim bluntly tells her straight to her face that her outfit looks insanely good on her, saying it's not weird at all, it's casual style that fits her perfectly. Camilla nervously fingers her face, admitting she still feels off balance, like she's somehow bare without her usual massive plate armor. She admits she's been living in that armor for years, day after day, and Vim can't take it anymore. He finally demands to know what happened to all her old gear. Camilla steps into the spotlight and drops the devastating truth: her beloved armor is stuck in the shop, getting battered back together with major repairs after what it went through. In a savage flashback, her armor ate brutal hits and kept her standing while she fought the floor boss. Then she finally admits the 98th floor battle cracked its structural integrity wide open. She hears that cold, ripping squeal of metal, and in that split second, dread crashes in as she realizes her defense is breaking down for good. Her face twists as she presses the place where the armor shattered, and the terror of death rushes back like it never left. Camilla finally admits it: her armor didn't just protect her, it saved her life, standing there as the only wall between her and a deadly strike. She's dead certain if she hadn't had that specific high-grade set on, she would have been wiped out instantly. Vim listens with a heavy, solemn look, because he finally gets it. That battle they barely survived could have taken her, and he knows just how close he came to losing her for good. Camilla snaps out of that heavy mood in a flash, forcing a bright smile back onto her face and diving right into the conversation. She snaps and shuts down the gloomy talk about death and armor, then pushes them to move, no more stalling. As they stroll along, she leans in and tells him she has something huge to discuss, something important about the city. She grabs his arm and begs him to walk with her for a moment. She needs to explain everything, but she can't risk being overheard. They stroll through the roaring streets of Verbrin, soaking up every loud voice, flashing shoplight, and bustling heartbeat of the city. Camilla kicks off her explanation and you learn just how massive Verbrin is, a giant meeting point where adventurers from every corner of the world converge. Since it's the heart of exploration, people pour in from every corner of the world, chasing fame, fortune, and pure, non-stop glory. She warns them, wherever light and wealth shine, deep shadows lurk right underneath. She points out that in the background, countless parties are tearing each other apart over resources, land, and sheer prestige. This competition spirals into chaos in seconds, and the guild can't even keep the conflicts under control. Camilla shot Vim a serious look and warned him, now that eyes were finally on him, he had to stay razor careful. Suddenly, she halts mid-step, whips her head over her shoulder and feels a chilling presence lurking just behind her. Vim spots the sudden tension in her and blurts, "What's wrong?" then spins his head around, completely baffled. Camilla exhales a little, but her eyes keep darting. Was it just her imagination or was someone really watching her? She jumps right back in and warns him, Veer Braun isn't just peaceful, there's a dark underbelly everyone pretends not to see, especially those deadly parties trading in black maps. She calls them black maps, illegal routes carved by tossing throwaway humans into the labyrinth, just to spring the traps and mark the way with their bodies. She hammers out even more horrors, like the parties tied to the demi-human slave trade and the sneaky spread of illegal magic drugs. Camilla leans in and warns that the city's massive structure isn't just shadowy, it's stuffed with even darker darkness, giving these evils room to rot away unnoticed. She finally corners him and asks straight out, "Have you ever heard of a party called Manhwa Recaps?" Vim freezes for a second, the name hits like a spark, lighting up a memory in his head. He says he's heard of them, nodding slow and deliberate as the name clicks into place in his memory. Camilla's face stays stone cold as she braces herself to reveal exactly why she called them into this. She lets it slip that sure, they're a top-tier guild, but the whispers say they're tied straight into the city's darkest underworld. The scene slams shut on a looming building, daring you to feel the clash that's about to explode right around the corner. Camilla admits she was paranoid to believe the enemy would strike Vim the moment he got discharged, but she had to stay on high alert. Vim stalks the quiet outskirts of the city and the name Manhwa Recaps rattles through his mind like a warning he can't quite decode. In a loud, bustling tavern, Kronos twirls his wine like a threat and casually demands Nicholas take on the girl marked as number 15. Nicholas rubs his cheek, thinking back to the red-haired warrior. Sure, she was cute, but her fighting power didn't hit nearly as hard as it should have. Kronos flashes a slick grin, acting like her mere presence could instantly spark life into their party's stifling mood. The elven mage snaps in with icy practicality, shoots down the girl just by the look in her eyes, then tells her to check out number 6 instead. Nicholas lets out a quiet inward sigh, fearing that recruiting members on whims will shatter their party's coordination. The mage keeps his eyes on Kronos like a hawk because one wrong word could trigger a snap and wipe out every ounce of progress they've built, sending them straight back to square one. Her focus snaps away the second she hears a booming conversation from the next table. People are buzzing about Naklabel's latest win. The patrons stared in disbelief as Naklabel shredded through the 98th floor at breakneck speed, and they couldn't stop praising how elite they were. Kronos blasts Midrink with frozen power, silencing the rival guild's roar right in the middle of the tavern chaos. He snaps upright, towers over the gossiping adventurers and demands to know right there if that story is actually true. The adventurers freeze in their tracks, stammering as they realize the horror, because now they're staring straight at the Dragonwing leader face to face. Kronos locks eyes with them, unleashing a chilling glare and demanding they spill every last detail they know about the rumor. The man stammers out that Naklabel supposedly crashed into the floor boss on a massive expedition and went straight at it without hesitation. He says the wildest rumor of all is this: they supposedly beat the monster on the spot, no retreat, no backing down. Another patron snaps back, calling the whole tale fake, because it took 3 brutal years just to crawl up to the 97th floor. The town gossips hiss that Vim's been dragged into naked libel and Kronos can't stop himself. He snaps to attention, trembling with pure agitation. They bring up the massive tantrum Kronos threw the moment he learned his old baggage carrier was actually pulling it off without them. Kronos scrambles to steady himself and sneers that Dragonwing won't fall to people like them, but just then the guy cuts in, dropping even more shocking news. The adventurer freezes for a beat before dropping a wild detail. People say Camilla didn't land the killing blow. He leans in and tells you the rumor flying around that the temporary adventurer who'd been tagging along with the party is the one who took it down. The audience is left totally stunned, like, how in the world would a top guild let some random outsider swoop in and snatch the spotlight? Chrono slams his hand down and roars at the man to cut the riddles and say it straight. The man's body shakes and the bombshell drops, while the temporary member wipes out the floor boss all by himself. Chrono just freezes, staring blankly at the screen. Solo flashes in his head, but it doesn't even click as a real option. The man insists that one lone temporary member reportedly took on the threat by himself. Chrono's mind snaps shut, boiling with fury at the idea that anyone could take down a floor boss alone. A haunting phantom of Vim grinning at him flashes in his mind, and denial hits him like a punch to the chest, brutal and unstoppable. Rage rattles through him as he clenches his teeth, muttering that there's no way this is possible and warning them, don't you dare mess with him. His party stares in terror as his comm snaps in half right there in the middle of the packed tavern. Kronos yanks the adventurer up by the collar, slings him into the air, and roars that nobody can clear a floor boss alone. He crashes the terrified man into the wall, roars that the rumor is pure nonsense, and the entire tavern freezes into deadly silence. The elven mage shrieks stop and jabs a finger at him, warning that everyone's staring at their disgraceful scene. Kronos yanks the control back at once and the red haze peels away. Then the man blurts out an apology, swearing he has no idea what possessed him. He drags a shaky hand through his hair, offers up a flimsy excuse, and admits he's been a little too on edge lately. At the next table, a rugged guy leans in and snaps back, saying Kronos is right because that rumor just sounds way too unbelievable to believe. He snaps in a razor-sharp jab, saying it's just as wild that a group of 4 supposedly managed to clear the 97th floor. The stranger twists the blade even deeper, shouting why Dragonwing's promotion to A rank is taking forever to get processed. Kronos' crew snaps to attention at the insult, and then someone clocks the heckler. Turns out it's Daz the Iron Fist, the B-rank adventurer. Chrono laughs off the rumors, saying Vim only won because their old chore boy screwed up somewhere, and he flat-out refuses to believe anyone could drop a golem using nothing but bare fists. Daz leans in with a sneer, clocking that the so-called chore boy is doing surprisingly well in Naklu, then grins as he needles Kronos, offering up fresh rumors about his former teammate. Kronos snaps that he wants to know what that tone means, and Daz just shrugs it off, saying Vim probably slipped into the guild through connections, not talent. Daz rips into Dragonwing right to their faces, shouting mopey dopey like it's poison and flat out saying they don't look like an A-rank party at all. Then he jeers at how far they've fallen, gloating that the hype around them is totally dead. Chrono locks eyes with that cold, dead stare and snaps that he's only been on edge lately. Then he demands to know if the guy's deaf or just stupid for ignoring the warning the first time. Tension detonates the moment Daz rises up, towering over Kronos and flashing a clear signal that a fight's about to go down, while the tavern crowd erupts, dying to watch chaos explode. Daz smirks with a razor-edge grin, hovering inches from Kronos' face, and taunts his senpai to step outside for a round, daring him to back down with no way to ignore the challenge. Kronos tilts his head with chilling calm and sneers that the brute must be new if he thinks he can act this foolish. Then he promises a painful lesson in exactly when to shut his mouth. The crowd's roaring so loud it shakes the arena as the 2 fighters shove the fight outside, and one dude yells at Daz to get his ass, making it crystal clear they've all got serious beef with Kronos. Kronos' party members stand on edge, terrified this public brawl will wreck their shot at A-rank promotion, yet Daz is already slamming down bets all about the odds that favor them. Under the moonlight, loud impacts rattle through the tavern as patrons burst into laughter, saying Kronos bit off more than he could chew, and this is exactly what happens when someone forgets their place. Daz rockets through the air, blood spraying as his jaw explodes from a blow he never saw coming, and when it hits, he realizes the rumors about Kronos' weakness were deadly lies. Kronos slams a devastating fist into Daz's face with cold, brutal precision, and when Daz tries to choke out "Stop," Kronos just plows through, no mercy, no pause, the impact ringing out as the beating keeps coming. Rage crackling through him, Kronos hammers the helpless man while roaring that he should have just shut up, eyes bulging and unraveling as he tears into the B-rank adventure. Nicola barrels in, snatches Kronos' arm and screams that the fight's over, while Kronos thrashes like he's about to beat the guy to death. Kronos finally steadies his breathing as Daz crumples to the ground, unconscious and shattered, then the brutal fight cuts off so suddenly that a crushing silence swallows everything. The spectators gawk in disbelief, finally seeing the real bite of a party leader who hunted down a floor boss. Kronos snaps at the crowd, demanding to know exactly who had the nerve to say he wasn't strong. He snaps into a fresh persona, grinning as he rushes to apologize to everyone for blowing up, then shrugs off the brutal beating like it's no more than a tiny loss of temper. Kronos whips around to his party and claims this spotlight is just the world confirming they're blowing up. Then he snarls that they should shut out the idiots spreading those ridiculous rumors. The elven mage stared at him with sharp worry, urging them to slow down and take their time, because she could feel his unraveling as she tried to calm the situation. She argues they're not done yet, they can still prove themselves by pushing into the untouched corners of the 98th floor, and she insists that taking the time to recover right now is the smartest play for what's coming next. She snaps on a bright, fake smile and tells him they've got to recruit new members first, then she begs him to get the party back on its feet. Kronos flashes a smile and nods like he's just accepted her perfectly logical plan, then for a brief second the pressure finally starts to melt away. The second he turns away, his face hardens, he's not slowing down for anyone, and that agreement was just a lie to shut her worries up. He mutters that they're dragon wings and they belong on the front lines of the labyrinth because his pride won't let them get swallowed by the shadows. With a manic grin blazing across his face, Kronos vows he'll show the world what happens when Dragon Wing gets furious, and he yanks his terrified crew to prepare for the jump to the 99th floor right now. As the mage gapes in horror at him storming away, a hooded stranger slips into the shadows and watches from the alley, silent and deadly. No one knows what they're planning. Bright, roaring beams burst with pure power, practically begging Vim to restart his morning practice, just for a few hours. Hyde Mary pulls a hood over his head, smirks at Vim and tells him straight up, he's the one who'll speak at next week's study session about the Labyrinth Freak book. A burly adventurer flashes a huge grin and tells him to come grab a drink, right now, because they're celebrating his recovery. Three hyped guys hook arms and basically beg Vin to join their shopping trip, because they're determined to walk out in matching fits together. Vim gives out a shaky laugh, crushed by the sudden non-stop spotlight that slams onto him from every direction. A chaotic montage of eager faces crashes into his vision, people roar his name and shove gifts at him from every side. In the hush of her study, Hyde Mary sits buried in books and maps, furiously working at her desk like every second matters. She leans in over the magical map on the table, eyes locked as a blinking signal starts lighting up the city grid. Her eyes sharpen the moment she spots it. Vim's tracking signal is slipping through the streets in a weird, crooked pattern. Verbrand is buzzing like never before, everyone's talking about the 98th floor being taken down and the wild new chances that just opened up because of it. A shocking diagram flashes up and shows a bunch of guilds are already hunting to recruit Vim before the official guild statement even drops. Hidamari zooms in on the map, tracking every stop, because Vim's been bouncing between coffee shops and bars while she's been stuck dealing with the Sages Association. She mutters under her breath, eyes sharp, trying to figure out exactly who he's hunting down in each of these places. Her calm shatters and she erupts in a furious scream. His behavior is way too suspicious to ignore. A hooded figure creeps low along the brick wall, skidding around the corner like it can't afford to be seen. Hidemari watches from afar, spotting Vim in a disguise and seeing him rip off his tracking device. She tracks him as he skulks through the streets, convinced his secret way of moving is hiding something scandalous. Her imagination goes into overdrive, and she's convinced he's sneaking around to meet some mystery woman. For a split second, she wonders if he's with Abel, then she snaps the thought away because in her mind Vim doesn't have a single friend besides her. Jealousy and rage surge through her, and she clenches her spyglass so tight it looks like it's one snap away from cracking. She insists it's gotta be a recruitment meeting, claiming his plain clothes are way too unstylish to be anything but a setup for a date. Doubt slithers in as she realizes his fashion sense might be so brutally bad that those really are just his dating clothes. A loud noise from down on the street yanks her attention away, snapping her out of her own spiraling thoughts. Vim slips through the chaotic marketplace, quick on his feet, and every ounce of his posture screams that he's ready to sneak away, like he's got something to hide. A clueless stranger tails him a short distance behind, slipping right into the crowd like they belong there. Hidamari jolts, realizing someone's really been trailing Vim through the city. She sweeps the crowd with sharp eyes and bam, she spots the hooded pursuer who's copying Vim's every move perfectly. Vim turns the corner and the stalker follows straight into a dead-end alley, totally clueless that a hunt is already underway. Mary didn't waste a second, she hurled a spell that unleashed ice magic, freezing the pursuer in their tracks. An enormous pillar of ice blasts up from the ground and pins the stalker in place, while Hidamari vaults down and screams at them. The hooded figure slams onto the cobblestones with a brutal thud, frozen stiff from the spell, utterly unable to move. Hidamari towers over the captive, her terrifying face locked on them as she snarls, "Who sent you?" She leans in so close it's almost a threat, eyes blazing with pure disgust as she tears into that stranger, calling him a creep for stalking people. The stalker panics, blurts out a furious denial, and then, when he finally shows his face, everyone realizes it's Abel. Abel jolts his head up in pure panic, then blurts his name to the stunned mage like it might save him. Hidamari freezes in stunned silence, staring straight ahead as the name slips off her lips, and the adrenaline finally drains away. Abel freezes in the alley as Hidamari looms over him, snarling demands for an explanation of what he did. She crosses her arms, glares at him, and demands a real reason for why he's been creeping around behind Vim. Abel drops his gaze in shame and blurts out, "I just wanted to copy Vim's style," like it's the worst mistake he's ever made. He scratches his cheek, face heating up, and lets out a nervous laugh, admitting that ever since their fight, Vim won't stop crawling around in his head. Abel clasps his hands in pure adoration, blurting that Vim is so cool he wants to become exactly like him. He praises the adventurer's razor focus, and you can tell once Vim locks in, he turns into a whole different person. Hidamari shoots him a chilling stare and snaps, "So what does your hero worship have to do with stalking Vim through these streets?" Abel tells him that even though they're from totally different classes, he's sure that if he copies Vim's moves, he'll finally climb to the same level. Hidamari props her chin on her hand and squints at his shaky logic like, "Seriously," as it sinks in. Sweat beads on Abel's face as he lets out a shaky laugh, staring at her and begging, does she finally get what he's been trying to say? Hidamari snaps at him without mercy, calls him a stalker to his face and turns to walk off, warning she'll hand him straight to the authorities. Abel panics and lunges for her, begging for mercy and insisting, teary-eyed, that this is his very first offense. Hidamari slams the brakes, whips around, and glares at him, laying down the rules with zero room to cross them. She shrugs and says it's totally fine if he feeds off the power of Vim or clings to her like a spark for inspiration. Then she slams into the wall and spits a warning, "Mess with Vim's privacy and you'll cross a line he won't let you touch." Abel drops into a crouch, unleashes a chilling, rasping laugh, and then admits, straight up, that she's completely right. Hidamari recoils in pure disgust, snapping that she has to know what's wrong with him, because that creepy laughter is freaking her out. Abel blurts out that he's trying to mimic Vim's laugh, and Hidamari shuts that imitation down instantly. She glares with dead-eyed horror and snaps, "Stop," furious that he's getting it wrong. With a blood-curdling refusal on her lips, she snarls for him to stop, and Abel quickly blurts out an agreement. Hidamari told him, "I'll let you off just this once, but trust me, there won't be a second chance." She swats his attempts aside, shoos him out of the way, and snaps that he should hurry home already. Abel stops cold before he walks away, flips the script, and demands to know why she was following Vim in the first place. Mary's breath catches, she flushes hard, stammers out that she's keeping other parties from trying to poach him, all because Camilla ordered it. She whips her face away to hide that blush, swearing it's nothing, while Abel just stares at her like he can't believe a single word. Mary snaps back into panic after losing sight of Vim, screaming that it's all his fault, while Abel just watches her in cold, wordless judgment. Vim sprawls alone in a hushed cafe, eyes glassy as he waits for his appointment. He jerks his head up when a voice cuts in, apologizing for the delay, and announces his guest has finally arrived. Vim stands up with a polite smile, greeting the visitor and insisting, "I just got here, I haven't been waiting long." Abel leans to the window, and the second he clocks who Vim is meeting, his jaw just drops in pure shock. He starts trembling uncontrollably, his mind crashing as it tries and fails to make sense of the impossible thing in front of him. Abel's hope crashes when he learns Vim is meeting a stunning woman, and it destroys every fantasy he had about the adventurer. He grabs Hydemary and shakes her hard, demanding what they're supposed to do about this sudden, brutal twist. Hydemary freezes in place, eyes bulging as she tries to process what's unfolding inside the cafe. Her shock snaps into pure rage when she catches Vim downing his coffee black like it's nothing, and she erupts, insisting he always adds milk and sugar. Abel tries to quiet her, but she's spewing fire at Vim, telling him to quit playing it cool and stop pretending he's grown. He tells her to at least make a real attempt to deny her jealousy, then casually admits he always figured Vim was just a late bloomer. Abel's eyes snap to the table, and right between the two of them sits a mysterious paper bag, daring him to take a closer look. Through the window, you can see the two locked in conversation, and that bag suddenly becomes the heart of the entire meeting. The woman glides the paper bag across the table toward Vim, gripping it with careful, steady hands. Hydemary gasps, her eyes blazing wide as recognition hits her like a bolt of lightning. Through the window panes, she's suddenly revealed to be an elf, glasses on, expression stone-cold serious. Hydemary blurts out that she's seen this woman before, and her thoughts spiral as she desperately tries to lock the face in place. She slams her palm on the ledge and snaps, "That's the Chronos Party Mage." Vim slumped in the cafe, replaying his expulsion from Dragonwing and bitterly realizing the accountant they shoved in his place could only do so much without someone steering her. He sits opposite Sophia, the elf accountant, grumbling that this chaotic handover mess keeps forcing them into secret meetings like clockwork. Vim blurts out an apology for yanking her into this mess, admitting she probably didn't want anything to do with him after he got thrown out. He replays that chat with the guild receptionist, and it finally hits him, Sophia isn't just whatever, she's smarter than he ever gave her credit for. Vim raises his cup of tea and realizes he was wrong. She didn't join the party just because she'd fallen for Chronos. He realizes her stiff, business-ready style just hijacked the party's gold, or at least the vein of it, and handed it to a whole new crew. Sophia grins and confirms his hunch on the spot. This new setup turns the recovery medicine into a huge game changer. Vim can't believe how fast she gets his explanations, and it brings back the memory of his old teammates always grumbling that he was impossible to follow. He stares down at the documents in his grip, ready to lock in the final details and seal the transfer. Vim insists that just one more meeting will wrap it all up, and she swears after that everything will finally be okay. Sophia drops her gaze and humbly apologizes, admitting she selfishly stole his precious time with all this. Vim shoots her a relieved look, convinced that if it's her, he can finally slip out of this party and trust she's got everything handled. He snaps to attention, rage flaring as he realizes he's been spiraling about Dragon Wing again, even after getting kicked out. Just as Sophia goes to walk out, Vim yells her name and stops her dead before she can even reach the door. He freezes for a heartbeat, awkwardly skating around the risky subject, the 97th floor bus. Vim freezes, his mind racing. Did he just trigger a landmine by bringing up that topic to a live current member? He reassures her that no matter how vicious the rumors get, he's sure the subjugation approval will slip through, eventually. With a worried smile, he tells her not to make any reckless moves, because that reward money is supposed to keep them afloat for now. Vim finally snaps to his senses, drops his gaze, and throws out a sincere apology, because he knows he's crossed the line and now he has no right to speak on their affairs anymore. He admits that for a while Dragonwing was his home, and even with all its flaws, he still can't help thinking of it that way. He asks her, "Can you pass this message to the rest of the members for me?" Right away, he yanks the request back, panicking that it's safer if she never lets slip that he said anything to them. Sophia lets out a mischievous giggle and swears her lips are sealed, no way that conversation slips out. Vim jolts upward, stunned because the elf smiles back with playful warmth, completely catching him off guard. Sophia flashes a warm smile and admits it, she can power through the work, but nothing on earth can truly replace him. She throws him a final goodbye, then vanishes, leaving Vim alone to drown in his own thoughts until next time. Outside, Mary kept glancing around, panicking that it might not be safe to leave them alone, and then she steadied herself, reminding her it was fine since Sophia was Chronos' woman. She tells herself that even if something shady went down, they could fix it, physically, within 3 hours. Abel locks eyes on her, completely baffled. He can't figure out what her weird time estimate is really supposed to mean. Hyde Mary gives her logic a confident nod, but Abel decides he's done talking about it and changes the subject. Abel asks if she's close with Vim and she shoots back with pride, "We're best buddies, same town." He can't shake the thought, why is she stalking him instead of just talking to him face to face, especially if they're really good friends? Hyde Marie's face twists into a heavy, somber frown, and you can tell, this situation is way more tangled than it looks. Fed up, Abel storms to the street and yells a greeting to Vim, instantly blowing their cover wide open. Hyde Mary's whole body locks up when Abel shouts her name, then she admits in a low voice that her bond with Vim is way more complicated than anyone thinks. The scene snaps back to that cozy cafe. Vim blurts out Sophia's name one final time before she slips out the door. He pleads for her to keep their meeting under wraps and she nods yes, stammering through it like her nerves are winning. Sitting alone at the table, Vim glares at his empty cup and swears he'll never bring up Dragonwing again. From here on out, he tells himself he'll do nothing more than pray for their success from a distance. Vim shuts out the noise and doubles down on his own road, finally realizing he has to put himself first. He stares into his future and realizes there's no real escape left. This is just what's coming, whether he likes it or not. With grit burning in his eyes, he makes the call. He belongs here with Nacht Libel. Camilla leans in and asks Vim if he's finally bounced back even a little from those brutal injuries. Vim lets out a long, shaky breath of relief as he finally stands right in front of her. Camilla says he must be totally wiped out, but Vim squirms and awkwardly denies it. She snaps at him for hiding behind humility in his report, then orders him to rewrite it, so it clearly shows he crushed the floor boss. The report sits on the desk, packed with dense words and tangled diagrams. Camilla quickly changes the subject and demands, "Now tell me, what's your answer to the question I asked you earlier?" Vim's nerves kick in hard. He's sweating lightly, staring at the request like it's heavier than it should be. He tells himself every word he needs to say is crystal clear. Still, a weird hesitation churns deep in his chest, freezing him in place. Camilla earnestly pleads with him to join the Nacht Libel, making it crystal clear it's not just a casual suggestion. She tells him he doesn't have to be fully ready. If he hates the terms, he can bail anytime. She pushes him to stop hesitating and take that one tiny step, the first move that commits him to the decision. Her armored hand shoots out toward him, inviting him in like an open gate. Vin snaps out of his indecision, admits he's exhausted, and decides he's done sitting on the fence. He's going to change. He tells himself loud and clear that he can change, and that he needs to change right now. He clings to his friend's smiles and vows to untangle his twisted heart, because he wants to laugh with them for real. He realizes this is his shot, and his mouth starts stammering out an answer. He stumbles over his own words, convinced his first try just doesn't hit the mark. He finally shuts down the overthinking and blurts the whole truth in one unstoppable shot. Vim grips Camilla's hand like a promise, then tells her, "From now on, you've got me, take care of me." Camilla grins from ear to ear, practically glowing with joy that he picked her. Vim bolts out of the room, totally thrown off by the shock of everything that just flipped. He storms into the guild hall and freezes. Everyone is clapping and cheering like he's their hero. The crew erupts into applause as they welcome him aboard, while Camilla stands in the doorway, watching him like this moment matters. The guild member shoves him forward and jabs him with urgency, basically shouting, "Go on, say something to the crowd." Vim's heart hammers in his chest as he forces himself not to mess up, like he's proving he belongs. He calls himself Vim Strauss and swears he'll give everything he's got, no holding back. The crowd explodes in cheers, congratulations, and a thunderous welcome all at once. They hoist him up into the air, lifting him higher as the crowd erupts in celebration. Vim gets yanked into the air by his brand new guildmates, tossed up like he just joined the biggest celebration ever. Camilla stands there soaking it all in, smiling like she's exactly where she's meant to be. Nacht Libel naturally came out on top, reaping the rewards after crushing the floor boss. The guild drops an official declaration of victory, then slams the door on hesitation and kicks off full-scale exploration. The camera drifts across a jagged, uneven wasteland on the 98th floor. They split into a bunch of tiny teams and spread out on the map fast, crushing the expansion one move at a time. Vin's freaking out over one question: can he actually click with a partner he's never even laid eyes on? He steals his nerves, pumping himself up with one truth: now he's a member of Nact Level. He steps right up to his new partner, cracks a friendly smile and says he can't wait to team up and work together. He surges into a loud bow, screams his name to the crowd and swears he'll never hold a single person back. Vim can't stop grinning inside, finally safe he got the words out without tripping over them. Vim freezes in an awkward hush while the beanie-wearing stranger barrels up to him and snaps, demanding he stop treating it like their first meeting. The stranger snaps her mask off and reveals she's Bettina, then reminds them they literally just teamed up last time, leaving him stunned and totally lost. Bettina lets out a heavy sigh, saying it's fine because she's plain anyway, while Vim frantically blames himself, begging forgiveness for forgetting her completely. Vim spirals inward, panicking that he blew it despite all the study sessions, and then insists he wasn't failing, just getting distracted by other stuff. Camilla stands on a jagged rocky outcrop and blasts orders to the guild, demanding they stay razor-sharp and keep up constant communication. The exploration team charges through the massive tunnels, and their pounding footsteps scream back off the stone walls. Vim slams to a sudden stop, his boots screeching as they skid across the ground, because something ahead just felt terrifyingly real. He whips out his magical map and snaps at the team. Something huge is lurking right near the fork in the road. Vim wipes the embarrassment off his mind and drills his focus on the mission ahead. Nothing else matters. He drives the point into his head. As part of the high-mobility map-making unit, his job matters, so he'll come back and apologize to Bettina with snacks later. Vim clocks the danger in an instant, pinning it as a Type D wyvern right 25 meters in front of them. The team captain jolts with shock at how fast and sharp the novices pull off their report. A freaky visual overlay suddenly flashes across Vim's eyes, and it slams him with that same intense, all-too-familiar feeling. He rockets forward as the wyvern peeks from behind the rock, eyes blazing straight on the target. Vim calculates his path in a blink, then realizes those 3 jumps off the loose rock will drop him right onto its neck. He locks in the move, absolutely certain the plan will click into place perfectly. A flashback bursts in. He's got that manic grin blazing during the boss fight, and the rush of beating terrible odds hits so hard his heart won't slow down. Right as his mind starts slipping, Camilla's voice bursts through the wrist comms and calls his name, yanking him back in an instant. Vim lays out what happened with the wyvern and begs for permission to strike the target on the spot. Camilla's face stays ice cold as she calls the moment out, then snaps at him to dodge a fight if there's even a sliver of a way. Vim snaps to a halt, whips his head over his shoulder, and his face twists with confusion at the order to stand down. He grudgingly admits skipping the fight is the smartest move, but his shoulders sink like he's lost the battle before it even starts. He lets out a heavy sigh, and the moment the adrenaline dies down, a wave of deflation hits him hard. Vim can't shake this crushing disappointment. He's baffled because part of him still desperately wants to fight. The captain yanks a bottle open, tosses Vim a strip of dried meat, and thanks him for blasting their exploration forward. As the captain digs in, he can't stop thinking. Vim's insane versatility makes choosing the perfect role feel impossible. Back at the guild office, Camilla leans in and grills the new recruit Vim to break down his enchantment techniques, especially how he handles the floor boss fight. Vim finally agrees to spill the story, and Camilla tells him, just say what you're comfortable with, you don't have to go any further. Camilla leans in, eyes locked on him, totally certain that his next words will finally nail down exactly what his powers really are. Vim lays out his template enchanting trick with ready-made code, and Camilla's eyes widen, because she suddenly knows he's the real deal, a genius. She fires back, asking what could go wrong when you use it on other people, and confirms that 9 times out of 10 it only leaves you with nothing worse than brutal muscle fatigue and pain. Camilla pushes in harder, firing the dangerous question straight at him. What happens if the casting fails when it's his neck on the line? Vim tells it straight. The exact body part they're targeting gets wrecked because of what happens next. Camilla's face tightens as she realizes this isn't a small mistake. His technique has a dangerous flaw and she can't stop worrying. During the floor boss battle, Vim drops a bombshell. He pumped enhancements straight into his own brain to crank his stats through the roof. Camilla stares at him in pure horror, then blurts the terrifying question, what would have happened if that enchantment had failed? Vim throws a shrug and admits that he might have blacked out or taken brain damage, and acts like it's no big deal. He laughs, saying he only made it through because fate threw him a few lucky breaks, while Camilla is left staring, shocked by the deadly risk he willingly took. Camilla locked eyes with him, refusing to call it luck, because she could tell he's seriously underestimating just how effective he's been. She stares at the boy who keeps throwing himself into mortal danger, and then the captain's voice blasts through the chaos, "Emergency." Bettina snaps to it. She's about to get trapped, and she frantically orders everyone to back up right now. She suggests they retreat to the meeting point with the main group before the beasts swarm in and close them off. Camilla crunches the odds. She thinks Vim can take on 1 or 2 beasts, but those 3 huge monsters chilling in the room make her tense. She snaps into action and barks a razor-sharp command: Vim, engage the enemy. A wyvern lets out a blood-curdling shriek as a sudden silver confetti blast tears it apart in pure, lethal agony. The massive beast slams into the ground with a bone-jarring thud, then just like that, everything goes silent. Camilla confirms she got the first kill, then immediately snaps at Vim, because there's still a wyvern and a chimera wreaking havoc out there. She hits him with a straight-up question: can he take on the rest of those threats by himself? Vim answers in a calm single yes, even with the odds stacked against him. He snatches back his courage and rockets forward, smashing into place to stop the next monster. Camilla's jaw drops as Vim blares that he's switching his suit to Puppet Master mode. He slams the device on and a sudden burst hits, his powers explode, amplified a full 20 times. Vim barrels across the battlefield at inhuman speed, screaming at the top of his lungs as he unleashes a relentless storm of attacks. In the middle of the chaos, he starts to doubt his own mind for even daring to use the deadly Puppet Master mode. He realizes that if he truly cared about safety, he never would have touched it, because even back then it was clearly too much. A monstrous lion beast surges forward, and Vim grins like he's dancing on the razor's edge of death. He can't shake the thought, am I really grinding myself to the edge just to match everyone else's expectations? Blood slicked his fingers as he clamped down on his dagger, then shut the doubt down with a hard, unshakable no. He slams the brakes on his thoughts and throws everything he has into surviving the carnage tearing through right in front of him. Vim stands tall through the smoke, staring down the piles of beasts he just tore apart, victorious and unshaken. The whole guild explodes with cheers, chanting his name while he stands there, breath ragged after everything's over. Camilla strides up to him with grave seriousness, and the second she sees it, she clocks that risky move, because it's the exact technique he used on the floor boss. Vim leans in and tells her, "I've got this, somehow I'm holding on way better than I thought." Camilla urges him to slow down, and you can hear real worry crack through her polished, professional act. Vim grins through the grime and nods hard, accepting her warning like a promise. The story jumps to Verbran's blazing streets where banners snap overhead and the whole town is roaring in celebration of the victory. Townspeople are whispering in pure shock like, no way, a kid actually managed to take out a floor boss. They stare at the unimposing Vim like it's a magic trick, then keep stumbling over the hulking Abel they were promised, because the rumor just won't match what's right in front of them. Skeptical eyes lock onto Vim, and they instantly clock him as a hunched, gloomy loner. Vim steels himself, straightens his back, and decides that now, since he's a night dragonfly, he's done playing the same role. He snaps out of his spiraling thoughts when a warm, friendly tap lands on his shoulder. Mary pops out of hiding with a bright grin, greeting him with a playful tease. She beams as she officially welcomes him as a full-on colleague, then congratulates him for finally joining the guild. Vim tries to thank her, but she snaps back at him, because he rushed his hospital discharge just to dodge the visitors. She drops the bombshell. She figured out he used the Puppet Master app to blast his pituitary gland, speeding up his healing. She glares at him with a pout, shooting him a clear warning. His reckless stunt is absolutely not okay. Her face eases as she leans in and asks if he really does like the people of the Night Dragonfly. Vim's eyes widen at the question, but he answers it straight up with a gentle, reassuring smile. Heidemarie flashes a smile, finally breathing easy, because inviting him was absolutely the right move. She seethes inside because she can't really hear what's burning in his heart. The official guild notice just slammed it in. The 97th floor boss is officially subjugated, and that win is now carved into history. Inside the guild house, the remaining Dragon's Wing members huddle around the table, drowning in the shock of news they've waited ages to finally hear. The swordsman leans back and snarks that the paperwork definitely dragged on long enough, while everyone else exhales in relief, finally ready to shut their brains off and relax. Sophia grips the notice with a troubled face, and you can tell the air around Dragon's Wing has turned rough lately, because the gossip won't quit. Ever since Vim got kicked out, she says people have started calling out the party's real strength loud and clear. Behind her glasses, her eyes sharpen, and she can't deny it, those critics are right, this party has no way to overpower a floor boss. She swallows the brutal truth and admits, straight up, that their current formation just isn't strong enough to survive this. Sophia admits that even without the full picture, she's sure of one thing: Vim was the key to their win over the floor boss. Chronos slams a document onto the table and blares the staggering 500,000 bounty, trying to throw them off the trail with it. He explains that they'll need the leader's magic seal to cash that check, then snaps his gaze toward Sophia. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurls the key, sealed tight with the proof, across the table straight to her. Sophia lunges for the key midair, eyes wide as he slings it away with zero care. She locks eyes on the key, realizing it's a trust bomb, handing something this important to a total newcomer, but her gut still twists with dread. A cold shiver rips through her as she trembles, terrified of the reckless future Chronos is already cooking up. Chronos smirks and announces that they're officially an A-rank party, both in name and on paper. A flashback kicks in and Vim leans in, asking if she truly has no plans to quit, his worry pouring through every word. Vim's reassuring smile lingers in her mind, telling her, "No need to go wild, this reward alone will keep us afloat for a while." Desperate to reach that safe road, Sophia snaps into action. She speaks up and fights to shut down her leader's deadly plans. She urges them to plunge straight to the 98th floor right now, before the plan falls behind, since they finally have a little breathing space. She figures that if they strike now, they'll lock in a steady profit, no crazy risk, just a sure win. Chronos shuts that idea down instantly, roaring that there's no debate. He's steering them straight for the 99th floor. Sophia drops her gaze in defeat, sweat pouring down her face as her attempt to inject logic into the conversation utterly collapses. Chronos steps in front of everyone and slams them with a speech, saying the others may chase quick wins, but Dragon's Wing has to surge forward or they'll get pushed off the front lines. He throws his arms wide and roars that this unstoppable drive is the real heartbeat of their party. The fresh recruits squeal and fawn over his cool swagger, while Sophia can't shake the fear that it's desperation wearing a brave face. She finally understands it. He's got this burning need to scrub away every humiliating rumor the city's been tossing around. In a brutal flashback, the party members shriek in pure denial, clinging to the truth that refuses to land, that Vim just wiped out a floor boss all by himself. Sophia catches Chronos' locked-in smile and realizes he's desperate to prove once and for all that his real skills belong on the 99th floor. The towering stone entrance of the labyrinth looms ahead, swallowing the adventurers' hope whole. A thunderous marching beat rolls through the air as the newly reborn dragon unfurls its wing and charges forward, dragging 48 female recruits right along with it. A massive swarm of 52 charges ahead, betting everything on numbers instead of skill, desperate to snatch power before it slips away. Efficiently hopping between the transfer gates is the make-or-break move if you want to reach the front lines fast. The massive, well-oiled parties of Nachtlevel have mapped every route and kept them perfectly maintained, so travel stays smooth and effortless. Dragon's Wing doesn't give them that kind of edge, so they have to risk everything, slipping through deadly secret gates to push deeper into the labyrinth. So they have to smash through brutal obstacles inch by inch, just to make it to the next step forward. That brutal pace chews them up. Half the fresh recruits collapse from sheer exhaustion before they even make it to the 98th floor. A sharp clap of hands slices through the air, freezing the entire brutal march in its tracks. Chronos faces his wiped-out troops and flashes a bright grin, then declares with fire in his voice that this is exactly where the rail challenge kicks off. The recruits huff and choke for breath, their faces drained white with exhaustion and terror as they lock eyes on the cave's endless darkness. Sophia studies the group like a hawk. Sure, the overall skills are pretty low, but she spots a few seasoned adventurers hiding in plain sight. Chrono steps up in front of the recruits and grins, welcoming them as proud new members of Dragonswing, and then he declares they've finally reached the true front lines of the labyrinth, kicking off their real mission at last. With eyes blazing and a scream ripped from his chest, he rockets toward the terrified crew, swears he's on their side and barks, "Don't you dare be scared." The recruits spin their heads left and right, sweat dripping as panic crawls up their spines, while Kronos roars at them to lock their hearts together as one. He's preaching about the glory and honor waiting for them after this dive, swearing he can already see victory sitting clear in his mind. Kronos thrusts forward with manic confidence, hollering that the 99th floor is waiting and barking at the group to move out right now. They push into a dense, primordial forest, and the whole floor explodes with gigantic ancient trees and wild overgrowth that feels totally unlike anything they've seen before. They trudge through the thick jungle undergrowth, and their footsteps get swallowed by the dense, muffling vines around them. Kronos and his core team stride forward with total confidence while the fresh recruits whirl around, staring in confusion, their nerves buzzing at every weird corner. A fresh recruit wiped sweat off his brow, staring around like, "Why is it so brutally hot and why does this place feel so alien?" Another recruit stares up in total shock, wondering if they've really been tossed into a labyrinth, because the ceiling they're seeing looks like the real sky. Wind slashes through the treetops above and it hits you. This floor is nothing like the cold stone corridors they're used to. Kronos flashes a terrifying, tooth-stretching grin, eyes dark, crazed, and locked in, processing the brutal truth of exactly where they are. The party churns through the brush and their footsteps snap back in the quiet as Kronos hypes them up, grinning to himself, very good. He bursts into unstoppable laughter, thrilled that he's finally dropped into a floor nobody has ever stepped on before. Perched on a jagged rocky outcrop, Kronos roars down to the crowd below, declaring they've finally crashed into the labyrinth's frontlines. He roars that this moment will be etched into history, then demands they stay locked in with clear communication and real trust if they want to pull it off. A voice from the crowd rips through his grand speech, shouting for the boss to stop, just for a minute. Kronos halts mid-stride, snaps his head around and grills the interrupter, Rebecca, asking what she wants. Rebecca demands to know why they're not using communication magic, because trying to coordinate this many people without it feels flat-out impossible. Kronos brushes off the worry on the spot, bragging that they've always just called to each other, so they don't need any magic in their crew. Rebecca snaps back with raw frustration, saying regular chatting only ever worked back when they were a small crowd. She insists that diving into the unknown with a huge crowd only works if they've got a real plan, something that keeps everyone moving and perfectly coordinated. Kronos brushes off her real concerns and just turns away, barking for Miley as if nothing matters. Then he declares he's got a plan. Cold as stone and just as ruthless, he glares and orders the mage to torch the entire forest to ashes. Miley kicks off her chant, spitting the incantation word for word. Those twin lines will never fade and that devastating spell is about to crash down. A gigantic magical circle erupts across the sky, snapping and crackling with power as she unleashes the high-level spell, Inferno Torrent. A white-hot pillar of fire rips down from the heavens, blasting apart a huge chunk of the forest in a thunderous explosion. The recruits whip their hands over their eyes, bracing for the blinding glare and brutal heat as the shockwave slams through them. The forest is engulfed in raging flames, scorching the ancient trees to cinders and ripping a blazing trail straight through the thick, tangled undergrowth. Miley stands in the choking smoke and ash and declares they can finally push forward, because nothing living is left to stop them. The recruits freeze in awe at the wreckage, whispering that this magic-proof dragon's wing, this massive scale, is straight-up Arank territory. Kronos says the lower levels force them to tiptoe around fire because oxygen runs out, but up here with the open sky they can unleash real hell. He shoots his hand up, barks everyone to copy Miley's lead, and makes them torch the rest of the forest. With his arms stretched wide, he roars, declaring that beasts fear fire. Then he orders them to roast those monsters down to ash. A hard-bitten adventurer with an eye patch snaps his gaze to Sophia, abruptly walks out mid-sentence and tells her flat out that he's done. He storms off without a single glance, barking at her to tell the boss he doesn't even need his money. As he walks away, he sneers to himself that Kronos is a total fool for thinking magical monsters are anything like regular animals. He reasons that the frail monsters panic at fire, but the stronger ones don't flinch, they adapt, getting tougher and smarter, so Sophia realizes there's no way she can argue with his logic. A blood-curdling screech tears through the sky, and you know right then, something enormous is coming, hunting through the flames. The grizzled veteran grabs Sophia and warns her to slip away from the party now, before she's trapped, because the real monsters have already shown up and things are about to get brutal. Sophia freezes in place, caught between the urge to bolt and the brutal truth that surviving this chaos comes first. A dark shape pushes out of the swirling smoke and the recruits snap to attention, because what they're staring at isn't a beast at all, it's a monstrous nightmare. When the figure finally comes into view, horror hits them hard, because it isn't some normal beast at all, it's a humanoid, and that's far worse. Thick black smoke billows out, swallowing their vision whole, and panic erupts as they shout that they can't see the enemy anywhere. Agonized screams explode out of the darkness as that unseen horror rips through their ranks, and the recruits tumble to the ground. The girl shrieks in total confusion as the others whip their heads around, panicking, demanding answers. What's happening? Panic crashes through the group as they yell for the enemy's position, begging for orders that never show up. An observer watches the chaos explode, realizing the party's spinning out of control because there's no leader to steer them away from total destruction. A battle commander booms over the chaos, screaming for everyone to lock into a defensive line and back up as one, because only together do they survive. He swears he'll protect them all, then yells at the terrified recruits to breathe, stay steady, and dig in where they stand. Screams ricochet from every corner as the enemy slams in again, and the recruits shake with pure, gut-twisting terror. With sinking hearts, they realize there's no retreat at all, every side is locked down and they're surrounded. Creepy sounds spill out of the jungle, and that fear gripping their hearts only gets worse with every echo. A hand bursts out of the bushes and Kronos locks on, calling it a brand new monkey-type monster species. The monkeys smack their hands into the ground in perfect unison, band beating out a rhythm that feels like a full-blown ritual. New recruits stare in disbelief, torn between is this music, and is this a ceremony, because it's hard to swallow that monsters could be so smart and bold enough to pull off something this obvious. Kronos flashes a grin packed with wild excitement and creeping madness, claiming they're the first explorers to actually make it here. A sudden, deafening blast tears through the air, and a brutal shockwave hits the adventurers so hard it rattles their very bones. The boss snaps its eyes open and a blinding glare rips through the room, so brutal it freezes everyone who dares to stare back. A brutal thud rattles the ground as a member drops and his teammate bolts over, panicking, yelling whether they're okay. A man grips his chest with shaking hands, wheezing for every breath as the boss's relentless pressure bears down like a crushing stone. Sophia gapes, completely crushed by the entity looming in front of her, its presence so suffocating it feels unreal. Tara clamps down on the group as panic erupts, because they finally see it. This isn't some random monster, it's the floor boss right here. A reckless adventurer yells he doesn't need Kronos, then barrels ahead and blasts a wind cutter spell just to prove he's got the muscle. The boss slips past the attack like it's nothing, effortless, untouchable, while the attackers freeze, staring in sheer shock. The boy snaps a sharp gasp of disbelief, staring in horror because his attack misses the target completely. The boss forms a deadly finger flick and growls that the human better not dare underestimate it. Kronos stares with bulging eyes as the monster snaps into action, and its counterattack hits in the blink of an eye. With a horrifying slash, the adventurer gets cut clean in two, and a violent fountain of blood erupts from his body. His decapitated body smashes into the ground with a brutal thud, and Sophia just stands there, frozen in pure horror. Sophia snaps to the truth. Her gut instincts were right the whole time, and it becomes crystal clear that winning this fight is outright impossible. She finally admits it to herself. Taking on the floor boss in here is basically death waiting around the corner. Her legs betray her, dropping her to the ground, and panic floods in as she stammers, "Why can't I stand or move?" Monkeys perched in the branches burst into mocking laughter, flailing their hands and jeering as the helpless adventurers got dragged deeper into their mess. They flash those creepy, toothy grins and instant shivers rip through everyone watching. Suddenly, the monsters explode forward, jaws snapping as they rush in, marking the moment the final slaughter finally begins. Sophia drags herself into action, panic screaming that she has to do something right now to save them. The monkeys surge forward with teeth bared, their savage faces screaming death is seconds away. Sophia screams for everyone to crowd behind her as she desperately tries to shield them, totally helpless against what's coming. Monsters slam down on them and the whole place turns into a screaming bloodbath. Kronos jolts awake with a sharp snap of sound, consciousness crashing back into him in a room he doesn't recognize. He jolts upright in bed, scans the fancy room in total confusion, and can't stop wondering where the hell he even is. A sharp voice barks the question whether Lord Kronos is awake at last, jolting him as he feels a presence looming right beside him. Kronos glares at the stranger with his lone visible eye, bandaged face throbbing as he demands to know exactly who they are. The hooded figure nods that they brought him here, and Kronos snaps, asking if this creepy place is even a hospital. The stranger drops the grim truth: he got crushed by the 99th floormaster and half his team is dead while the rest are nowhere to be found. Kronos lets out a furious scream, ripping his hands to his chest as that brutal, sharp jolt of reality hits him like a truck. He crouches on the bed, frozen in disbelief, fighting to process the nightmare, and then blurts, "What the hell just happened?" Panic crashes over him as he blurts out each party member's name, frantic to find out if Sophia and the rest made it out alive. The hooded figure keeps his cool and tells him with a calm certainty that those three are still alive, out of the living, they're still standing. The stranger launches into a slow, deliberate philosophical monologue, and the bedridden adventurer can't make heads or tails of it. He warns about the brutal fate awaiting anyone who charges first into battle, and he grieves over the crushing misfortune that just hit a warrior as deadly as Kronos. Kronos tries to get his head together and the figure hammers the point. Sure, the losses were brutal, but his push absolutely drove the conquest of the 99th floor forward. Kronos fixes the hooded man with a hollow stare, demanding again, "Who the hell are you standing in front of me?" The figure dips low at the bedside, declaring they revere Lord Kronos above all, and insisting it's an absolute honor to serve him. Kronos froze in total shock, his mind scrambling as he couldn't wrap it around the sheer reverence this mysterious stranger just showed. The stranger leans in and tells them that even the most incredible gift can get crushed when life throws bad timing or blinds them with missing information. He points straight at those who trip into success by pure luck and smirks, because this incident proves in the harshest way possible that unfair truth. Kronos sits there with a grim face, staring the stranger down as they ask if that exact line means anything to him at all. Sensing the logic, Kronos grunts in approval and pushes the mysterious man to keep talking, like he can't wait for the next piece of the puzzle. With a slow, final tug, he drops his hood and bam, there's that creepy grin and a monocle. Then he flashes, "I'm Jirian," and rushes to apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Jirian lets out a sinister cackle, calling that high-pitched laugh, and begs Kronos to remember him now that a fresh alliance is about to rise. He trudged through those bleak streets, and the air felt suffocating as the survivors stood over the wreckage of their brutal failure. As soon as strangers spot the cloaked woman, they hiss cruel whispers, sneering at her like she's nothing, because she belongs to the fallen dragon's wing guild. The shouting turns brutal. This furious local barks, "Liar," then launches into physical violence and hurls something at her. A bottle smashes into the wall, a heartbeat from her face, the crash screeching through the room like a brutal get out meant just for her. She clutches her groceries to her chest and bolts from the scene as the crowd keeps jeering, shouting for her to tell them where she disappeared to. This hatred traces back to the dragon's wing's brutal disaster on the 99th floor, an unforgivable crash that cost lives and shattered their name. Crouched under her hood, she can't stop trembling, because the whispers of the 97th floor boss getting crushed have only turned the whole world's eyes even harsher on her. A concerned voice slices through her panic, soft as a whisper, asking if she's truly okay. Back at their base, the surviving crew can't even bring themselves to grab supplies anymore. The public backlash is so brutal it has them stuck inside, fuming and heartbroken. The door slams open with a brutal thud, and Kronos steps in wrapped in bandages and looking completely wiped out. The women in the room erupted in gasps when he suddenly stumbled in, haggard, worn out, and unrecognizable. Shocked for half a second, they sprang forward, yelling his name at the top of their lungs and grilling him non-stop. So, was he really discharged from the hospital? Seeing Kronos like that, the narrator knows this latest loss didn't just hurt, it shattered his spirit for good. Tears brim in their eyes as they stare at their leader, whispering his name through a shattered, broken heart. Kronos drops his head in apology and whispers, "Did my sudden arrival scare you?" He grimly admits the floor boss had a terrifying power gap, one that crushed them completely. Facing the group, he tore up with remorse for everyone who died, admitting their training wasn't nearly enough to stand against that kind of power. The mage freezes in horror as Kronos shrugs off the disaster and swears it all fell apart purely because of rotten luck, not because his skill ever failed. Kronos, desperate to prop up their spirits, insists that surviving all this chaos is a victory all on its own. He rants like a maniac, insisting their survival proves they've truly got what it takes, even though this is their first time facing the 99th floor boss. The mage gapes at him in pure disbelief, shaking with fear at how he's spitting in the face of reality, so why is he so stubbornly lying to himself? Kronos flips the script and rants that next time, if they can just unleash their real power, victory is guaranteed. Consumed by a desperate, dangerous ambition, he demands the chance to take the command one more time, vowing he'll make it work. He ignores the terror on his teammates' face, forces a shaky grin, and yells at them to team up and work hard again. Elsewhere, a shadowy cloaked stranger hauls an enormous burden, chuckling darkly as sinister echoes crawl through the darkness. Footsteps thunder through the dungeon as a brand new crew barrels toward a pitch-black cave entrance. A squad of armored soldiers surges ahead like a perfectly timed machine, their steps snapping in sync as they charge with ruthless speed. The soldiers stare in awe at what Vim's running enhancement can do, because without his magic boosting them, they can barely keep up. A warning shriek cuts through the air, something huge is up ahead and the squad snaps into formation, told to keep their guard rock solid. A subordinate snaps to attention and demands the captain's immediate orders on how to hit back at the threat. Camilla, the silver-haired blade, barks an order, push two people ahead, while magic circles ignite like lightning in the dark. Vim rockets into the chaos, flashes a fierce grin and yells at everyone to hide Mary, then he makes the signal to kick off their attack. Mary fires back with pure adrenaline, throwing her voice to the sky as she hurls herself into spell mode and declares she's ready. With a burst of magic, she hurls a deadly water spear straight at her enemy. The spell crashes down with brutal force, ripping the target apart in a monstrous blast of water and flying debris. Vim and Mary pull off their flawless move and blast each other with a bright high five, dust swirling around them as they grin. The soldiers around him erupted in praise, calling it perfect teamwork, because that kind of synergy is exactly what you get when you've been childhood friends. Ever since they crushed the 98th floor boss, Mary leaned in, teasing Vim about what's next, and somehow it felt like the two of them were a perfect match from the start. The story snaps back to the present. Now the investigation of the 98th floor is creeping right up to the finish line. The expedition crew strides straight into the cave's crushing darkness, braced for whatever evil the dungeon has waiting deep inside. As the crew climbs down deeper and deeper, they can't stop staring. This dungeon is massive asterisk, and now they finally hit its dead center core. Vim locks his eyes on the glowing digital map, brow knotted tight, desperately trying to untangle the wild maze sprawling across the screen. He shatters the silence with a casual, curious question: how deep could someone physically dig into a labyrinth floor? And his companion stares at him, completely baffled. The battle-scarred veteran locks eyes with him, completely stunned, like he can't even wrap his mind around why anyone would throw out a question that crazy. Vim blinks, stunned, then realizes way too late that his careless curiosity has utterly thrown his teammate off. He bursts out laughing, tells Vim that cracking the labyrinth's logic won't give him a single answer, and basically calls him hilarious to his face. Rubbing the back of his neck, Vim awkwardly scratches his cheek and blurts out that he probably just said something seriously weird. The soldier smirks and shakes his head, basically saying, most adventurers don't even stop to wonder how a dungeon structure actually holds together. Right as their conversation kicks off, they reach their destination. Then the moment they step into that massive crystalline chamber, the whole vibe changes. Gigantic crystals spear out of the ground and walls, shimmering under the dim light and painting the whole place like it's straight out of another world. Straight ahead, towering luminous formations blaze along the path, guiding the expedition deeper, right toward the heart of the floor. A massive pathway unfurls in front of them, carved by towering crystal cliffs that channel their steps straight toward a brooding, intimidating entrance. The second the squad clocks what this place really means, they point at the spot and gasp, this is the legendary treasure vault where the teleportation orbs are kept. A surge of pure victory hits the crew as they go wild, screaming their hearts out because they finally made it, right to the finish line of their journey. The narrator drops a bombshell. The treasure vault is hidden in plain sight until the moment you smash the floor boss, then the secret doors finally reveal themselves. Inside this vault, you don't just find the labyrinth's biggest treasures, you also uncover a teleportation orb that blasts you straight to the 99th floor. Vim whirls his eyes around in total awe, stunned by the towering grandeur of the vault, then blurts out that this is the first time he's ever seen something like this. He whips his head toward his childhood friend and in a soft voice asks Hidamari if the view is beautiful. Mary's face suddenly blooms with a bright, childlike grin as she drinks in the breathtaking view before her. Vim stares at her reaction, and his heart skips as pure joy and wonder light up her face. The soldiers start roasting their leader, Camilla, because even this stone-faced boss is glowing with excitement, grinning like a kid on the edge of a big surprise. Hit with the accusation, Camilla panics and stammers out a denial, swearing she's acting just like she always does. Vim can't help but smile warmly as he watches Hidamari, already knowing she's always had that wild, unstoppable spark for adventure. Camilla stands at the crystal pool's edge, her cape snapping in the wind as she scans the whole area and gets ready to unleash her next command. Right as Camilla calls out for Vim to move, a sickening screech cuts her off. Hidamari snaps her into motion. Vim blurts out a bewildered gasp as something yanks him out of nowhere, and his whole balance gets shattered by the sudden hit. A terrified scream ricochets through the cavern as Vim gets yanked off the ledge by force, dragged wherever his will can't reach. Hidamari lunges straight into the void, yanking a screaming Vim with her while shouting at him to look, right now. As they plunge off the cliff, the oars flare with brutal brilliance, turning the whole free fall into a dazzling streak of light. They slam into the water with a thunderous splash and Vim bursts up from the depths, gasping, then admits, voice trembling, that yeah, the view really is breathtaking. Gasping water out of his lungs, Vim fought to regain his footing after that brutal, sudden plunge. He whips around to scold Hidamari and roars that they've got zero time for sightseeing in the middle of a mission. While anger boils in her wake, Hidamari doesn't even flinch. She bursts into laughter, points straight up, and basically dares him to ignore the mission for a second and soak in that view. Overhead, the cavern's ceiling blazes like a midnight sky, sparkling with jaw-dropping bioluminescent light and glowing crystals everywhere. Hidamari grinned at him with a smile so blinding it stole the spotlight from the scenery, and her joy spread like wildfire. Seeing the view and her pure joy, Vim's face finally softens and he murmurs almost in disbelief that yeah, this is truly amazing. Just when the moment hits, another body slams into the water beside them, wham, and a fresh wave of water crashes over Vim. Abel slams down like a meteor, roaring for someone to move, and then snaps that they're an idiot. Up high, one more teammate springs off the ledge with a laughing cry, then freezes in midair when they finally clock just how terrifying that height really is. She shrieks, begging someone to grab her, right before she slams into the water with a violent, heavy splash. Vim slumps on the damp ground, letting his soaked clothes drip as Monica beams and cheerfully apologizes to Yui right beside him. Vim heals up fast and stares in awe at the colossal crystals all around them, clucking their dazzling glow as valuable adamantite. Hidamari zooms around the cavern with unstoppable joy, thrusting her finger at every mithril deposit like a hyperactive rabbit on a mission. As he watches her bubbling with joy, Vim grins, because he can't remember the last time he saw Mary act this carefree. Suddenly, she crowd-tackles his space with a fierce, blushing intensity and Vim freezes, totally thrown off by how close she's gotten. She gasps and blurts out, "I know I acted wild, but it's because my dream is finally, right now, coming true." Vim's face twists with confusion at her words and she blurts out, "Wait, do you seriously not get what I'm saying?" With a dazzling grin, she reminds him, this is it, their adventure is happening right now just like they dreamed it would. The truth hits Vim like a punch to the chest, and he mutters a quiet, stunned yeah as her words finally land. He remembers a time when he truly saw the world that way, and somehow that feeling never faded, it just got put in the wrong place. It's like he dropped that spark of wonder somewhere way back, buried under the non-stop grind of responsibility. Seeing her bright, beaming smile, he finally gets it. Her adventurous spark is the very reason he felt that burn in the first place, which proves she hasn't changed one bit. Meanwhile, the artifact analysis clicks into place. One orb reaches straight for the 27th floor and the other rockets you directly to the 99th. The whole crew huddles up and agrees this treasure vault stays locked behind secrecy because they all know that shortcut could be worth more than any weapon. Vim grips his breath and stares at the glowing circle, gulping hard as the truth slams in. One step past that light is the deadly 99th floor. He tries to shove the dread away, forcing himself to lock onto his work instead of freezing in terror at whatever's waiting around the corner. Thinking his weird anxiety is just exhaustion, he's thrown off when a rustling noise snaps him to attention nearby. From out of the shadows, a mysterious figure steps into view and greets young Vim with an unnervingly intimate smile. The man blurts out his thanks to Vim for pushing this far so fast, and even while the praise lands, Vim tries to dodge it. The stranger won't let it go. He insists on that compliment because he says it'd be rude to pretend no one appreciates Vim's work. Blushing and humbled, Vim straight up vows to grind even harder so he can keep pushing the guild to victory. The man clamps down on Vim's shoulder, blurting that he's the ace of the knacked libel, then makes it clear he's counting on him. Vim feels a firm hand settle on his shoulder, and he accepts the responsibility, heavy, real, and unmistakably part of the role. Dark determination sharpens his eyes as the truth hits. This night dragonflies his home and he's ready to shoulder that weight. He decides to pull himself together, become a better man people can truly trust, rely on, and value. But then a nagging doubt slithers in. What if those whispering voices promising validation are exactly the thing he shouldn't be hearing? As Vim storms out, a lone cloaked figure is left behind, and in the hush of the crystal cavern, a magic circle snaps to life. The mysterious entity freezes in the darkness, staring like a predator at the teleportation device's faint, flickering glow. As the party charges back through the dark corridor, they kick off their journey home from the treasure vault. Vim strode beside the knights, eyes locked on his holographic map as he tore through the dungeon data. On the way back, his teammate blurts out that Vim never once dropped his guard and calls him straight up amazing. Vim flashes a grin, swears he's not nervous, then admits the ride back feels way easier than the trip to get there. He forces a reminder in his head, stay sharp, refocus, and don't let his guard slip for even 1 second. A sudden beep blasts from his console and it jumps him, so he quickly spins a lie claiming he's just searching for gold veins. Camilla snaps her head to him and fires off a sharp question, demanding to know exactly what he's staring at. Suddenly, the silver-haired leader snaps to stillness, her instincts blare red, screaming that something's terribly wrong. She snaps at the crew that she's picked up a trap up ahead, wondering out loud if they somehow walked right past it on the way in. The holographic display flashes the trap's warning, because a pitfall has been planted right in the middle of their path. Vim realizes the trap had to be planted right while they were still in the treasure vault, because they'd already swept past this spot safely once. He cranes his neck and demands confirmation. This has to be a man-made trap, right? This is new territory for him. He's never once faced a trap built by humans inside a dungeon before. Camilla lays it out. These traps usually sprout from cutthroat party rivalries or cold-blooded sabotage meant to seize control of territory. She says this kind of interference usually pops up between mid-tier teams down on the lower levels. Still unsure why it's happening, she turns to young Vim and demands to hear what he thinks. Vim reckons the trap setter might have beaten him to the vault, then tried to bury the evidence, yet the treasure was still totally untouched. Camilla fires back at that theory, instantly realizing the trap was set with them in mind. She thinks that grudges are everywhere and admits it's been ages since she last dealt with one. A nasty thought flashes across her mind and she immediately shakes it off, telling herself it's probably nothing. Camilla snaps orders for everyone to freeze except the leaders. Then she reveals a trap was probably laid by a rival party. The mage stares at the chaos, totally overwhelmed, because just the sheer number of moving pieces is crushing him. The group snaps to the grim truth: this isn't just a delay tactic, the enemy is hunting them and they're coming for their lives. Vim studies the schematic and you can practically feel it. The trap's creator has a truly vile streak. He spots a poisoned needle set perfectly where someone would reach, right before they're about to trigger the trap. This is the assassin's craft built to predict any skilled opponent who dares to disarm it, then strike them down. Staring into the dark void, Vim digs for the enemy's mind, grilling himself. What would he do if he was the one setting the traps? A chilling thought hits him like a punch, and his eyes blow wide with instant, bone-deep realization. He screams at Simon to look high up on the wall, then admits he can't scan that area himself. Simon confirms it. He spots the rigging at work, a delayed trigger set to slam a boulder down the moment the countdown hits. Vim flashes a shaky grin because the enemy has snapped past sanity, and now they're about to do something nobody in their right mind would ever even think of. Even with the danger screaming in his face, he whips around to Camilla and confidently declares he can handle the trap. He stands his ground with zero fear on his face, ready to unleash his plan the moment it's time. Camilla flashes a knowing smile like she caught him finally getting it, and she leans in. So, do you see now what it truly means to be the ace? She lets him take the lead and Vim snaps into action, following her command with steel-hard resolve. VIMS rockets forward and launches into the air, soaring over the floor's magical triggers like he's dodging disaster. The earth explodes under his feet, ripping open into a colossal pit, exactly like he'd predicted. He plunges into the black, the wind howling past his ears as he drops deeper and deeper. Midair, he twists his body and snaps his blade into position, ready to lay the strike down. He launches a vicious maneuver, kicking off the wall to dodge the death that's waiting for him below. Clinging to the cliffside, Vim prays his move will pay off while his teammates stare from afar, locked on him. He slams his blade into the rock wall to hold himself steady, and sparks explode as steel grinds against stone. Vim spits out a nasty curse at the trap setters because the moment he spots the mechanism, he realizes he totally missed the real evil they were trying to unleash. The enemy knew he'd glance back at his teammates for that heartbeat of doubt, then he used that tiny opening to unleash the real trap. Right then, a massive shadow crashes over them as the shield unit snaps into position to intercept. The party freezes in pure shock as a massive boulder crashes down on them from the dark above. Vin screams a desperate warning, whipping everyone into action as they scramble to brace for the crushing hit. The tank smiles with savage confidence, lifts his shield, and squares up as the falling deathhead comes crashing down. Magic circles erupt in brilliant light as the mage slams an enhancement spell into place, beefing up the defense to hold the line. The support shouts to able to trust his own power with the party's safety, right as the boulder crashes down and the hit lands. Vim's stomach drops as he realizes the boulder is nothing more than a desperate decoy, meant to tie up the shield unit. He whips his eyes across the area in panic because he can feel it, the real threat is closing in fast while their defenses are wide open. A deadly projectile tears through the air, slicing past the enemy squad and locking onto one perfect target. Vim runs the numbers, praying Haidemarie can react fast enough to twist its path before it locks in. A sudden pause hits him hard as he starts doubting himself, wondering if he truly read the situation right. He replays the trap setter's twisted genius in his mind, and a chill hits. There's still another hidden layer they haven't uncovered yet. Panic crashes over him as he imagines a hidden explosive inside the boulder, and realizes they're out of time. He crushes his hesitation and decides to take the threat head-on, right here, right now. He still remembers that fist bump, like the moment the whole team trusted him, right up to when Night Dragon's ace. With everyone watching and expectations screaming in his ears, he vows to win no matter what life throws at him. Suddenly, a twisted magic circle flares to life under his feet, and an ominous hum crawls through the air. Camilla shrieks his name in pure terror when she realizes a teleportation circle is snapping to life beneath him. Vim rips out of the cave in a blink and rockets back into the sky, crashing through the clouds as he drops like a falling star. As debris crashes around him, he struggles in midair, and suddenly realizes he's been ripped clean away from his whole team. When gravity finally smashes in, it hits him. He'd been caught by a teleportation trap, and it was the one he couldn't escape. When it hits, this is a one-way ride, and there's no easy escape back. Shaking off the shock, he locks in on the only thing that matters, making it through the fall alive. He grunts through sheer strain, yanking his body into position as he fights to control the terrifying drop. Smashing through the canopy, he whips his fall onto the tree branches, then drops the final bit to the ground. He slams down with a brutal thud, groaning instantly as the impact shakes his bones to the core. Dazed and sprawled on the forest floor, he snaps his head around in pure confusion, trying to figure out where the hell he ended up. He glanced up at the sky and immediately knew he was still trapped inside the labyrinth, even though the ground looked wide open. He can't stop worrying. What if they shoved him all the way up to the 99th floor? Cold sweat erupts as it finally hits him. He's completely lost on the labyrinth's lethal front line. He knows the Night Dragonfly party won't have a clue where he is, and that means his rescue mission is basically set up to fail before it even starts. A wild thought hits him. What if they still have no clue he's already been teleported out of their world? He can't stop wondering if that trap was built to tear the party apart, then clings to one tiny mercy: he's the only one who got taken. Striding across the alien wasteland, he steels his resolve to hunt down a teleportation orb, anything to get back home. He freezes mid-step, sensing something watching, and jerks his gaze up into the towering trees all around him. An owl perches on a branch above, staring the lost adventurer down, and lets out a sharp hoot like a signal. Before Vim can even blink, half a day evaporates as he wanders solo through this unfamiliar territory. He sprints through the crushing forest, gulping air in ragged bursts as he claws for any path that leads out. A loud buzzing snaps his focus and he skids to a stop, eyes snapping upward. Crouched low in the underbrush, he stared at a strange winged creature, and it perfectly matched what he'd been betting on all along. His researcher instincts snap to life as he stares at the winged insect before him, wondering if it's a brand new species he's never seen. For a heartbeat, danger slips his mind and he blushes hard, genuinely thrilled by what he just uncovered. He snaps out of his trance at once, raging at himself for being an idiot and getting distracted right when danger is closing in. He reminds himself that one wrong move could cost him his life, then forces himself to race back to Camilla and the others, right now. Realizing he's been missing for half a day, he snaps back to the mission, tracking down a teleportation orb, no excuses. Suddenly, he locks onto movement far off and throws his hands to his mouth, staring as dark shadows slip between the trees. With squinted eyes through the leaves, he suddenly feels the tension melt away when he spots them, just a whole squad of adventurers. A seed of doubt slams into him and suddenly he can't move, because the rumors say there are monkeys on this floor that copy humans. He stops dead in his tracks, eyes narrowing as he studies the scene, trying to see if this matches a monster's true behavior. Crouched behind cover, he wrestles with one brutal question: should he risk stepping out and revealing himself or stay hidden a little longer? He tells himself to stay razor-sharp, then shoves through the bushes like there's no other way. He shoves his paranoia aside, berating himself for spiraling over something that didn't need all that. Rushing into the clearing, he locks eyes on the scene and knows for sure those moves are unmistakably human. Vim rockets out from the tree line, blasting out loud for their attention and making it crystal clear he's here. He touches down in front of a squad of heavily armed people, so dangerous they make ordinary explorers look harmless. Two strangers, one hiding behind a plague mask, the other staring like a predator, locked eyes on him and burned him with raw, suspicious glare. Vin throws his hands up in surrender, stammering, "I'm lost, let's regroup with our party." He tells them it was a trap that yanked him through teleportation, then boldly introduces himself as Vim Strauss from the Night Dragonfly Guild. The second his name hits the air, the whole group goes quiet, then murmurs erupt and their faces flip instantly. They huddle together in hushed whispers, feeling his presence like a force they can't ignore and wondering with growing dread if it's really him. One of the members speaks to him with respect, confirming that yes, he really is the lost adventurer they finally tracked down. Vim freezes on the spot, stunned by their reaction, completely blank on what to say next. He steadies his breathing, locks in who he is, and shoots a sharp question: "Are you the leader?" A woman strides into frame with a killer smile and proudly introduces herself: Rita Hanks. She perks up and calls him by name, then reveals they're a survey crew sent straight from Guilt. With a creepy, eager grin, she leans in and tells Vim, "I know you inside out." A bright-eyed young woman with glasses beams and cheerfully introduces herself as Rita Hanks like she's already your best friend. Vim is left speechless when she calls him by name right away, confidently saying she knows Mr. Vim Strauss like she's known him forever. He gapes in disbelief, trying to square this bubbly woman with the serious expedition team leader he thought he knew. Rita snaps out of focus the second she spots a colossal silver stag beetle nearby, then blurts out loud with pure jump-in-your-seat excitement. Chaos erupts when a huge bald guy blurts out about a rainbow beetle, and Vim just stands there, totally thrown off by their utter lack of professionalism. Then boom, back to business. A hand thrusts a guild card forward to officially prove who they are. Vim can't help wondering if these wild antics finally prove they're a real team, while Rita keeps hunting bugs with the wild grin of a kid who's just discovered a new game. The bald man leans in and reassures him, this wild chaos is just their usual routine for the special members. Another member stares at the soil like it's magic, calling the spot a treasure chest, while Rita crawls across the ground, hunting something with her eyes. Rita lays it out for everyone, this expedition team doesn't run like a normal party built only for fights. As he watches their banter and body language click, Vim can't shake a weird, chilling sense that he's seen this exact bond play out before. He leans in with respect and tells her it's an absolute honor to finally meet someone as prominent and famous as her. Rita winces and apologizes. She can't head back with him just yet because she's got more research to finish first. She points out that he could probably find the secret route back solo, but then she flashes her own plan and shuts that idea down. She decides he's coming with them right then, and she rushes to apologize so he won't feel like an inconvenience. Rita drags him into the dungeon and dares him to watch their investigation unfold as they keep pushing forward. She lights up and says, "No matter who you are, the second you step onto a fresh floor, your excitement kicks into overdrive." Vim gets it instantly. There's always way too much to see and somehow time never shows up. He bursts into laughter, blushes, and admits, yeah, even he can't help getting sidetracked by the labyrinth's wild wonders. Rita flashes a huge grin and tells him she already knew he'd hit her with those exact words. The towering cloaked brute strides forward and demands Mr. Strauss spare him just a moment of his time. Vim snaps his eyes up in pure intimidation, realizing the guy towers just like Camilla the Silver Hair. Rita points at the giant and calls him Patras, then gushes that his research is absolutely fascinating. She tells you he's chasing the truth, tracking down the very first creatures that later twisted into the monsters we know. Petrus leans in and drops the truth. Yeah, monsters might be animals packed with magic, but under all that grotesque horror they're still unmistakably biological. He throws out a wild paradox, asking what monsters would even look like if you stripped away the magic that empowers them. Petrus admits he cross-checked Vim's report on the 98th floor boss against every known sea slug relative, then hit a wall because none of them matched exactly. Vim leans in hard, eyes locked on the researcher as he lays out razor-sharp deductions. Petrus couldn't stop thinking, was this creature born from some species that had vanished from history forever? With a triumphant grin, he unveils the match he found, the Amatora, out at a fishing port just east of Filbrun. Petrus trembles with pure excitement, and he blurts out that this find just landed in the world of paleontology. Vim is blown away by the theory and he's like, yep, this is exactly the kind of deep knowledge I expect from someone on an expedition. Petrus swings back to Vim and demands his thoughts, because only he battled that floor boss firsthand. He pushes for an answer and Vim smiles politely as he kicks things off, declaring the theory absolutely wonderful. Vim hesitates for a beat, awkward as he gears up to fix the expert's work. Vim claims those antennae weren't useless leftovers at all. They were living organs that shifted based on the strength of the force fields. It hits Petrus like a sudden punch to the chest, and he freezes, completely thunderstruck. Petrus trembles in total despair as Rita bursts into loud, victorious laughter over his massive blunder. This theory claims the extinct creatures of the past didn't vanish, they evolved, broke out, and now prowl inside the labyrinth. Vim suddenly jerks hard as a brutal tremor rips through his arm. A colossal striped monster explodes out of the bushes, roaring so hard it rattles the whole forest like it's coming apart. Vim spots the creature as a brand new species, tiger-like, and it charges straight through the undergrowth. Panicked, Vim demands why nobody's out there scouting, but Rita brushes it off with a lazy wave. She just stares, then drops the bombshell. This whole lack of security wasn't a mistake at all, it was a deliberate strategy. Footsteps crash against the ground as the team barrels into place, ready to stop the beast before it gets past them. A fierce woman lunges in, driving a massive forked spear straight for the tiger's paw with razor-sharp precision. The weapon lands dead on, snapping through the moment with a brutal metallic crunch as it pins the beast's limbs straight into the ground. The tiger lets out a roar of pure agony as the trap slams shut, and Vim freezes in shock at the brutal suddenness. As Vim stares at the magical restraint, his mind races. Could this be a brand new, one-of-a-kind magic he's never seen before? Without a second thought, the man lunges forward and clamps his bare hands onto the tiger's jaws, ripping them apart. He grapples the beast, calmly ordering it to keep its mouth wide open, while he outright ignores every brutal thrash of its struggles. The man grumbles that he finally managed to grab it, but the others are still swarming over it first, and he snaps at them as idiots for barking like crazy. Rita locks onto the woman with bangs and names her Vanessa, spots the man with the hat and calls him Kevin, and together they wrestle the creature down. She tells them both focus on monster magic so they can take on beasts like that without flinching. Vim's eyes widen in shock, realizing they weren't accidentally studying monsters at all, they were luring them on purpose, just to fuel their research. Rita straight up admits her research papers are all over the place, then snaps and fires a question at Mr. Strauss, what's his exact field of expertise. Vim says if I've got to pick one specialty, it's enchantment. Rita pauses mid-sentence, eyes widening as she spots something in his reply that sounds way too much like her own work. She lets out a quiet chuckle under her breath, totally delighted by the bond she just struck. She whirls back toward him and reminds him, point-blank, that she promised from day one she knows him better than anyone. She lets it slip that she actually reads the papers he writes, just as a hobby, despite the fact that he never once sends them to her magazine. Rita leans in and asks if her last name rings a bell, basically daring you to clock the editor-in-chief of the Labyrinth Fanatics. Realization hits Vim like lightning, he blurts out Hanks, and suddenly the famous publication clicks into place, locking Hanks to her. She grins and playfully swears she's Professor Hanks, the editor-in-chief, while flashing a big peace sign. She says that even though she looks way younger, she's actually the same age as Camilla, and Vim's jaw just drops, completely flabbergasted. Right then, one of the team members barges in with a report and Rita shoots back, speak of the devil. Rita finally lets out a breath of relief when she hears they've actually made contact with Camilla. She whips around to Vim and hypes him up, inviting him to watch the wild experiment they're about to launch. With a look full of anticipation, she demands his word that he'll join them. They charge into a clearing and find the rest of the squad already working flat out, hauling supplies to build a gigantic hot air balloon. Rita shoots him a question about their objective and Vim, still unsure, points to a balloon like it might be the answer. He stares at the gear and suddenly gets it, and then he blurts out, "So you're testing the sky." Rita smirks and confirms he's right, then slams him with one more question, why would they even do something like that? Vim hesitates, sure the game rewards him with 50 points for pretending to dig straight into the ground. She shoves him to dig deeper, pressing, so what does it really mean when you're aiming for the sky? What does that tell you about this dungeon? Vim swallowed hard, and right as the answer started to click into place in his mind, nerves hit him like a wave. He cautiously proposes that this whole experiment is the key to uncovering the labyrinth's real location. Rita flashes a sly grin, satisfied as she confirms he's landed on the right conclusion. She lays it out two big theories about where the labyrinth really sits, the dimension theory and the underground theory. She tilts her head to the sky and declares, loud and fearless, that the very existence of those clouds shatters the underground theory for good. Rita yanks out a folded piece of paper with a sharp rustle, waving it at Vim so he can finally see what they're cooking up. She whips out a giant map, packed with weird new continents and scattered landmasses she's never seen before. Vim squints at that weird map-like mess, baffled out of his mind, and blurts, "Wait, what am I even looking at?" She lights up and tells them, this isn't random at all, it's a predicted map of the labyrinth's real location. Rita practically bursts with excitement, swearing that the labyrinth isn't just far away, it's sitting on a completely different continent. She spots the pattern instantly, same kind of wyvern shows up on both floor 26 and floor 97. You're forced to crack a brutal pattern game, pair up the right plants, animals, weather, and soil in each layer until the whole truth clicks into place. They stripped away the magic, sorted the floors by natural weather patterns, and boom, they uncovered links that match the sketch of a whole continent. She shoots him a serious look and demands if he gets what it means, then Vim freezes up and stammers out a yes. The theory says they're teleporting across a whole continent with glowing orb machines, no underground tunnels, just jump after jump to different locations. Rita boldly declares she's going to prove there's another continent out there, outside the one they live on, and she labels it the continent hypothesis. With her hands shaking from pure adrenaline, she declares that proving this theory is their team's #1 mission right now. Vim swallowed hard, staring in awe at how wild the hypothesis was, and how fearless the whole expedition crew dared to be. Rita cuts the chatter short and declares that the experiment's finally going live, no more talking, it's showtime. A hot air balloon climbs higher and higher into the sky while someone calls out the pressure levels dropping, right in real time. A crew member screams that the oxygen is plunging, then barks orders to crank the heat up right now. Rita tells us they used to fire balloons off the 98th floor, but some membrane-like barrier always slammed the door on them. This time they're racing to prove the barrier is real and capture cold, hard data to crack how it works. A frantic voice screams for them to slow down as the balloon surges toward the critical altitude. Someone yells to the crowd that the moment of impact is right around the corner. The balloon keeps climbing higher and higher, while the basket swings wildly beneath that massive, roaring envelope. Suddenly, the sky ripples and warps in front of everyone's eyes, leaving the people on the ground frozen in pure shock. A shout erupts to catch the phenomenon fast as the balloon slams into resistance. They realize it's capped, so the team slams the power up harder, pushing output again and again to break straight through the barrier. Detonation order hits the air, and right after, a sharp snap slices through everything. Rita leans in and tells Vim to watch every inch, because this barrier isn't just a wall, it's the whole skeleton holding the labyrinth together. Up in the sky, the balloon detonates with a violent roar, ripping apart and hurling debris everywhere in one massive burst. Rita snaps orders to everyone: don't duck for cover, stare hard at what's happening in the sky after the blast. A weird, twisting sound blasts through the air, and when the smoke finally thins out from the explosion, everything snaps into view. The clouds split and slid aside, and then, right up high, the hidden spot where the explosion ripped through the sky finally revealed itself. Vim gasps in pure disbelief when the sky rips open, then snaps back together like it never broke. Rita panics and blurts, "Tell me you caught that recording and the data from the event." The whole team erupts in cheers, grinning like they just pulled off the impossible, because they finally got the exact data they needed. Rita's face suddenly erupts with pure, unfiltered joy the moment their experiment actually works. Vim watches her face closely, and the moment he sees real emotion hit, his heart just skips. The whole team erupts in laughter, slaps backs, and showers each other with praise, celebrating that incredible result like they just won the biggest prize. Vim clocks it instantly. Every single teammate is wearing a wide-eyed, kid-at-heart grin like they're having the time of their lives. He realizes they poured their hearts into studying and training just to nail this one day of success. Most spirits in the adventuring world are huge, tough, and simple-minded. This crew, though, they're nothing like that. Vim admits that this kind of hunger for knowledge isn't just curiosity, it's real, unfiltered, adventurous spirit. A suffocating silence crushes the overgrown ruins of the 72nd floor, signaling the investigation team's hidden sanctuary is finally within reach. Vim slides down the tunnel with a sharp screech, then wham slams to a sudden stop at the bottom of the chute. Rita yanks off his blindfold, shoots an apology straight at everyone, and admits the secrecy is just part of how the investigation team runs their base. Vim whips his head around in total confusion. He can recite the whole map of the 72nd floor from memory, yet somehow he's standing in a place he didn't even know existed. A voice shouts "Leader" from behind, and Rita snaps her head around on instinct. She whips her head around at the summons, and with a sharp nod she instantly gets what's going on. He flashed a gesture for Vim to move closer, then spoke to him with formal respect, "Mr. Strauss." She shoves a device into his hands, and Vim's breath catches as the truth hits. It's a rare magic tool. Rita fires a warning, the audio's terrible, but then she nods and tells him he can still use it to talk straight to Camilla. The narration points out that most of the devices hauled out of that maze of magical machinery run on rules nobody can figure out. Vim blasts Camilla's name into the device as static spits back, and Camilla shoots right through the noise, calling him "Young Vim." Camilla's eyes widen in shock. She can't believe the trap hides a teleportation circle. She calms his nerves, blurts out her thanks, and makes sure he knows it, because it's thanks to him that everyone's still safe. Vim lets out a shaky sigh of relief, telling her he's just happy everything finally worked out. Camilla finally spills it. Rita asked him to come to the upcoming research meeting too. Vim asks Rita if it's really okay, and she fires back with a grin, telling him to go for it because it's probably going to be an awesome experience. Camilla's voice slices through the static once more, and she tells him with absolute confidence that he's going to learn a ton. Vim finally nods and agrees to join, then quietly admits he's just praying he won't slow everyone down. He gapes at the device in his hand, stunned that this magic tool can actually carry voices between different floors. Rita leans in and demands he keep the tool hidden, insisting they've got special permission from the top to use it. She waves him over and tells him, "Come on in, I'm done with the call," pulling him forward like it's urgent. Vim's jaw drops when he learns the Labyrinth Fanatic magazine is officially published by his own group. Rita tells everyone it's a sketchy, unauthorized guild magazine, because the Sages Association already gave them a brutal run-in back then. She smirks at his reaction as Vim stands there, stunned, so hooked on their rebellious vibe that it feels unreal. With a sharp click of the latch, Rita swings the door open and beckons him inside the main room. Inside, chaos erupts. Members are screaming at each other over whether the chants have symbolic meaning or if their rival theories are the real key. The fight spirals fast. Researchers start hurling personal insults, calling each other trash and dropouts. While a few members swing at each other in the background, the rest stay totally calm, eyes locked on their books, completely tuning out the whole brawl. Rita slams the warning into him. Entry is on his own risk, because a giant knife is being waved right in front of them. The room turns into a violent storm. Ink scribbles fly everywhere while dust clouds explode up from the non-stop fighting. Vim freezes in pure horror, praying they have the freedom to fight, because it feels like everyone's just flat out ignoring them. He lets out a shaky laugh, sweat sliding down his face as he scrambles to make sense of the absolute madness of the bass. Suddenly the brawl grinds to a halt and every eye snaps to the new arrival, all of them staring like, "Wait, who are you?" The moment they clock that it's Strauss, it hits them all at once, and then the whole group erupts in a shocked collective shout. The researchers tore through their files, yanking out documents while they kept pointing to his name and the naked libel. One guy yanks up an old paper from 2 years back and declares his role in the 5 insect species that warn of huge monsters. Vim can't believe it. Someone actually read his book because he'd sworn only Hidamari even knew it existed. But the whole vibe snaps the second a researcher erupts into a scream, jabbing a finger in furious protest. They start brawling over his theory on the spot, fighting it out over whether it's maggots crawling under the skin or heat from a fire magic spell. With their intensity bearing down on him, Vim forces a grin and fires back a lie, claiming he thought both of their theories were awesome. A furious roar explodes from the researchers, rattling the room's walls as they snap to attention at the statement. Fuming, he howls that he'll never get shoved in the same box as Academy dropout trash, and then sneers that everyone else's so-called papers are nothing but delusions. Veins bulging, he storms up and dares his rival to explain himself, screaming that he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about as he spits curses and calls him a bastard. A thunderous clap rips through the chaos as Rita slams her hands together and yells for everyone's attention, right now. The whole room goes dead silent in an instant, researchers mid-swing, weapons held high, fists locked tight, all stuck in the most awkward freeze. Rita jabs her finger at the blackboard and commands everyone to listen as she explains that the picture up there is the same photo of the tear in the sky from earlier. She points out that the sky's patterns line up perfectly with the exact teleportation circle formula. The researchers freeze, mouths wide open as the proof hits them. Every ounce of their old rage evaporates into pure shock. As she speaks, Reed as eye gleams with a razor-sharp, intellectual glow. Then she declares it's time to kick off the research meeting for real. She flings her arms wide and yells for their hypotheses, then the whole group erupts in fresh, chaotic shouting. Theories explode across the room as everyone shrieks, firing off wild guesses, repulsion magic, restoration magic, and even the crazy idea of duplicate magic. A man in a hat blasts out a protest, insisting that even with restoration magic, nobody has cracked the mystery of where the barrier truly came from. Vim stands in the middle of the intellectual chaos, completely stunned and stammers out of sheer awe. With dread sinking in, he realizes this isn't just any meeting. It's the investigation team at the highest level, and the debate is so advanced he can barely keep up. An argument rips through the room. One researcher swears the barrier is getting patched while the other storms back, yelling that none of it even explains the repair. Violence bursts back onto the scene as someone screams, "Die!" and the air instantly fills with brutal beating and non-stop fighting. Petrus's giant bulk glides in beside a shaking Vim, then he leans close and demands, "So what do you think?" Petrus leans over and grills him, demanding to know exactly what he thought about the discussion they just heard. Vim mumbles a weak, impressive, and Petrus immediately grabs onto that as proof he's tracking the big picture. Petrus shoves him back, towers over him, and demands he spill exactly what he really thinks. The giant locks eyes with him, demanding answers, and Vim's stomach drops as panic surges, because the truth hits hard. He understands nothing. Petrus eases up and shoots Vim a quick question: "Is there anything in this debate you don't get?" Vim hesitates, then asks if they meant building a barrier with magic, something like the flame barrier, using restoration magic. Rita backs him up but then admits she's no expert and says this topic is way too advanced for her to handle. She flashes a calm smile and tells him, "This is a dead end, so breathe, you don't have to get every complicated detail." She admits that no matter how deep they dig into their research, they still can't crack the crucial magic mechanism powering that barrier. Vim stands in silence before the blackboard, his eyes locked onto the tangled diagrams and the photos pinned like clues. He can't stop wondering if there's some hidden mechanism at work, maybe even a magic tool blueprint built to forge barriers from nothing. He studies those patterns again and the shapes stare back at him like they're not just geometry, they look eerily like a real magic tool. Vim mutters that they look familiar and Rita snaps her head around, eyes curious as she clocks his observation. A chill grin crawls onto Rita's face as she fires a sharp question at Mr. Strauss. What exactly is wrong? Vim hesitated for a beat, then finally dared to say the terrifying truth: the phenomenon could be enchantment magic. The whole room drops into a bone-deep silence and every researcher just freezes, faces locked on confusion and pure shock. Vim shoots his hand up and shapes his fingers into a sign, driving his point into a stunned crowd. He lifts a tiny round device to the light and declares, loud and clear, that the pattern on it is enchantment magic. He tells them that the photo hides a key detail, and that they're missing it completely. He wonders out loud if reshaping the pattern might transform it into a trust magic key, offering a whole new way to look at it. Vim jabs a finger at the photo and explains straight up that because it's enchantment magic, the whole structure isn't really just a shape, it's gear-shaped. He realizes the barrier isn't hiding some crazy secret mechanism at all, so the whole mystery suddenly clicks into place. The researchers freeze in stunned silence as Rita's face lights up, part thrilled, part terrified, because she finally understands what's happening. A loud voice snaps Mr. Strauss' attention the moment he's standing by the blackboard, and it catches him completely off guard. The researchers finally snap to it. Turns out their obsession with advanced magic blinded them, and they totally missed the real power of enchantment magic. With fresh fire in their veins, the team slams into action and rushes the research, using Vim's insights as their go-to guide. A sharp-eyed researcher looms over Jin, demanding he hand over that knowledge, right now and without any argument. Vim can't believe it when he finds out Kevin stabbed himself on purpose, just to see if his healing would actually kick in. Flashbacks crash in, showing a total madhouse. Yelling fills the air, fights erupt left and right, and everyone gets screamed at just for not knowing the basics. Vim screams that they wrung every last drop of knowledge out of him, until he snaps and starts yelling right back. He stands there, panting hard, breathing in sharp, broken gasps after dragging that brutal ordeal back through his mind again. A mind-bending diagram bursts to life, glowing as it exposes the one undeniable truth: this whole structure is enchanted. Vim and Rita stare up in pure amazement, because the ceiling isn't stone anymore. It's a gigantic web of magical gears all exposed. They crumpled against the wall, dead tired but grinning, because their enchantment magic had forged a real barrier and it held. Rita suggests we ditch the literal explanation and describe the phenomenon in sharper, symbolic terms so we can finally grasp what it really is. She explains that the sky over the labyrinth wasn't just the sky, it was sealed with an enchanted barrier running straight through it. She declares this shift in understanding is the spark for an entirely new research paradigm. She whips around to the rookie and asks Mr. Strauss how he managed to handle the investigation team's crushing intensity. Vim slumps forward, shoulders drooping, and admits, no hesitation at all, that he's totally wiped out. Rita smirks like she already knows the answer and shoots him a question: did he end up liking them after all that rough treatment? Vim admits they're rougher than night dragonfly, but he can't help falling for how completely they burn with passion. He tilts his head up, breaks into a real smile and says, "Yeah, I loved it." Rita flashes a secret smile and tells him she's just happy to hear it. Their heated conversation snaps to a halt when they're still sitting on the floor, then someone yells for the leader. They burst into shock, stunned that everyone else had crushed their task so fast. Vim mutters under his breath, stunned out of his mind, trying to figure out what kind of sorcery they used to move that fast. He scratches his head and rubs his eyes like, whoa, these people don't follow normal logic at all. Rita stands up and calls out to Mr. Strauss, telling him to come with her for a moment. She flashes a mischievous grin and leans in, basically daring him, because she's got something she has to show him. Vim stares, completely confused, then grips her resolve and follows her deeper into the facility. They pull up to a gigantic wooden fortress packed with minecarts and a full web of tracks. Rita points out they're in the testing ground, while Vim stumbles through the dim light trying to figure out where he is. Vim keeps chanting the name of the place, scanning the tracks like they're hiding a secret. What are they asterisk for? Rita spots a shadow in the distance, snaps, Laura, and admits she actually came here expecting to find her. A hooded girl with pointy ears snaps around and obediently answers her teacher. Vim freezes in pure shock, instantly clocking that the girl isn't human, she's a demihuman. A tight close-up shows her hands, claws, and that unmistakable fur, like you can't miss what she is. Rita reels the two in, then orders Laura to walk up and say hello to Mr. Vim Strauss. Laura gives a graceful bow, then introduces herself with a sweet, gentle calm that disarms everyone instantly. Rita whips back to Vim and kicks the conversation toward the huge infrastructure towering around them. She leans in and asks if he's finally cracked the point of the massive hole they've been digging. Vim stared at the tunnel and the gear, and it all clicked. He finally saw what the team was really after. He shoots them a question: are they trying to smash past the maze's boundaries? Then he ties it straight back to that earlier sky experiment. Rita nods and seals Vim's deduction with a flawless 100-point score, proving the boundary is exactly where he said it was. She whips her head toward Laura and tells the demi-human, "I'm counting on you, take the next step." Laura's body jerks and crackles as she finally unleashes the hidden power she's been holding back. Vim snaps into a tense crouch as Laura unleashes a terrifying roar, and her body morphs into a savage, beast-like form. She slams into the wall at blinding speed, and her claws rip straight through the stone with a brutal, thunderous impact. Rita tells them straight up, the average adventurer can't even dent this bedrock, it's on a whole different tier. Blood splatters the rock as Laura hammers the wall again and again, refusing to stop even as her own hands take the damage. Vim yells that she's bleeding and they have to stop, then Rita stays totally calm and insists, "I'm fine." Reeling from the leader's icy cruelty, Vim fires back, demanding to know how she can look at everyone and still claim the girl is fine. Rita jabs a finger at the wall and insists Laura was trained for this exact moment, and that she'll be just fine. A brutal smash tears a hole through the stone, and whoosh, dark secrets spill out from what was hiding underneath. In the opening, you catch a weird, slithering rhythm of magical gears, pulsing and throbbing in the dark like they're alive. Rita stares at the deep labyrinth and blurts, "So this is what it looks like." Then she points it out to the same barrier they saw hanging in the sky. She figures that if these barriers run on the same principle, then this wall is way better for keeping everything in view. Vim blows off the lecture, sprints straight to Laura and fires off, "Are you okay?" as he readies to heal her. Laura just stares at him, blank as paper, like she's been numb to everyone trying to help with her injuries. He reads the sighs and freaks out over it, but then he keeps reminding himself, Laura is going to be totally fine. Laura fidgets with restless nerves as Vim carefully tends her hand, but he looks just as unsure, like he doesn't know how to handle what's happening. Rita presses forward, insisting that deciphering enchantment magic is absolutely crucial, then turns to Vim and demands his take. She heaps praise on him, saying someone with a mind like his is 1 in 10,000, and that enchanters like him are almost unheard of. Vim finishes bandaging Laura's hand and lets out a breath, because the immediate danger is finally gone. Rita rubs her head, then bluntly fires off, "Do you realize I'm trying to recruit you?" She flashes a grin and swears he's got the same fire for adventure, and together, they'll crack the labyrinth's secrets. Vim takes a step back, jabs a finger in the air, and says this whole mess is nothing like what they agreed on. Rita plays dumb, tilts her head, and acts totally clueless, like his suspicion has no chance of landing. Vim insists the whole situation is downright weird, no matter which way he turns his thoughts. He locks eyes with her and fires a straight question, "Are you hiding something from me?" Rita drops the act size and finally admits her deception was a huge mistake. She says he moved way quicker than she thought, and that caught her off guard, leaving her scrambling to react in her rush. She's gutted, admitting she was too sloppy, and her best story still couldn't win him over. Rita whips her gaze to the wall and calls out that his escort has finally arrived. The wall blasts apart and Camilla storms through, screaming for young Vim to run, "Get away from that person." She glares like a storm and snaps that this is Minerva of IKEA's base, and they're here to snatch him back. Vim freezes in shock, blurting Minerva of Ikea over and over, utterly stunned by this brand new revelation. Rita steadies her breath, squares her shoulders, and decides it's time to properly introduce herself to Mr. Strauss. With a wicked dark smile, she drops the truth. She's Rita Hanks, the cold-blooded leader of Minerva of Ikea. Camilla locks eyes with her old acquaintance, her gaze razor-cold as she sneers that Rita is still the exact same no-good scoundrel she's always been. Rita smirks as she corrects her, then fires off. Servant of a bencha sounds way better than slave or scoundrel. Ignoring the chatter, Camilla snaps that Vim must be freed from her custody right now, shut her down and let him go. Rita scratches her head like it's no big deal, totally unfazed by the fact that her crimes will catch up to her and bite. Whipping around to Vim, Camilla erupts, shrieking that he's been played and that he has to hear the truth right now. She drops the truth. The whole high-stakes trap was nothing but a kidnapping scheme built just for him, and she bluntly labels Rita a master manipulator. Rita shrugs and admits, yeah, I sprinkled in some made-up stuff, but calling it all lies would make me sound like a total monster. She lets out a defeated sigh, realizing she totally botched this one with carelessness. Just as the talks collapse, a sudden attack rips through the air and turns everything into a full-blown fight. Rita hides behind her subordinate and snaps at Laura to guard her, like that's all she's ever been worth. Metal screams and sparks as Laura snaps into the path of the incoming blow, intercepting it mid-swing. Rita peeks out from behind Laura and snaps, "Behave, be my shield, okay?" Because the woman staring at them across the way is downright terrifying. Camilla locks eyes with the duo, her face hardening into cold judgment and rock-solid resolve. Rita throws in the towel, demands to know how they tracked down the base, and then decides to hand Mr. Strauss over normally, because she royally messed up. She insists they had a barrier up, so there's no way any tracking device could have found them. Camilla's face twists with disgust as she snaps, "How could you even think of something so shady like a tracking device?" Rita looked completely baffled and asked, "If we don't assume there's a tracking device, what else am I supposed to do?" Camilla declares they're nothing like Rita, because with Hyde Mary in their corner, wisdom is on their side. She declares that righteous reason will always crush evil, then swings the threat like a blade, promising she'll teach Rita a lesson. A flashback slams us into Hyde Mary frantic at a console, hunting for answers and realizing Vim isn't where he was supposed to be. The sage threw herself into the hunt with terrifying intensity, her face twisted in pure ferocity as she chased down where their missing member had vanished. Camilla heaps praise on her, saying she tore through Rita's defenses like she was possessed. She didn't just fight, she shattered everything in her path. Rita lets out a nervous laugh, realizing too late that she just made a deadly mistake by underestimating the 74th stage. She lets out a heavy sigh, admits she can't deny the sage's skills, but her face still screams that she's not buying his little morality lecture. Rita, battered and defeated, tells Mr. Strauss to go on, grinning through the pain as she gives him the green light to leave with his friends. Vim powerwalks back to the Night Dragonfly crew, cutting straight across the boundary from his captors to the people coming to save him. Camilla watches him come back and then barks an order for everyone to fall back, because their mission is already done. Vim freezes for a heartbeat, then looks over his shoulder at that wild bunch that just cracked his world wide open. He flashes a laid-back wave and slides away, saying goodbye to the eccentric leader and her whole crew. In his heart, he admits Minerva of Ikea left a mark, one he won't forget anytime soon. Back on the surface at party headquarters, his teammates swarmed around him, and you could see the worry written all over their faces. Vim laughs it off, saying those 2 days away nearly got him brainwashed. He admits their methods were a total nightmare, and that's when it fully clicks that Camilla wasn't exaggerating about the danger. Still, he can't deny it. Sure, he saw the ugly side, but he was blown away by their knowledge and raw passion. He stares at the gear patterns carved into the deep labyrinth wall, and it hits him. Rita's theory about the continent suddenly feels dead on. On a rooftop that owned the skyline, Camilla hooks a hand onto his shoulder and tells him, straight up, he's the ace of the Night Dragonfly. She tells him with total conviction that this title is the real deal, and proof they trust him completely. She challenges him, tell them what you've got and prove you can shoulder that burden. Vim catches a whisper riding the wind, and it feels like the world quietly backing up his ironclad resolve. Laughing dinner all around, Vim finally admits to himself, yeah, he truly wants to spend every day with the Night Dragonfly. Vim locks eyes with the twisting darkness inside his head, wondering why his world feels like it's falling apart even though nothing outside has changed. A week later, the day of the 99th floor expedition finally hits, and then bam, Vim gets yanked off the schedule and told to take time off. Birds scream and chirp overhead as the night dragonfly team braces themselves among those towering ancient trees. One of the team members freezes in awe, staring up to confirm the sky is just as blue as the report promised. Vim scans the surroundings, and as they press on with their 99th floor investigation, it's clear progress is piling up fast, and the signs look better than ever. He stops dead and realizes the floor is built like a giant dome, because there's a wall out there stretching beyond what looks like an endless jungle. A female teammate marches up to Vim with her staff and bluntly says she needs to check something with him. She presses him right on the barrier, and Vim, with impeccable manners, answers that he's fully tuned in. Suddenly, she half spots a tiny bug nearby and blurts it out, and just like that, the whole conversation snaps to something else. Vim finally exhales, stunned that even after the mess he made with Minerva of IKEA, they're still ready to treat him like nothing happened. He can't stop replaying everyone's kindness in his head, and it hits him so hard he feels genuinely grateful to be welcomed. From up here, I grin, Vim's really doing alright, and the Hide Mary Notes plan is working like a charm. Camilla snaps into action, telling the team, "I'll take scouting and intel from here, because I'm not risking you until we hit an emergency." The calm shatters as eerie rustling and gut-wrenching shrieks erupt from the thick bushes. Tough-looking adventurers sweating bullets, whispering that the floor boss is almost guaranteed to show up here. As they push forward, this cheerful member fires everyone up, yelling that they've got to make it back alive, every single one of them. Another member snaps about the brutal heat, begging everyone to spot a water source before they drop. Vim steps into formation, clocking the truth fast. Everyone expects more from him than plain old scouting. He takes one look around and realizes he's ringed by fighters. Every step and angle screams that they're shielding him. Crows shriek overhead like they already know something huge is about to happen. A string of numbers bursts onto the screen, snapping into place like coordinates or flashing like a countdown to something inevitable. Vim locks onto his device's screen, staring at that blue patch like it might be a hidden lake, until he can't tell what he's really looking at. He stares harder at the landscape and a jolt hits him. His first read was totally wrong. He stares at the ruin in front of him and realizes it's the wreckage of a spell called Inferno Torrent. Vim swallowed hard, panic exploding in his chest. Every inch of the area had been burned to ash. His mind snaps back a few months to the moment Dragon's Wing kicked off that reckless, death-chasing dungeon expedition. He can't shut his mind off. Every second screams that tragedy happened because he couldn't stop Chronos in time. While guilt claws at him, he admits it's downright unnatural, Dragon's Wing steamrolling their way to the 99th floor. But he'll straight up admit this, and adventurers' eyes would see them as the first crew to bet everything and run straight at the risk. He clocks that the townspeople still look down on them, but the intel they pulled is insanely valuable. He thinks back on it, especially with the floor bus. Some parties have even started shifting their stance on the group. Suddenly, a razor-sharp sting hits him, yanking his focus straight back to the danger right in front of him. His teammate crouched beside him, staring with concern, and asked what was wrong as he hunched on the path. Vim shoots Camilla a quick grin, then insists it's nothing, like he's trying to convince both her and himself. He studies the threat up close and locks in the truth. Those are the very monsters Dragon's Wing warned about. He snaps a warning to the team. The moment the forest wakes up, they're boxed in by a massive swarm of monkeys. Two ferocious apes thunder off a branch, screeching at the top of their lungs, eyes blazing as they lock onto the intruders. More monkeys burst out of the shadows, rippling with muscle and flashing sharp intelligence, like this fight is about to get brutal fast. One teammate fires back a warning. They're not just many, they're smart, because every single one of them can still wreck you on their own. Camilla snaps orders for everyone to hunt for an opening first, because one sloppy retreat will just make the whole situation spiral out of control. A giant hand crashes down onto the wooden floor with a thunderous, mind-splitting bang. The team hears that steady, pounding rhythm crashing through the forest and can't stop wondering, was it the exact same sound they heard before? Camilla shrieks, forcing everyone to snap out of their confusion and listen, right now. She vows that the front lines of this dungeon floor are exactly where the night dragonfly has to belong. With steely determination, she demands they gamble everything and risk their lives to pull their comrades out. and she won't let them fall until every single one comes back breathing. The whole squad snaps into battle stances together, shouting their approval right in sync with the captain. A team member flashes a grin and says her words light a fire under him like pure gasoline. Vim just stands there, staring in shock as he realizes only he can hear that creepy sound. That sounds wrong in his bones, like he's not meant to hear a voice he absolutely shouldn't be able to hear. With his hands shaking, he finally grasps it. This brutal presence can only belong to the floor boss. He forces himself to breathe, grips his resolve, and plants his stance, trying to wrestle his nerves back under control. Vim clamps down on his emotions as his heart pounds like a war drum in his chest. Suddenly, the monkeys explode into motion, scattering every which way as they bolt from something absolutely terrifying. The whole team is left stunned, watching the monsters bolt like they've seen a ghost. An adventurer blurts out in disbelief, "Wait, are we really retreating?" Camilla feels the danger snap into place, then screams, "Everyone brace yourselves now." Vim screams that a massive attack is about to slam into them, and the trees all around start cracking as if something is ripping through the forest. Camilla snaps her head upward in pure shock, finally realizing this attack isn't just big, it's on a whole different level entirely. Giant trees get splintered like twigs as a projectile rips through the forest in a blur. A giant tree rockets through the sky, blasting a towering shadow over the whole team. They finally reveal it. This projectile is a colossal tree, flung with brutal, earth-shaking force. It slams into the ground, blasts debris everywhere, and detonates a massive shockwave that shakes the whole area. The beast slams down in the dust, claps its hands, and blasts out a bizarre, hair-raising cry. A towering presence rips through the dust cloud, and every crushing step it takes makes the ground tremble. Camilla crouches deep in the enemy's territory, her gaze sharpening the moment the boss finally shows up. She panics, blurted questions flying as she checks on every last member, tearing through the squad's status like it might change any second. A survivor blurts out that a full dozen people are pinned under the trees, and they've got to huddle up and regroup fast. Heavy footsteps thunder closer, each step hits harder as the enemy barrels toward them. From Dragon's Wings report, they lock in the monster's identity. This isn't just any foe, it's the floor boss. Then the mystery snaps into focus. The beast is the horned ape, a gigantic monster with a terrifying face that'll make your blood run cold. Camilla clicks her tongue and the reality hits. This situation is way worse than they thought. The horned ape bares its teeth with a savage grin, and its sheer presence hits like a terrifying wave. Camilla lunges forward to jump in, stammering as she blurts out that she's going in. She sends young Vim to grab them enough time to regroup, but she snaps a warning, "Don't you dare overexert yourself." Vim clenches his device with a death grip, his hand trembling as he swallows the crushing weight of that responsibility. He finally accepts it. This is his fight, and he knows only he can take it on. The horned ape looms overhead and stares the tiny adventurer straight in the eyes, daring them to step aside. Vim gets ready to strike, declaring that the puppet master is about to switch modes. A giant tree stump looms over the snowy wasteland, and all around it, the ground is littered with wreckage from a brutal impact. Camilla bursts toward her fallen soldiers, shouting reassurance to the wounded men that she's here, right now, to save them. She barks rescue commands, pushes her team to act fast, and keeps snapping warnings that the monkeys lurking around them are still a threat. Chaos erupts in the ranks as the troops struggle to understand what's happening, yet one soldier still manages to shoot his commander a grateful thank you. A soldier bursts in, saying the floor boss has unleashed an attack so wildly chaotic it's on an absolutely massive scale. Camilla grimaced at the brutal losses and the long wait to regroup, then snapped at her men to stay calm and hold the line. She snaps out that Vim is standing there alone, holding the line and carving out the precious seconds they desperately need to recover. Vim flashes a grin so unhinged it feels like a warning, eyes blazing wide as he squares up to the monstrous threat. He realizes with a jolt that somehow he's gotten used to living on the edge like this. Even after they warned Vim this upgrade could kill him every single time he used it, he didn't even hesitate, because now he trusted his own hands. He still feels rock solid even while he tiptoes across a tightrope most people never survive, and that gut-confirming certainty tells him this time is different at the core. Vim realizes this enchantment isn't about gambling on a tiny shot at winning, it's about the real heart of power behind every chance. Beating himself up for overthinking mid-fight, he slams the bump-up button and instantly skyrockets his abilities, boosting them 50 times over. The massive level 8 boss stares in stunned silence as Vim rockets away in a blur of pure speed. Vim snaps into a mid-air twist, just barely dodging the monster's deadly claws by a hair. With lightning speed, he streaks past the beast and carves into its arm with a savage slash. He touches down lightly, then rockets through the forest, putting distance between them before they can catch him. Sweat pours down Vim's intense face as he zeroes in on the whole situation. The giant ape looms over its tiny opponent, staring down with a face so unreadable it's chilling. Suddenly, the beast starts flexing and hooting like it's thrilled to have finally met a real challenge. It unleashes a bone-rattling roar and pounds its chest like it's stamping its dominance into the world. The soldiers stare in pure terror, their minds racing as they wonder if this whole display is built just to scare them into submission. Vim clocks it, the floor boss is getting hyped, confirming those rumors that this creature is a full-on battle maniac. The ape flashes a huge grin, buzzing with pure excitement now that it finally gets to brawl with someone like itself. Vim snatches the moment and lunges ahead, weapon already in hand. He rockets off the trees and fires a lightning-fast aerial assault straight at the giant. The ape suddenly moves with crazy agility, darting up the tree trunk to intercept him. With a ferocious glare, the beast swings its huge jaws wide to slam back the incoming strike. Vim hurls himself forward and swings his blade with everything he's got, trying to carve out any damage he can before time runs out. The blade crashes into the monster's neck with a bone-jarring impact. The ape's eyes bulge with shock as the attack finally connects. Vim commits to the slash, and his momentum barrels him clean past the target. He can't believe it, this monster's skin is so tough his blade won't sink in. The ape starts taunting him with loud kissing sounds, sneering that this amount of momentum still isn't enough to take it down. Vim slams to a stop on the ground, throwing his weight back and bracing hard after that failed attack. Vim realizes he can still move and fight like a beast, but this power level just isn't strong enough to seal the win. When the boss goads him into doing even more, Vim can't help wondering if he can crank his brain's processing speed multiplier even higher, because he still feels like he has a little mental room to spare. He's convinced he can survive a tiny bump, just a microscopic tweak like multiplying by 1/1. A wave of fear crashes over him as he wonders if this reckless move is about to knock him out cold. Teeth clenched, Vim steels himself and takes the leap, because right now everyone's life is dangling by a thread. Vim wrestles with his conscience and the truth hits hard. Choosing his own safety over the lives of his squad is something he just can't live with. He finally admits there's no escape from this fight, so he steels himself for the brutal measures he has to take. He starts by trying to rationalize a tiny power bump, but then, no warning, he throws caution out the window and goes all in on a massive escalation. The gears in his head grind like mad as the bump-up power kicks in and steam blasts out of his overheated brain. A brutal surge of power slams through his system, flashes through his head again and again, until the enhancement finally clicks and locks into place. Vim recklessly slams the instant enhancement while it's set to a suicidal 100x multiplier. The world bends in his wake as his processing speed rockets up, and that giant ape monster just freezes inside his vision. Panic slams him the second his mind starts racing at full speed, like his consciousness is about to shatter right there in midair. He knows that if his mental code ever breaks, his body will splinter apart, and his mind will be swallowed by the void. Rage and panic screamed in Vim's head as he clenched his focus so hard that one single slip, just one, would mean instant death. The giant ape lets out a deep, ominous growl, sensing the air snap into danger as it readies itself to strike. With horrifying ease, the floor boss hefts a monstrous boulder over its head and smashes it down on its tiny opponent. Vim tightens his grip on his weapon, nerves buzzing as he braces himself, while the beast flashes a sadistic grin like it's seconds from the kill. That massive rock explodes forward, blasting through the sky like a meteor straight toward Vim. The ape lunges in with a brutal, ferocious swipe, yet Vim just watches it all unfold, unnervingly calm, smirking like he's already won. With pure, fluid grace, Vim darts across the jagged ground, and the moment he realizes the beast gets the rhythm of the fight, excitement hits him like lightning. As their speed skyrockets, the danger turns deadly fast, yet Vim can't stop himself, drunk on the lethal rush of the fight. He unleashes a primal scream and just completely gives in to the adrenaline hammering through his veins. A manic grin cracks across his face as the truth hits. He can still fight, and he drinks in the chaos like it's the best kind of battle. That guaranteed tomorrow suddenly feels disgusting and dull compared to this insane, electrifying moment. He tosses aside a comfy, safe life like it's nothing but boredom, then charges ahead, throwing away security for the razor-thin edge of death. Vim finally snaps. He can't smother that dark delight anymore, and a twisted grin tears across his face. He finally admits to himself he's been lonely for ages, and the second his skills started making fights feel safe, he's been starving for danger ever since. Feeling more alive than ever, he bursts into laughter at his own stupidity as he sprints across the metaphorical tightrope of death. Pure ecstasy crashes over him as he blares that this is the greatest moment of his life. Then he totally forgets his comrades and the retreat. A sudden shout rips him out of his battle trance and he freezes, completely thrown off. Camilla surged right between the fighters and slammed down a towering wall of light, cutting the duel off at once. Her voice crashes like thunder as she orders Vim to calm down and quit playing reckless. She cheers him on, then suddenly erupts, screaming that he has to stop boosting his power or his death will bury the whole squad. Vim's wild energy drains off his face, and the moment her words sink in, he just stares, stunned, hollow, like he can't even breathe. Because horror crashes in and rips the euphoria away, and now he's staring at his own sanity like it's breaking, asking himself what on earth he was thinking just moments ago. Camilla declares the retreat prep is fully done, then tells everyone they don't have to go slay the monster. Her commanding voice cracks into a desperate plea, begging him to hand the rest over to them. Clarity snaps back into Vim as he finally admits Camilla's right, and he drops his fight and stands down. His razor-sharp logic snaps back and demands the truth. A real raid takes numbers and planning, not a lone suicide charge. He hammers the truth into his own head. This is a retreat mission only, and tells his leader straight-faced that he can still move. The floor boss picks at its ear, dead-eyed with pure disappointment, so bored now that the prey finally quit fighting. A battle command slices the air, then the squad erupts with magic, blasting a wall of fire rings to smash a path for their escape. The ape rockets out of the blast with zero effort, then vanishes into the forest the second the fight is over. Hunting through the trees like his own playground, the beast whips away with insane agility, and the humans get left in the dust. The creature flicks one last, razor-sharp glance at the battlefield, then slips away into the shadows like it never existed. The beast's rampage through the canopy finally fades out in the distance, and you know the danger is over. Vim stays frozen in place, eyes dull and locked on the forest, while the adrenaline finally dumps out of him and leaves him hollow. The scout spots it, floor boss and his minions are slipping back, and the whole place finally releases that crushing tension. Relief hits the squad like a wave and they explode into wild cheers, because they actually pushed that monster back. Soldiers swarm around Vim, shouting praise for his heroics, and then they line up to toss him into the air like the celebration is about to explode. The forest erupts with the cheerful shouts of survivors, sounds so far from Vim's world that they feel unreal, like something from another planet. Dark trees loom in silent awe as victory hits, while loud cheers explode all around them. A dark shadow claws across Vim's eyes, and he chokes out a trembling, pained whisper, begging them to stop. The soldiers erupt in cheers as they hurl their savior skyward, laughing and shouting like they don't have a clue what he's feeling inside. With every rise and fall, the gap between the squad's relieved smiles and Vim's hollow nothingness keeps widening. Vin shuts his eyes and begs Death's sweet, seductive whisper to stop calling his name. A soldier stares at Vim with wide, sparkling eyes, blasting praise for the young hero after that insane win over the floor boss. After they nail the 499th floor victory, the team finally exhales, and Marie steps up to Vim to deliver his heartfelt personal congratulations. Marie blurts out how blown away he is. Vim can square up with that monster, stay calm and trade blows on equal footing. Vim forces a smile, clamps his mouth shut, and fights through the crushing pressure to stand with the dignity everyone expects, even when the truth is barely clothed. Hands marched up to scold Mary, snapping at the vice-captain that he'd gotten way too loud and was smothering the boy. Mary snaps to attention, realizes what he did and blurts out a sudden apology to Vim, because his wild, over-the-top excitement dragged trouble right into his life. Vim brushes off the apology in a flash, saying he only got to fight Kumlai because Abel showed up and had his back. Mary's eyes soften. He's genuinely moved by that humble reply, and he can't stop wondering if he thanked them bright enough. Switching gears, Hidamari leans in and asks Vim if he's physically okay after that brutal battle. Vim checks himself and says he's totally fine, good news, because he won't have to go to the hospital this time. Hidamari swings an invite for a celebratory meal, but he hesitates hard. What if Vim's just too wiped out to show up? Vim joyfully snaps up the invitation and it instantly eases Hidamari's panic, like she can finally breathe again, knowing he won't turn her down. Hidamari straight up tells Hans he figured it'd be plain rude not to invite their newest member. Hans nods along because even he knows it's nearly impossible to turn down an invitation from the vice captain. Vim reassures them he's totally fine, brushing off his exhaustion like it's nothing more than a normal dungeon dive for him. With the acceptance finally in hand, Hidamari leans in, all smiles, and asks Vim if he has a go-to restaurant he loves to hit. Vim stops cold, racks his brain, and tries to remember the perfect spot he always hits. He shoots Sue a silent, knowing glance and they both lock in, no words, just a shared decision on where they're headed. The squad pulls up at a plain little spot and right out front a sign hangs with a bird trapped in a cage. The moment the door swings open, a warm, welcoming voice from inside the shop shouts, "Come on in," to greet the arriving customers. Vim and Sue slip inside side by side, and with a chill, familiar grin, they greet the staff like they own the place. A waitress carrying a tankard freezes mid-step, shock slamming her face as she spots her trusty regulars marching right through the door. The moment she spots Vim and Sue at the entrance, joy bursts across her face like lightning. She greets them with big, warm smiles, then prods Vim like, "So you're famous now, I thought you'd forget us." Vim rubs the back of his head, smiling sheepishly, and admits he's just been slammed with a bunch of things. The waitress spots his face lighting up and can't help but beam, because he actually brought Sue with him. Her eyes snapped wide with pure shock as she finally clocked the massive figures filling the doorway behind them. Vim steps up and hypes the crew as his co-workers from the napped libel, then reveals they're all here with him for the meal. The top tier of the strongest party strolls in like they own the place, casually greeting the staff as they pack into that tiny entrance. The waitress freezes dead in her tracks, her mind scrambling to make sense of the legendary legends standing right in front of her. She snaps into panic, spins around, and yells for the master with raw, urgent desperation in her voice. From the kitchen, the master snaps back in a furious shout, demanding to know what the heck all that noise is about. He figures it's just Mary again, stirring up drama, and he can't figure out why she's making such a huge fuss. Every elite warrior in the squad stands at attention in the doorway, while the staff behind them freezes in pure, jaw-dropping terror. The master's jaw hits the floor when he finally sees the insane crowd of customers packed at his door. He stammers in instant disbelief, because he instantly recognizes the legendary haunts hiding in that heat haze. His eyes snap to the next figure, and he instantly recognizes the legendary Abel, the Iron Wall himself. The waitress practically trembles with joy as she lays eyes on the legendary Monica of the Thunderbolt. The master and the waitress totally lose it, drowning in shock as a star-studded lineup fills their shop. Sweat pours down his face as the master snaps at his daughter to calm herself down and bring them real, professional hospitality. No changing, no wavering. The flustered waitress hustles the legendary crew to their seats, her voice shaking like she can't believe this is real. A lavish feast shows up out of nowhere, slamming onto the table and blanketing it in juicy meats and crisp salads. NACT-level members tumble into the little restaurant loud and proud, their massive presence filling every seat with pure chaos. Vim tells him he swings by this shop now and then because it feels cozy, and it's got a charm that hooks him every time. Hans snatches a huge wooden tankard, flashes a grin, and announces that this place has officially stolen his heart. He declares the whole meal is on him, then shouts for the squad to stuff their faces and keep drinking until they're completely out cold. The soldiers erupt in cheers and tear into the feast, savoring a rare slice of peace after the dungeon grind. Laughter bursts and voices swirl as the elite warriors kick back, stuffing themselves with food and washing it down with ale. Vim leans in to confirm Lawrence and Carl's identities, stunned that he's about to sit down and dine with legends. He jolts in shock, realizing he's surrounded by the real deal, genuine nobility and high-ranking elites standing right around him. Vim can't help noticing that nearly everyone in the NACT label came from a top-tier academy or had private tutors grooming them. A sharp pang of loneliness hits him because he's convinced he's the only sad little poor bumpkin in the whole squad. A nasty memory slams back in. His family was broke, so they chewed him out for guzzling too much milk. His face hardens as the shadow of his broke past crashes into the joy of the moment, like a bad memory refusing to stay buried. Hans asks if Vim taught himself since he's a country kid, but Vim drops the truth: he was too poor to ever go to school. To Vim's shock, Hans drops a bombshell: he didn't start with power or comfort either, just his body and an ironclad hunger to rise. Vim freezes when he hears this, admitting he'd been sure the vice captain must have come from some way more elite background. Hans tells you he was the third son of a broke landowner, and all he got was scraps of financial help. Vim goes completely still at the word aid, stunned because they're talking about poverty like it means something totally different. Hans is furious. He's been grinding for months just to swap out his old, busted gear for top-tier equipment. Vim's sweating bullets, terrified that even a little cash support or gear he buys might make Hans seem rich. Hans lays it all out: how the captain zeroed in on him and pulled him into a sub-organization, then describes his early days as pure living hell. The other members break down in tears and shower Hans with praise, completely wrecked by his so-called hardships. Vim just freezes, staring at the group in stunned silence because he can't wrap his head around how they're calling a landowner's son poor. The squad erupts in laughter as Hans brags about how his wife's got his back, while Vim quietly spirals inside, totally unaware. Vim goes stone still and silent, expression locked in place as he grapples with the culture clash between him and the elites. The drunken soldiers keep the party going, lifting their mugs high and screaming cheers with zero regard for anything. A throbbing vein on Vim's forehead screams as he struggles to hold back his boiling irritation at their privileged point of view. Hans lifts his glass for round two, grinning like a villain with a plan as he drives the celebration forward. Vim glares up at the vice captain, and the moment his patient teeth start to snap, realization hits: he has to evolve or get crushed. He glances down for a heartbeat, forcing his real feelings down so the team stays whole. He clutches his mug until his knuckles turn white, then wrestles his thoughts into the right gear to match the mood. With a desperate yell, Vim hoists two mugs and blurts, "Hey," trying to blend into the party like he belongs there. Far away in a lavish office, two people lock in a high-stakes negotiation while the quiet night sky watches from above. Captain Anselm of the Palm Mouse throws his whole commando crew into the deal: one trade, one target, Vim. Camilla sinks into her chair behind the desk and shuts the proposal down on the spot, declaring the trade impossible. Anselm lets out a chilling chuckle, then asks her straight up if she'd really dare to deny a request from another captain. Camilla tells you Vim is basically a model soldier, always out there scouting and training on his own, never waiting for orders. She tells everyone his combat power is on par with a floor boss, and the team would fall apart without him because he's straight up irreplaceable. Finally, she shuts down the offer hard: Vim's being there is his choice, not something she's willing to barter away. Anselm throws out the question: did the Minerva archive really get marked by the Twilight Owl? And the worry hits hard as he fears for everyone's safety in this breaking situation. Camilla tells him everything's locked down and under control, but Anselm shoots back that big parties are a sitting target: spies from rival crews like the Fox can slip right in. The old captain shoots her a grim look and warns, "Don't let our newest asset slip away. If the enemy gets your hands on that kind of combat power, it's going to be deadly." Camilla brushes off the worry with calm, confident fire, saying she knows money alone won't ever hold a man like him. She stares up at that towering monstrosity, then drops a deep truth: nothing can truly lock someone in place like the bonds they form with other people. Vim bursts up to the reception desk, beaming, and hands them labels: income and expenditure report, freshly knacked into shape. The receptionist snatches the documents, scans them once, and gives a confident nod, like she's just confirmed every last bit of the paperwork checks out. She takes the files with a polite nod, then turns to Vim and tells him to keep up the amazing work for the guild. With a warm smile, the receptionist leans in and tells Vim he looks way brighter and happier than he did before. Vim's cheeks heat up with shock, and he blurts out that it honestly makes him so happy to hear he's actually changed. With a spring in his step, Vim strides off, and pure relief hits him, because for the first time he finally feels like he fits in. He bursts up to the commander's office door and shouts for Camilla, just as he's ready to report in. Vim blurts that his errand is finally done, then freezes when he spots the room dead silent, totally empty. He swings the door wider and slips into the silent hallway, and instantly he knows something's deeply wrong. A creepy weight drops into his stomach the moment he realizes the mansion is way too quiet, like something's holding its breath. He stared down the empty corridor, baffled that a place this busy was totally deserted. Sweat dripped down his forehead as panic flared. Where the heck had all his teammates vanished to? In the pitch-black hallway, Vim stands alone, so still the silence feels like it's pressing down on his chest. Convinced the person has to be inside the Great Hall, he swallows his fear and shoves the massive double doors open. A thunderous roar of shock bursts out of the darkness, nearly flinging Vim right off his feet. Vim halts in the doorway, and the moment he sees it, his eyes blow wide as confetti explodes all around him. Camilla awkwardly steps forward to apologize, confessing that the big surprise got delayed because they were absolutely buried in work. Hans needles his commander for killing the vibe with an apology, and Camilla snaps and grumbles when she finally clocks she was the one who messed up. Vim freezes in the doorway, his mind scrambling as the world flips from deadly silence to wild celebration. Fresh energy surging back in, Camilla snaps her voice up and orders the whole squad to kick off the festivities right now. The Nacht Libel members roar with wild cheers, snapping their bright smiles wide as they welcome their newest comrade like family. Vim's face burns with a furious blush and he can't even process it. These incredible people really showed up for someone like him. The squad members break into warm grins, and you can feel the real camaraderie in their faces as they welcome him like he belongs. Tears burned hot in Vim's eyes as the wave of emotion hit so hard it felt like it could spill over any second. He blurts out a tear-filled thank you to everyone, and for the first time he finally drops every last bit of his guard. A battered banner with the Nacht Libel name flaps high above the hall as the party finally slams into full gear. The hall erupts in chatter and laughter as the soldiers chow down and toast their savior, soaking up every bite like it's a victory hard-earned. Vin slams back a mug of ale with pure delight, and the whole celebration's electric energy pulls him in like nothing else. He lowers the mug with a satisfied sigh, cheeks blazing with pure joy and a heavy buzz of alcohol. A squad member leans in and tells you, "Back at our team, surprising the new recruits with a party is our age-old tradition." Camilla glides up with a soft, warm smile, praying that he's actually enjoying the welcome they worked so hard to prepare for him. She presses a hand to her chest and gives him a heartfelt, formal thanks for pulling them from death, calling him their benefactor. With a sharp, serious look, she tells him, "If you're willing, keep fighting, stay by my side." Vim eagerly nods yes, but his voice shakes so hard he can barely stop the tears from spilling. When their hands lock in a solid handshake, Vim suddenly feels that intense warmth, and he realizes this is what it means to be truly moved. Vim shuts his eyes, and with a heart full of joy, he finally realizes he's found the exact place he's been chasing his whole life. Beneath the proud banner of the Nacht Libel, the soldiers hoist their heavy mugs high and cheer a wild toast to their new comrade, and the home they all share. A fresh-faced recruit shuffles forward, shaking with nerves, and calls out to the hero of the moment, "Vim," his voice cracking with hesitation. Vin snaps around mid-sip, totally confused, and demands answers from the young man like, what's really going through his head. The recruits stammer, cheeks burning red, and they fumble for the right words to shout out their admiration. Suddenly, courage detonates in his chest. He yells for Vim to be his personal goal and rival. Vim tilts his head, totally baffled, and demands to know what the young man is even talking about. The recruit leans in and admits he wrestled with it, realizing that staring at Vim from afar just doesn't cut it anymore. With burning determination in his chest, he vows to chase the back of Vim's steps until he finally closes the gap and passes him. Vin grins so hard it lights up the whole room, flashes an encouraging smile, and happily agrees to keep training together with his brand new rival. As Hans shakes his hand with a proud grin, Vim silently thinks to himself that if they ever sparred for real, he'd still lose. Vim scans the crowd of smiling faces, convinced that the Nacht Libel has somehow turned into the most magnificent party of all. He can't help but be amazed by how their insane fighting power and pure, noble hearts match perfectly, shaped by righteous training in a blessed place. He finally gets it, every bit of their kindness comes from one brutal truth: they've all lived through real frustration and suffering before. Pure bliss lights up his face as he realizes, no doubt at all, that with these people he can go anywhere. The story snaps to a dead-empty hallway and Vim staggers through it alone, already thinking, yeah, there's no party better than this one anywhere. A brutal wave of nausea hits him, and the sharp sound of him retching slices through the eerie quiet of the corridor. Vim crumples over a stone drain in the dark, convulsing as the knight's physical damage finally crashes down on him and he vomits violently. Breath shatters in his chest, face drained to white, and he wipes his mouth with shaking hands as the silent hallway swallows him whole. Vim stands under the banner of the naked libel, claiming he's the 14-year-old ace of the world's greatest party. He admits the weight of his responsibilities crushes him, but his face still glows, bursting with pride from carrying everyone's expectations on his back. With a bright grin, he dives straight into showing you what his everyday life looks like, every single one of his 24 hours. The sun crests the distant mountains as a rooster blasts a battle cry, kicking off the morning like the world just got its cue. Vim jolts upright in bed, stretches those stiff limbs, and lets out a long, painful groan just to kick his body fully awake. He flicks his gaze to the window with a fresh, cracking grin and basically declares, "Man, what a beautiful morning." A tiny bird drops onto the windowsill and Vim's eyes snap to it as he leans in, ready to say hello. He greets the little creature with a warm good morning, then kicks off his day with a soft, friendly moment. With pure determination roaring in his chest, he hypes himself up and vows to give everything he's got for whatever the day brings next. Vim stands alone in the middle of that endless stone courtyard, braced and ready to kick off his daily routine. He sucks in a deep breath, letting the fresh morning air and sharp chill slice straight into his lungs. Pure bliss flashes across his face as the calm atmosphere sweeps over him and cleans his heart. But then bam, razor-sharp pain and a brutal ringing roar through his head, shattering the calm. Pushing the symptoms aside, he tells himself it's nothing, just the seasons shifting or some dumb change in the air pressure. Camilla rushes up to apologize for calling him out before breakfast, then fires back that it's his duty as one of them. She dips her head, asks him to start the session, and he snaps off a sharp salute before eagerly saying yes. Vim tells you that this morning's training with Camilla didn't just happen, it turned into an unbreakable daily ritual. He can't ignore it anymore. These sessions blew up and now Abel isn't the only one lining up. A whole crowd of members is queuing to jump in. Vim beams with relief as Camilla jumps in, tweaking the participant count on purpose so he won't get overwhelmed. Guilt hits him hard because it treats him way too well, even slipping him extra cash for these morning practice sessions. The story cuts to the cafeteria. Sausages, and hot comfort food are piled on the buffet, just waiting for the starving soldiers. Vim strides up to a table packed with two older folks and politely asks, "Mind if I sit with you?" They throw their arms wide, smiling as they ask if he's already wrapped up his morning training. Vim walks up and calls Eckenhart and Lawrence out by name, flashing real pride because he remembers the rearguard even though he hardly ever talks to them. He hypes himself up in his head, convinced that all that hard studying is finally turning into real social power. One guy bursts out laughing and says the real secret is simple. You've got to stay engaged with everyone or the team starts turning little problems into unnecessary friction. Vim nods along, instantly clocking that real communication is the secret weapon for keeping everything in perfect harmony. The sun hits its highest point just as the day flips into full-blown, rush-hour afternoon chaos. Inside the library, Vim moves in silence beside the other staff, chewing through a towering stack of documents. A female coworker snaps a gasp of shock and blurts, "Wait, did you already finish your entire pile of work?" Vim even offers to tackle her documents too, and that's when panic hits. She blurts out that she feels awful for imposing. She thanks him for taking on half the work and Vim smirks. His time with the Drachenflug is finally paying off. He's shocked to find out he's actually great at admin work, and people are counting on him for it. A warm rush surges through his chest as he admits, straight up, that it genuinely makes him happy to be useful to others. The moon climbs high in the heavens and right on cue, night crashes over the loud, bustling city. On the street, a bunch of girls erupt into high-pitched screams of pure, electric excitement. The girls swarm around the tall guy, instantly recognizing his knack for that wild defense, and they hound him for a handshake. An older member chuckles as Abel gets swarmed, totally surrounded by fans who hang on his every move. Reinhardt and Mark spot it too. Someone's clocked them, and they're sweating bullets as they gear up for the inevitable mob. Vim watches from afar, convinced that being stuck in this naked lie turns even a basic dinner out into total chaos. A bunch of girls shriek Vim's name like it's pure worship, and the young ace immediately freezes, totally baffled by the sudden spotlight. A giant teammate throws back a loud laugh, slaps Vim with an elbow and tells him straight, if he wants to nail his job, he has to wave at the fans. Vim awkwardly flaps his hand, and bam, the excited girls erupt into an even louder storm of high-pitched screams. Even with Vim grateful for the support, that brutal screech slams into his skull and spikes his pounding headache into fresh agony. The story cuts to a buzzing tavern dinner, then out comes a sizzling plate of bright red sausages, looking downright ominous. The squad demands answers, who the hell ordered those super spicy sausages? And you can practically hear everyone trembling at the coming heat. Everyone points at Mark and he can barely meet their eyes as he admits he only placed the order because the menu promised a specialty. A heavy silence crashes over the table, everyone's holding their breath, wondering who's about to become the next victim and burn their way through that fiery dish. Mark wipes the sweat off his brow, throws his hands up in defeat and snaps, "Fine, I'll own this, I'll eat them." Vim shoots a silent hand up and blocks him on the spot, stepping in before Mark can get hurt. To everyone's shock at the table, Vim boldly snatches the chance, volunteering to eat the sausages himself and swearing he just wants to give them a try. He tells me he's been testing his limits with spicy food lately, and somehow the hottest heat doesn't even faze him. The whole squad stares at him, stunned like, "Are you really going to do this, and are you actually okay?" A teammate frets that he's pushing himself too hard, but Vim locks them in with a confident smile and reassures them he's completely fine. The whole vibe flips to electric as the soldiers roar encouragement, pushing him to go all in. Vim bites into the spicy sausage, chewing slow and steady while everyone else watches, holding their breath. He gulps, blushes a little, and grins like, "Yep, this is insanely delicious." The whole squad erupts in shock, grilling him like, "You serious?" And Vim just nods, saying he's got this, no sweat. With Vim's reaction lighting a fire in everyone's minds, the others start wondering if they dare to try, and Mark steps up, ready to jump in. Mark and Vim start a countdown together, locking eyes as they gear up to bite into the sausages at the exact same second. Mark clenches his teeth, daring the heat, convinced it'll only be as spicy as Vim's reaction hinted. Instant regret hits Mark hard as he howls in pure agony from that brutal heat, while Vim plays dumb like he didn't do a thing. The table erupts in laughter at Mark's misery, cheering that Vim's poker face is flawless as everyone raises their drinks. Vim slams his tankard back and chugs it down with wild gusto, turning crimson the moment the drink hits his throat. A teammate blurts out that Vim's absolutely smashed tonight, shocked at how far off the map his usual restraint is. Vim blushes with a flushed grin and blurts that he's just feeling like cutting loose and having a blast. He mutters that the alcohol can drown out the constant pounding in his head. A joyful melody bursts into the tavern air, snapping everyone's attention as the music show is about to kick off. The soldiers start chiming in with the bell of Vilbrun, their voices ringing out to toast the adventurers' wild lives. They blast out lyrics about kicking ass, chasing greatness, and refusing to look back, even when death is right there waiting. Vim snaps the moment he hears it. This is the traditional adventurer's song, and he knows it instantly. A teammate beams and cheers Vim to jump into the singing, and Vim grins so hard he can barely contain his excitement as he says yes. They belt out a song about meeting again in the afterlife, side by side, fearless and bound by that wild, adventurous spirit. As the music fades, one of Vim's teammates shoots him a warm, gentle smile and says he's been glowing brighter than ever lately. He compares Vim to their very first meeting, then blurts out that he's basically a whole new person now. Vim suddenly stumbles as they step away from the table, and a worried teammate quickly blurts out, "Are you okay?" His teammate thinks Vim overdid it, but Vim shoots it down instantly. He waves him off and swears he's totally fine. Panicking to dodge the spotlight, Vim stammers out a question, anything to yank attention away from his condition. With a fake grin nailed on his face, he pushes the idea like a dare, "Come on, let's hit a second bar and keep the night going." His teammate stares at him in total disbelief, like, seriously stunned that reserved Vim is actually refusing to stop the party. The teammate stalls, not sure he should drag him to the second bar, but Vim shoots back that he's totally fine, so they keep going. Thrilled by the reply, the teammate practically drags him along and urges him to jump into the next round of festivities. Under a sky blazing with stars, the city stays quiet above, while down below, the nightlife explodes and never lets up. Later that night, Vim heads home with a bright red face, grinning as he laughs and sighs about how insanely fun everything was. He strides down the stone steps by himself, already daydreaming that a full meal, a drink in hand, and the right crew make the perfect day. A smug little smile tugs at his lips as he reassures himself he's got everything he needs and nothing else could possibly matter. His face clenches as he pounds out the mantra over and over, declaring, loud and unstoppable, that he's truly, undeniably happy. A brutal, off-kilter sound slashes through his hearing, and suddenly his mind starts flashing weird, alien glyphs. The distortion surges louder, grinding into a brutal gnawing noise that scrapes straight through his sanity. A wave of darkness rolls over his eyes as the auditory hallucination suddenly detonates in intensity. Vim snaps his fingers, screams at the empty street, and demands that the non-stop noise finally back off. He whips his head around in pure panic, desperately grabbing onto one thought: he's outside the labyrinth, and that has to mean he's safe. The pain crashes into him all at once and he crumples to his knees, vomiting hard onto the pavement. With his hands clamped to his head, he sobs and pleads for the unseen whispers to finally shut up and leave him alone. Up high above the suffering boy, a crescent moon glares down, cold and totally unmoved. Meanwhile, a mate steps up to Camilla as she comes back to the mansion, and she's already firing off thanks to the commander for all her hard work. The maid blurts out that Vim and the others are out getting drunk, and Camilla just gives a knowing nod like she already expected it. She breaks into a warm smile, thrilled that their brand new ace is fitting and fast, and shining brighter by the day. Camilla can't help but marvel. Vim has nailed the perfect mix of humility and just the right amount of pride in how strong he truly is. As she stares out at the calm night, doubt creeps in like, what if this is too good to be true? A giant horned ape rams through the undergrowth, and the dense forest instantly feels like it's about to swallow someone alive. A shadowy creature crouches near a massive, twisted tree, swallowing the light around it as it stalks and hunts its next meal. With a wicked grin, the horned ape bears its power, demonic eyes prowling the area like it's hunting for any intruder. A pack of smaller apes explodes into a frenzy, screeching with wild laughter and shredding the wood's silence with their piercing cries. Alpha 8 freezes in place, ears twitching hard as it senses a tiny disturbance slicing through the peaceful forest air. Its pupil snaps tight in a blink, pure, predatory focus locking onto a target with terrifying pinpoint accuracy. Saliva spills from its bared fangs as the beast snarls with anticipation, its hunger roaring louder for fresh blood. It lets out a thick, steamy roar, then braces its massive frame for an earth-shattering blast. While Vim and the Nakaribra clan crush through the undergrowth, they have no idea something is lurking in the shadows, watching their every step. Vim freezes on the spot and a cold shock snakes down his spine as his instincts blare. Something's terribly wrong out here in these silent woods. The expedition crew keeps marching in a single line, their formation locked tight as they push through the deadly, treacherous ground. Vim halts in awe, studies a giant butterfly perched on a bloom, and then signals the armored leader that his findings are spot on. Sweat beads streamed down his face as he locked onto the insect, another brand new species, unlike anything ever seen down here. A party member groans like they just got punched in the chest, yelling that this is already the 5th brand new species they've run into on this one insane run. Vim bursts with excitement, saying the creature looks like Majiro Ajiha, just stretched into an insane, massive beast thanks to the special environment of the 99th floor. His science hunger explodes with unstoppable force, swallowing every hiss of tinnitus and every crushing headache the second he dives headfirst into discovery. Lawrence lights up as he praises the team's progress, and you can practically see it pay off already. This labyrinth dive is delivering stellar results. He points out that while the rival Dragon's Wings party is blasting off, the Nakaribra clan is pushing hard to lock in the #1 contribution spot for the 99th floor. Vim stays silent as the talk turns to his old party's insane comeback. The Dragon's Wings are soaring and making moves like crazy. Whispers are flying that Kronos has finally cracked and shown his real colors, pushing the rival crew higher than ever before. People swear he's got godlike intuition, this unreal instinct that cuts him away through even the most hopeless situations. Vin feels a real jolt of joy at their win, because somehow through that messy split they still managed to rise. He realizes that if both sides actually win and learn to live in peace, the old bitterness hanging over them will finally wash away. Camilla bursts into carefree laughter, saying she's done with drama for good, and now she's just thrilled to leap into the unknown with the best crew by her side. Vim can't shake the feeling that he's right, never seeing how those sweet little hopes are about to get ripped apart. Vim snaps back to reality, then fires off a magic message to the crew because horned apes are barreling in. The chill, laid-back vibe evaporates the second the party yanks out their weapons and locks into a tight defensive battle formation. 3 bulky apes burst out of the tree line, screeching like maniacs and glaring straight at the intruders. Monica, the female knight, screams for everyone to get into position, eyes blazing on the threat that's closing in. Vim slams his back to the tree, breath catching hard as the ghosts of past battles crash in and threaten to drown him. He violently shakes his head, forcing himself to rein it in and crush the panic clawing up before it can freeze him solid. The apes hunker down on a fallen log, muscles rippling as they brace to explode into a perfectly coordinated assault. Tense silence slammed onto the battlefield, until the only thing cutting through it was the vanguard's shaky, sharp inhale. Right before the storm hits, everything freezes for a heartbeat, like the air itself is daring someone to start a fight. A vanguard member flashes a nervous grin and tells Lawrence, "I'm counting on you," and Lawrence answers with a cold, stoic confirmation. Another fighter shouts for him to step up and take his role, pushing the team's spirits up as the enemy closes in fast. Vim snaps rapid tactical orders to Monica, hit the opposite side right after he slams the flank. He clenches his weapon, and right as the battlefield erupts into chaos, his nerves start to slip. Out of nowhere, a colossal alpha-horned ape slams out of the canopy, crashing to the ground and rattling the earth with sheer, terrifying weight. Vim's eyes blow wide with pure terror when he realizes he's staring straight at the monster that spells out *** Dune. Lawrence orders Vim to take down the floor boss by himself, while he leaves the minions to the rest of the party and they fan out across the battlefield. The camera pulls back to reveal Vim going head-to-head with a towering horned ape, frozen in a deadly standoff while chaos explodes around them in the background. Lawrence locks eyes with the boy and flat-out declares that Vim is the one keystone holding the entire operation together. He leans in and reminds Vim, "We're a team," urging him to stop charging in blind and to trust that their combined strength is the real weapon. The leader roars out one last command. Vim has to put the lessons from their past failure into action, no excuses. The horned ape smirks with a jagged, tooth-bearing grin, like it's secretly delighted by every desperate move the human makes. Vim jerks back in panic, his mind shrieking for the pressure to finally stop as everything spirals out of control. He grumbles to himself that he never wanted this mess, and the weight of that unwanted responsibility crushes him from the inside. The monster locks eyes with him, smirking like it's been waiting for Vim to finally snap into this exact burst of violence. Vim snaps into battle mode, slams Heaven's Spieler into place, transfers the puppeteer, and twists his stance like he's about to unleash the fight. The skill hits instantly, and just like that, the brutal tinnitus and pounding headache that were tormenting him moments ago fall completely silent. Vim lets out a relieved breath, and the crazy part hits him. This intense combat flow doesn't just overwhelm him, it actually feels good. The horned ape snaps its giant hands together out of nowhere, getting ready to smash the boy with a brutal physical assault. Vim whips out of danger with supernatural speed, snaps back with instant counters, and slams a blazing magic fire circle that throws the beast completely off guard. He rips out a burst of high Seth warmth, slamming the creature's flank with a point-blank explosion of searing magic. The monster grimaces as scorching flames singe its fur, while Camilla clashes with a cyclops-like terror in the background. Vim sees the strike land and gores straight into action. He decides to run that same coordination pattern again and again until the enemy finally gets pushed back. He hammers himself with one steady thought: finish the mission, then he's heading back to the surface for dinner. A terrified report slams in. Someone breached the rear left flank of their formation. A pack of smaller apes crashes into the knights, vaulting over their shields and smashing the whole defense into wild, total chaos. Camilla blares out an apology to Vim, admitting that a friendly fire misfire tore a dangerous hole through their defense. Vim's stomach drops. He realizes a stupid human mistake just detonated at the worst possible moment, and now their whole strategy is on the brink of falling apart. A party member screams that Vim's performance is insane, then pleads with him to keep the boss locked on him for just a bit longer. The horned ape lazily scratches its shoulder like the interruption is nothing, acting bored to death, just waiting for the real fight to kick back in. Vim's eyes bulge in shock as he stares at the monster, flexing its arrogant genius and stunning patience. The beast lifts a clawed finger, beckons Vim in with a grin, and dares him to restart their duel right now. A stormy, determined stare hardens on Vim's face as he accepts the challenge, muttering that he finally knows exactly what he has to do. The air feels electric as Vim takes a deep breath, ready to smash through his physical limits until they snap. He roars at the top of his lungs, triggers instant augmentation, and a 100-fold multiplier blasts straight into his body, turning him into pure, explosive power. The horned ape's grin stretches into something unhinged, bloodlust igniting as it realizes, holy hell, its opponent just surged in power. Vim rockets into the sky like a bullet, slamming into the jumping beast and kicking off a full-on gravity-bending dogfight. As the world smears into blazing speed lines, Vim locks onto the enemy. Everything inside him sharpens to a razor-thin focus. The monster howls and charges right alongside Vim's wild speed, throwing them into a brutal clash high over the forest floor. They ricochet off the tree trunks, flying so fast they turn into nothing but streaks, whipping through the canopy like living blurs. Vim clenched his daggers like lifelines, eyes snapping around the beast's iron defense, desperate to spot even one crack. That ape rips through the air, slamming a massive claw forward to swat the enchanted boy out, right out of the sky like a bug. Their strikes slam together and a brutal shockwave rips through the branches, tearing the nearby foliage to shreds. For one razor-thin second, time seems to stall as both fighters lock eyes, then the final exchange is coming fast. They collide in a streak of violence, carving through the air with razor-fast aerial slashes as they pass each other. The horned ape slams down onto the branch, grinning like it just found a prize, clearly loving every second of the fight with a worthy opponent. Vim recoiled with disgust, practically begging the creature to stop staring at him like they were best friends. The horned ape bears a hideous grin and taunts Vim, claiming every move they made in the clash was perfectly synchronized. Vim jolts back, shaken to the core by the terrifying idea that he and that monster are driven by the same bloodthirsty hunger. He rockets away through the trees, teeth clenched as he finally has to swallow the terrifying truth he's been trying to deny. A twisted grin breaks through him as he realizes the weightlessness feels amazing, and the swordplay is way more fun than he ever expected. He realizes the rush hits harder than ever, because his life is dangling on a knife edge in this deadly fight. Vim's face twists into a crazed grin as he dares the beast to end him, no hesitation, just one deal, hit his life, not anyone else. They slam into each other in midair again and Vim's like, if this doesn't get lethal, it's just plain boring. He yells at the monster, demanding to know if it's getting the same adrenaline rush he's feeling right now. With a thunderous roar, Vim shouts his opponent's name, locking eyes with the horned ape as they brace for the final collision. The two fighters crash together like lightning, and Vim's blade bites into the beast as they tear past each other. Searing heat and brutal pain rip through Vim's body, but instead of breaking him, it supercharges his exhilaration. He realizes this wild feeling isn't just tiredness at all, it's something you can only catch when the fighting heat starts to rise. As he stumbles back, Vim flashes a dreamy smile, his mind hooked on that addictive rush of betting everything on the line. He soaks up that choking tension, because he knows one single processing mistake and he's dead the very second it happens. Right in the middle of his trance, a magical message slices through the air, telling him the minions are wiped out and it's time to go back. The spell of battle snaps instantly and Vim just freezes, staring blankly as the harsh reality of it all slams back into place. He blinks in pure confusion, and as the adrenaline crashes, he can't believe the fight just ends. The horned ape just freezes in place, staring around like it can't believe the deathmatch suddenly stops dead. A gut-punching silence smashes the air between the man and the monster, like the battle's momentum just died on the spot. They lock eyes and the whole deadly vibe evaporates the second the situation finally clicks into place. Vim's stunned to the core, the horned ape just flicks a laid-back wave like it's no big deal, then turns its back and leaves him there. The beast strides off and won't even look back, accepting the truce the second the party's goal is finally locked in. Then he watches the creature vanish into the forest, and the deadly clash doesn't end with a roar, it ends with a pitiful whimper. The horned ape fires one last silent stare at its kindred soul, then disappears into the dungeon's dark depths. Lawrence barrels forward with the rest of the party, frantic as hell, demanding to know, did everyone make it out okay, completely unhurt? A party member erupts in cheers, shouting that everyone's finally safe because Vim pulled off something absolutely incredible. Vim forces a grin and nods, but inside, a brutal storm of feelings keeps raging behind his eyes. Lawrence hoists his weapon like a trophy and declares to the whole group, "We made it through the dungeon again." Vim glares at his shaking hand, fighting tooth and nail to believe he doesn't still crave the rush of the kill. The story bursts onto the city surface, where the Nakaribra flag snaps proudly above a chaotic, packed street. A wave of screaming fans explodes into cheers the second Vim shows up, shouting his name like it's sacred. Vim slips into his famous adventure mask, grins wide, and waves like a hero, while the girls in the crowd scream their hearts out. A local pats him like they've known each other forever and asks if he's slipping out again, then Vim fires back with that smooth, practiced enthusiasm. At the party, they're tossing around dinner ideas when someone pipes up, "Let's hit that chorizo shop we went to before." Another member fires back, saying that place is basically off-limits now because those long lines choke the entry. Outside the restaurant, a huge line snakes down the street, proof that every time Nakaribra steps into a shop, it instantly turns into a sensation. Even Tamari's GI has turned into a magnet, taverns now packed wall-to-wall with people desperate to spot the heroes. City noise swarms around them, a wild clash with the dungeon's silent, razor-sharp intensity. Vim tells himself to hit a new place, praying that one stiff drink will finally drown the sting of that fight still clinging to him. A pale moon hangs in the night sky, bathing everything in a soft, eerie glow as the clouds drift like they're alive. Vim heaves open the heavy door to his room, mumbling under his breath with a tired grin like, "Man, I had way too much fun." He steps in flashing a shaky grin, and the second he does, pure agony rips a groan right out of his throat. A cold, dim room hangs in silence, and a metal bucket sits on the floor beside the bed like it's daring someone to notice. Hit by a wave of sudden nausea, he crumples to his knees and violently heaves into the bucket. A wet, guttural scream shatters the silence as his whole body jerks and convulses with brutal pain. He wipes his mouth with a hand that won't stop shaking, completely stunned as his body keeps vomiting for no reason he can understand. Clutching onto his delusion like a lifeline, he tells himself day after day that he's happy no matter what. He imagines himself standing tall with the heroes of the Drachenflug, right among the legends he's always worshipped. Tears pour down his face as he shoves food in. He chokes on every bite, gasping, "Why is this happening to me if I'm supposedly happy?" He glares at the bucket in stunned silence, trying to figure out what kind of disaster could make a person feel like they're seconds from vomiting. He shook his head like a madman and swore to himself that nothing could possibly be wrong. He forces a smile, insisting everything's fine right as another brutal wave of sickness starts closing in on him. Vim slumps on the cold floor by his bed and the whole room stays dead quiet, only his ragged breaths break the silence. He thinks about heading to Greta's shop to drown his thoughts and forget for a bit, but then he remembers that brutal long line that blocks him from getting in. Deciding to keep his routine intact, he drags himself to his desk and starts writing in his journal, because it's the only way he can keep his head above water. Hunched over the book on his bed, he dives in and starts scribbling with wild, manic focus. The pen screams across the paper as he desperately claws his thoughts down in ink. He scribbles vivid descriptions of his crew, pointing out Reinhardt and the guy called Barthold. He keeps his list going, staring at every person nearby like their details can anchor him and keep him from slipping. With his entry done, he slams the book shut like it's the end of the world. Vim sprawls onto the bed with a loud thud, then lets out a massive breath like he's finally shrugged off a crushing weight. With a forced, hollow grin, he insists he's finally calm and swears today turned out to be another good one. He shuts his eyes tight, tells the world good night, and tries to force sleep to finally take him. Darkness clamps down on him and warped glitch text flickers across it like a nightmare you can't decode. Then the silence cracks as voices crawl back into his head, whispering things he's desperate to shut out. The second he drops his guard, the intruder crashes right back in. The voices twist into a chaotic blur, and he strains to make sense of the maddening, impossible noise. He battles the storm inside his head, firing off questions to the noise. What does it want, and why does it sound like it already knows him, no matter how hard he tries to shut it out? His body goes weightless, drifting in a void while reality slips, tears, and blurs into nothing. Desperate for silence, he pleads for the voices to finally shut up, and swears he'll do whatever they demand just to make it all stop. As his mind tears apart, he screams no, and then a voice blasts Vim, like a lightning bolt yanking him out of the delusion. A brutal slap cracks across his face, and his companion shrieks at him to snap out of it and stop acting like a total idiot. Vim's eyes flew wide open, the punch stunning him so hard he couldn't even get a word out. The girl in the beret looms over him, breathing hard, eyes blazing with furious concern. Confusion crashes over him as he freezes, staring ahead with a dazed blankness and blurting out a loud, bewildered sound. She snaps at him, firing off a furious question: does he even know where he is right now? She jabs a finger toward him and barks, "Why do you seriously think you're safe in your own room?" Vim whips his head around, beads of sweat flying as the illusion of his bedroom shatters into nothing. He freezes in pure shock, realizing they're standing right at the terrifying entrance of a labyrinth. Hyde Mary snaps at him, yelling that she wants to know, does he even have a clue where he is right now? Vim locks eyes with the speaker, and for a split second that blank stare shows he can't even process the question yet. Reality crashes in as he stares up at the grand walls, realizing he's standing right at the entrance to the labyrinth. When Hyde Murray catches him out in the middle of the night, Vim flashes a totally innocent smile and swears he was just trying to sleep like a normal guy. She rips him out of his fantasy by calling out the weapon he's clutching so tightly in his own hand. Vim stares at his blade in total shock, like it's the first time he's ever truly seen it. A brutal realization slams into him: his body was charging into the labyrinth all on its own. To steady his nerves, he tells the girl to say her name and she snaps back, "I'm Hidamari." She snaps back on the spot, demanding his name, where they are, and even the time right now. Vim leans in and declares, "I'm Vim Strauss." As they stand right at the Adventure Guild's labyrinth entrance, yeah, it feels like midnight. Once she sees he's making sense, Hyde Mary declares he's sane, and he just nods like he's accepting the truth with her. She tells them, "Let's get home right now," then whips around and starts leading the way. Vim slams to a stop and Hidamari whips around, calling his name louder as worry sparks in her eyes. With a deadpan stare, Vim tells everyone he's heading into the labyrinth right now. Hidamari panics and blurts that he's absolutely not sane after all. She snaps that he never sleeps, so he protests by saying he's right there in bed, and the second his eyes close she erupts, "That doesn't count." She refuses to let him unravel, so she drags him back home, because she's not letting him slip out of her sight. Vim stares at her with dead, hollow eyes and demands, "So where exactly am I supposed to come back to?" She demands he show up at the mansion, so she can watch him sleep right there under her eyes like she owns the night. Vim lets out a chilling laugh, then leans in and asks if she honestly thinks he's capable of shutting his eyes and sleeping. Right before she can cut him off, he drops the terrifying question: what happens to him the moment he wakes up? Mary's whole body goes cold as she freezes in place, face contorting with anguish the moment she realizes she has no answer. Vim clocks her silence instantly, realizing the truth has her throat tight and her eyes fighting back tears. He tells her, "Since you know me inside out, you already understand why I have to do this." His eyes lock in with fierce intensity as he declares he's going, no doubt, no hesitation. Hyde Mary locks eyes with him, frozen in place by the sheer determination roaring in his voice. Vim admits to himself that he picked unfair words, because he figured she'd never be able to fight his will. He turns his back on her, strides into the dark, and swears the darkness is calling his name, like he has no choice but to answer. Hyde Murray lunges to catch him, but he slips just out of reach. She shrieks his name in pure desperation as he strides farther and farther away. Tears blur her vision as she watches him walk away, powerless to stop him, her heart cracking in her chest. She's left trembling in the empty hall, crushed by grief and seething with frustration. Vim bursts into a full sprint, his boots drumming hard on the stone floor of that corridor. He charges straight up to the glowing transport pedestal, and he doesn't hesitate for even one heartbeat. A magic circle flares under his feet, and it's already gearing up to yank him deeper into the warp. He throws himself headfirst into the blazing light, silently apologizing to Hyde Mary and insisting, straight through the panic, that he's only trying to dive. As he drops, he clenches his will and insists, loud and clear, that he's going right now on his own by his own choice. A wild grin snaps onto his face as he leans in and tells the voices, he finally gets it. He crashes down, then explodes into a sprint, smashing straight through the dungeon walls. Vim bolts ahead like his mind just got the final plug pulled, and pure, wild freedom floods everything. Vim suddenly realizes his senses are dialed up to max, and the moment that nasty headache vanishes, his body feels weirdly weightless. He crouches by a glowing monument inside the bioluminescent forest, digs in his stance, and braces for the storm to hit. A sudden, brutal crash rips through the air overhead, snapping his focus up toward the towering trees. Vim snaps his gaze upward, and pure focus hardens across his face like a loaded weapon. He shouts into the dead silence, demanding proof. Tell him that thing he senses is real or stop playing games. A sudden flock of birds explodes upward, their panicked screeches slicing through the forest's tense, breathless silence. Vim roars at the top of his lungs that he's made it here completely alone. A doubt flashes across his face as he wrestles with the terrifying thought of whether he should even open up with something this vulnerable. He shoves that worry aside on the spot, convinced it doesn't matter anymore since he's already burned his past and moved on. He barks into the dark that nothing can stop him, no obstacles, no interruptions, not a single thing. A wild, unhinged grin spreads across his face as adrenaline hits like a freight train. He clamps his hand over his mouth, horror hitting him as he realizes those words already flew out of his lips. Guilt crashes over him for a blink, but he can't deny it anymore. He's already crossed the point of no return. He admits to himself that yeah, it's dangerous, but he's starving to break the silence and shout that he's alone. He can't help but wonder, does the voice belong to the floor boss, or is the labyrinth itself whispering straight into his head? Even with the chaos roaring around him, one unmistakable truth still burned bright in his mind. A gigantic, fur-covered foot slams into the forest floor, shaking the ground like an earthquake. Vim admits his body was basically hijacked by that voice calling to him from the deep, like it was pulling him closer every second. He snaps his gaze upward with terrifying intensity, and you can hear it, he's been craving the chance to meet this creature. The towering horned boss bears a grin, looking down at him like he's entertained by the tiny human's insane nerve. The monster watches closely and realizes today neither of you has any allies hiding in the shadows. He calls this out as a real one-on-one death match, no help, no interruptions, no mercy. Vim snaps the tension in half with a laid-back grin, then tells the monster to wait just a second. He snaps his skill on puppeteer and gears up to rewrite his very state before the fight explodes. He taps his head, fully baffled because no matter what he tries, nothing inside him feels different. It hits him like lightning, one instant, and everything clicks into place. He lets out an awkward little laugh, realizing that power was firing the whole time, and he never even noticed. With a sharp inhale, he locks in his focus and cranks the magnification rate up to the absolute limit. He tells himself he can charge in recklessly now, because if he dies, nobody else will get dragged into it. Not having to worry about his own survival hits him like a tidal wave, pure, crashing relief. His pupils blow wide, and the moment that power slams toward his brain, his vision twists out of reality. Camilla and his friends flash in his mind, but he slams the unauthorized memories down and fixes his eyes on the kill. The horned boss looms over the ancient forest, radiating pure, crushing dominance like the place is his throne. The beast lets out a hot plume of steam, ready to obliterate the tiny insect frozen in front of it. Vim freezes in place, his whole body shaking hard as the crushing pressure bears down on him. The boss smirks and misreads the trembling as a terrified praise response. It's like Vim has already clocked the danger coming, his whole body trembles with the thrill of knowing death is about to hit. Vim jerks his head up with a demonic grin, then blurts out an apology for being late, his eyes burning with straight-up madness. The boss's grin slips for a heartbeat, thrown off by how twisted and how hungry the prey looks. Vim rockets upward and crashes into the monster with a brutal, shattering impact. Vim slams into the horned boss, grinning like a maniac as his dagger bites down on the monster's iron guard. A colossal shockwave detonates from the strike, hurling wreckage in every direction and rattling the forest like it's about to split in two. Ancient trees shriek and snap like brittle twigs, getting shredded by the brutal force of the crash. When the dust finally clears, the boss is still standing untouched, while Vim crouches in the open, gasping hard but already bracing for what's next. Two rivals lock eyes, boss sneering like he's already won, while Vim holds his gaze steady, all razor-focused intensity. Vim snaps into action, rocketing sideways at blinding speed to slam into the massive creature from the flank. He unleashes a storm of blade slashes, but the boss dodges every strike with terrifying, effortless agility. The monster unleashes a lightning-speed kick, and it catches Vim totally off guard. Sent flying through the air, Vim erupts in a maniacal laugh, yelling that almost dying was actually insanely fun. His consciousness starts to crumble under the strain, but he forces himself to breathe and tells himself there's nothing to fear. He slams back into the chaos and the truth hits hard. He doesn't fear the fight at all, he fears the moment it finally ends. Pain screaming in his body, he still carves his way across the air, sure he can keep shattering his own limits. A flash of memory hits him, his guildmates grinning, waving him over to join their table for a drink. He admits to himself that those days were genuinely fun, but the moment he remembers them, regret slices through his chest like a blade. Violently pushing the nostalgia away, he erupts in a scream, insisting their kindness was so unbearably annoying it made him snap. He catches himself mid-sentence and whispers, "I just wanted it to stay nothing but happy in my head." He yells defiantly at his own memories, demanding to know what's so terrible about keeping his self-deprecation going. He tries to excuse it as just a habit, but the truth is, he's making it sound like tearing himself down somehow makes life easier. Tears pour down his face as he spits out a cruel laugh at his own servile weakness, then vows to keep fighting, dragging their pride like a weight on his back. A colossal fist whips past his face, and in that instant his adrenaline snaps right back to the duel's deadly reality. He bounds off the tree trunks, and the closer he races toward death's door, the more his spirit ignites. That phantom voice of his friend rattles around in his head again, begging him, yet another time, to go out for drinks. He roars at the hallucinations to back off, then swings wildly at thin air like it's the enemy. He rages and insists that even when no one's forcing him, that choking pressure to act proper never leaves, it's always waiting. He slams their acceptance down and erupts with rage, furious they try to tolerate his creepy laugh and messed up personality. In his mind, he curls into despair, realizing he and those bright people aren't just different, they're basically from separate species. He finally admits the social circle he worshipped wasn't cool at all, it was a grind to live through and painful to even hear. In a rush of panic, he backtracks and slips out a whisper, telling them he's not trying to mock them at all. He remembers the applause, then admits it. He let one shining moment of success fool him into thinking he truly belonged. He clears them of every accusation, then admits they weren't just kind by accident, they truly treated him right. He's stuck in regret, wishing he'd only found more courage and patience back then, because maybe, just maybe, everything would have turned out differently. Wiping the tears away, he finally gets it. Blending in isn't some magical gift, it's just something normal people pull off with ease. He roars his envy at anyone with an honest heart, then sets his sights on the next move. A chilling memory hits him again, the moment someone called him creepy, and it snaps shut on his worst insecurity like proof he's doomed. He blurts out a gut-wrenching apology, finally admitting the truth, that he's fundamentally broken in a way they are. The boss slams in with a brutal, sweeping kick, and just like that, he interrupts his breakdown, catching him right out of midair. He crashes into the ground so hard the shock steals his breath and rips him through the dirt like a wrecking ball. With that towering beast looming over him, Vim hisses that he's the very bottom of the barrel, truly the lowest of the low. He hauls himself up out of the dirt, and a heavy, dark acceptance crawls over him as he finally realizes this lonely silence fits him better than anything. A twisted, breathless laugh bursts from his lips, and he finally knows his real self is surfacing, no matter what tries to stop it.